Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought it, still fighting today. Made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you. Turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundational Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the glow for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the cage, study how we move. Rap a world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Hannah McCann spitting bars. Connected to the flame, that ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. Benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Take your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. All y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey,
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect, just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect, just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map. We was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man? You can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance, and you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. Why you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath? Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place. Oh, oh.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your dues thing just like home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your dues
We
thing
got
just
the
like home.
passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing. You lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we've been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? That energy spy was discussing it's whack.
Oh.
So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business second just like home.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business second just like home.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. This hill is sacred.
We said what we said
It's time.
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye-bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one is for the rules. We built this land from dirt. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, know the skies. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We happy, say it loud. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our faith to power, our roots and trees. We know world is rhythm and grace now, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. And act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you crossed. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil,
scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that?
Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Stealing my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in the skies. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, suck the blood of our gift. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type, the prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones, cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
Erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live in resistance. From the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings. And thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. Hold on, let me get my camera together. I don't know what the hell. Sorry. Too much stuff going on. Thank y'all for tuning in to another season of the Frontline Black, another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Che and Crewman. And we're joined with our other host, Lady Che, and we're joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka San Corey, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhancer, which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. And on this season 6, episode 29, part 1 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first one is, of course, those tangibles. This is the year and a decade of tangibles. Continue to mass up the tangible for your vote, Black family, all the way between now and 2100. Then we got Ricc Chow, the Asian racist white supremacist, was found not guilty. Cyrus, Carmacc, Carmacc-Belton case verdict, Cyrus Carmacc-Belton incident, why this boycott is spiraling out of control, bipartisan backlash ends Trump's $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. This is America. House passes resolution to stop war and limit Trump's war powers. Look at this. Massive face discovered in Antarctica on Google Earth. NBC host obliterates Karen Bass's California. Ballot controversy explodes. Adam 22 responds to his wife divorcing him after he allowed her to smash black men. These are topics that we didn't get to on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, so I just rolled them over to Frontline Black News. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We give the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are a part of the New Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the New Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one, which started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2-3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure you like and share the broadcast. Family, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Seriously, I need y'all to start serving up to that channel just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again. And the link to that channel is in the chat. In the chat right now, as a matter of fact. Then we got my personal page, just Paris, aka Chain Kruma. Make sure y'all sub to that so you'll be abreast of what's happening here in Denver and Aurora in regards to the city councils and the Black events in both Denver and Aurora, and the Sunday morning food bank, which I'll be doing tomorrow morning. I've been doing every Sunday morning for the past 10 years. That's called consistency. And then we got Lady Che's YouTube channel, Seduction Doll 5991. Make sure y'all sub to that so she can start going live on that channel. Then we got her main channel, the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub to that. She should be doing the RBA sometime this weekend. So make sure y'all check that out, the Revolutionary Agenda. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette 1. Make sure y'all sub to that so Shabaka can start going live on YouTube again. Then we got our cousin, our local throughout the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to his channel, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Excuse me. Then we got our brother Kukizi, who's out the Mile High, Bellside, Montbello to be exact. Make sure y'all sub to his channel. He came up with the FBA Culture Reports, and he's a dope MC rap artist out of Denver, Colorado. So make sure y'all check him out, Kukizi 5100 on YouTube. Then we got our brother from another mother, Breeze Omega, who's in Virginia by way of Hempstead, Long Island. Make sure y'all sub to his channel, Breeze Omega. I was listening to him and Miss April Showers try to get some off-code raccoon on code. Then we got the Church of Black Power, our brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well, the Church of Black Power on YouTube. He did an awesome stream. It was that the other day, so make sure y'all check him out. He shows us love, so we show him love back. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded, who was live earlier. He did his recap. I chimed in briefly, give my piece on the situation. Make sure y'all check out Torian Rain Reloaded. He's been around for a decade plus, and he put Lisa Cabrera on as well. Then we got our brother Black Alpha Network. Shout out to the #1 activist. Check him out. Black Alpha Network on YouTube. The link to his channel is also in the description. And last but certainly not least, we got our brother Black Truth United, who's been on hiatus but did come up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. It's basically a B1 FBA directory for Black owned businesses. So make sure y'all check that out. The link's in the description. We got Sister A. Jones in the building. Salute. I salute to you. And then we got the link to the B1 Rolodex is in the description. The link to submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. Then our brother Church has come out with some foundational Freedmen merchandise. So make sure y'all check that out. The link to the website is in the description. FRP, meaning the Freedmen Reparations Party merch.com. Make sure y'all check that out. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American caucus. Sign the petition. The link is in the description. This has been long overdue. Then we got a topic that is, we have the link to a topic that we're going to be discussing tonight, and that is the Anti-Reparations Fund. The link to that is in the description, where you're the target of politically motivated actions by the Biden DOJ. Yes. Was the Biden DOJ weaponized against you? Yes. If the answer to those questions is yes, then you can apply, but Supreme Court just shot that down. So we're going to discuss that further on them shutting it down. Then we got Sister Brooks' call to action in New York. Make sure y'all submit those letters and those emails. It's about a week left to do that. So the link to Brooks' call to action is in the description. So make sure you get those emails and letters submitted within the next week or so. Then we got the reparations for descendants of American Slaves Act. The change.org petition is in the description. Make sure y'all sign that. Then we got Lady Chade's GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got our brother Josh Hart, who put hands and feet all over that. I can't even say suspected white supremacist, no more of that white supremacist. Dalton or Earth Ethely, otherwise known as Chud the Builder, Chud the Bussy. And the link to our brother Josh Hart, who's a military veteran, is in the description. I believe he's at his goal, fast approaching the goal of $300,000. So make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got to stop Netflix from releasing damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. Shout out to Dr. Randy Short for putting that petition together. And the link to that change.org petition is in the description. Then we got myself, as you can tell from the background. I am a candidate on the ballot for office for the House of Representatives here in the state of Colorado for House District 8. And the link to my website is also in the description. Then we got a copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news report, and teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity, and that is economics, that is education, that is entertainment, that is labor, that is law, that is politics, that is religion, that is sex, and that is war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity, and that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned over a year ago at the age of 95, ProduceJustice.com. In other words, Black Family replaces global wicked system with a system of justice, which guarantees that nobody's mistreated and those in the most constructive help get it in a constructive manner. In all 9 areas of human and people activity, ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy as conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of 2 months ago. So a big rest in power to her. She kicked open the door for Black psychology here in America, in the United States. And she would be dearly missed. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, for paying for her funeral, along with several others, and for featuring her in the newest Hidden Colors 6, which is going to be dropping in sometime in Black August. So make sure y'all check that out. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City. Go Broncos. You're muted, Shabaka. Shabaka, Earth Page, and Shabaka. Okay, well, I guess he'll unmute when he gets ready. All right, so I'm going to hop right into it with the tangibles. This is the year and a decade of tangibles. Continue to amass something tangible for your vote, Black family, all the way between now and 2100. So instead of 2020, it's 2026, but everything else remains the same. So let me share my screen again so y'all can see first dem, because it's always first dem, and then tangibles 2020. So back in 2019, our good brother Tariq Nasheed came up with the hashtag tangibles 2020. And in it, he was detailing everything that we, meaning the foundation of Black Americans, were going to demand from the two-party system. So this was by way of Dr. Claude Anderson. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson for putting us up on game over 50 years ago. So back in 2020, our good brother Tariq Nasheed came up with this hashtag. And instead of 2020, it's 2026. Everything else remains the same. So the 2026 midterm elections are coming up. The 2027 Denver and LA elections are coming up. And the 2028 presidential elections are coming up. And foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus, now it's like 55, 56 years, malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans into groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, underserved, underrepresented, under-resourced, distressed, downtrodden, communities of interest, communities of color, etc., BIPOC, has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, meaning the 2026 for the midterms, 2027 for the Denver and LA elections, and 2028 for the presidential elections, the U.S. presidential elections. Foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus malign neglect policy and implement the two-party system. Okay, I already read that. In this election cycle, we are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits, specifically for us. We do not want trickle-down secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag tangibles2020. And that's exactly what we've been doing, Black family, for the past 7 years. Oh, damn, I'm sorry. I thought it was Sharon, but y'all get the gist. That's exactly what we've been doing for the past 7 years, spreading this hashtag far and wide on social media. And we're not letting up on our tangibles. We said from the very beginning, this is going to be a marathon, not a sprint. And when we talk about something tangible, we talk about something that's real, something with substance, something you can count, measure, feel with your own hand, i.e. a check, i.e. direct lineage cash payments, an anti-Black, anti-FBA hate crime bill, an end to qualified immunity in all 50 states, and tax exemption, and land grants and land allotments, specifically to our lineage group. If none of these politicians are offering any of the above, then don't waste your time voting for them. And that goes for the local, state, and federal level. That goes for the Democrats. That goes for the Republicans. And that goes for the third party as well. And that what is that amount up to? It's now starting at $100 trillion for past, present, and future atrocities that have been brought against our people, meaning the foundational Black Americans, the people that built this country, and continue to be brought against our people in 2026. So they're not offering nothing tangible for your vote. Then don't waste your time voting for them. The days are over of them shaming us into voting. And you got to vote because your ancestors died for you to have the right to vote. No, our ancestors died for us to have liberation and freedom. And they thought that vote was getting toward that. After 60 years of doing the same old thing, expecting a different result, we can clearly see that it's insanity. and it's not working. So,
precisely.
there you are, Shabaka. Greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City. What are your thoughts on the tangibles?
Go ahead and cut the check and give us the whole damn Federal Reserve, man. You know what I'm saying? And then on top of it as well, too, you know, for all these individuals talking about, oh, y'all don't deserve it. Oh, that deal was so long ago and all that bullshit. They don't understand or refuse to understand the power of the parlay of investments. You see what I mean? So all that money, man, that we produce, sugarcane and cotton, all that got submerged into the U.S. economy, and they kept reinvesting it, and reinvesting it. You see what I'm saying? And they want to act like that we stupid. You see, hey, Cal Dog, what's going on? And then they want to act like
we got Twin in the building. We got damn it, I'm sorry. We got Michael in the building. We got Twin in the building. Who else we got in here? It was somebody else. A Jones, Sister A Jones in the building.
Mm-hmm.
It was one other person. Let's see in the chat. Trying to think who it is. Let's see, Michael. Let's see. All right, Antithesis. Shout out to Antithesis and Daniel.
Oh, okay. Okay, Antithesis. That's a good name, you know what I'm saying? Because they're the ones that counterman the thesis. You know what I mean? You know, it's I believe it's either speech method or intellectual discussion method and what have you, you know. And Cow Dog's in the building. Yeah. And then let's see here, and who else we got? Okay. All right, well, greetings all, you know what I'm saying, as always, and Michael, of course, you know, it's always a pleasure and whatnot. Okay, now the thing is that what has happened in this country, people, ever since doing the civil rights movement and all that, they want to dummy us down. You know what I mean? They want us to hate ourselves is because, see, you know, our self-destruction, you know, is their enhancement. You see what I mean?
You heading for self-destruction?
Yeah, exactly. You see? So they want us to sit here and destroy ourselves, but at the same token, like you said, that you so right about, they want us to lump us in the people of color. You know what I'm saying? And things of that nature right there. But they don't never want us to have a distinct identity, as that Malcolm X was talking about. You see what I'm saying? And then on top of it, and then these goddamn tethers, once again, I'm going to still keep crumb bumming on you motherfuckers, is because you sold us out for fucking trinkets.
Yeah.
And a goddamn bottle of booze.
Trinkets. Trinkets and bees. Trinkets and bees, like Sister Brooks. Trinkets and bees.
Yeah, trinkets, beads, and booze. You know what I'm saying? Yep.
Yeah, we do need more music like that, Cow Dog. That's very true.
Mm-hmm. And then on top of it, there, shout out there, you know, to the crew over there in Southern California. It's windy out here in this desert because we got high wind.
Oh, what was the high temperature today, Shabaka? I know it was like 100 or something.
Okay, I think we got up to about 101 today, Brother Che. You know what I'm saying?
So we hit 94 or 95 today.
Oh man, that's a blizzard, man, compared to here, man. You know what I'm saying?
That's the first 90-degree day this year. The hell you talk about blizzard? That ain't no blizzard. That's more like a hailstorm waiting to happen. Hey, we got Sister Val in the building.
Yeah, hey Val, yeah, and I've been in one of your hailstorms too, man. I've seen snow on one corner, hail on the other, rain on the other one, and sunshine on the other one. That shit is crazy, man. But it's a natural.
We got all 4 seasons in one day. We got a saying out here: if you don't like the weather, wait 15 minutes for the change.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I've been in 65-degree temperatures out there, man, in the middle of December. You know what I'm saying? But then I remember in March, man, when the damn snow came. You remember what happened?
Yeah, you were warned, Shabaka.
Yeah.
Shabaka was warned, y'all. Don't let him tell y'all the story. He was warned before he even came not to come in March. And he didn't think fat meat was greasy, and now he see it's very greasy.
Yeah, and then the car got snowed on, man. You know what I'm saying? I put brakes on, snow goes all over the windshield and shit, man. And I'm like, oh, hell no, give me the damn desert. You know what I'm saying?
And then you had the Venezuelans that were begging you for money.
Oh, yeah. And up there going up on my windshield. And I told him, look, man, you touch my car again, I'm just going to whoop your ass. You know what I'm saying? And he got him very quickly. And then, of course, you know what I'm saying, is here for Val and Cow Dog. Like, you know, the trick who's going to sit up there and ask me for some change at the 7-Eleven, man, you know, which is like about, what was that, across the parking lot, Brother Che, from where I was at over there. Arapahoe. And then this same motherfucker people is knocking on my damn door the very next month. I says, man, you better get the fuck up out here, man, before you get hurt. Because I was about to treat it as,
there's like a Conoco over there on Arapahoe, and then the 7-Eleven is like up the block on Boston.
Right, and I think it was Boston I was at, because the hotel I was at was right behind the 7-Eleven. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, you know, and they had a little hill that you had to walk up to get up there, man. You know what I mean? You know, and then
the Bay Area was 76 degrees today and breezy. Beanie and hoodie. It's cold out there.
Cow Dog. Yeah, Cow Dog. I've been in there.
It'll be like 105 in Sacramento, and then as soon as you get to the Bay, it's like 60 degrees.
The temperature drops. Yes, sir. And what happens on that there, people, of what Brother Che is talking about, is that the San Joaquin Valley is like a huge wind tunnel. The cold air will come down from the north, okay, you know, out the PMW or the Pacific Northwest. Then the hot air this time of the year from the summer will go northward up there. You see what I'm saying? And it'll be dry as hell. And that there is like when you get to Bakersfield and all points north, let's see, what's them counties, Madera County, Fresno County, and all that, you know, it'll be straight hot. You see, but you know, that's the wind tunnel. But of course, the further north you go, the cooler it gets, and then of course, the further south you go, the warmer it gets. It's because you're going off into the Great Mojave Desert basin. You know what I'm saying? And
I used to love 7-Eleven too, but we gotta start boycotting 7-Eleven too because it's Asian owned.
Yes, sir, that is correct. Hey, we got Uptight 24 building. All right.
Brother Damon's in the building. Shout out to the Lancaster family.
Okay, and everybody's got a wrench, you know, so when idiots come in, just say oops upside the head. Yeah. Okay, and Cow Dog says we don't know how hot it is until we leave the Bay. Cow Dog, that's for real, Cow Dog. Because as soon as you leave the Bay, man, and start going down to 5, man, when you hit Stanislaus County, that's where you feel the heat. You say then the further north you go in the opposite direction, then when you hit Alameda County out of San Joaquin County, that's when you feel the temperature drop. You know what I'm saying? And then you just take that 580 west, and it would take you right there to Panther Town. You know what I'm saying? The birthplace of the Black Panther Party.
80 west, and take you straight into San Francisco.
Yep. Yes, sir. And that day you will be crossing the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge. Yeah, Val Hawkins, the 7-Eleven Asian owned, you know. And then to find out that there was bullshit.
Remember the Cookie Mart? They're basically the same people from the Simpsons. Cookie Mart.
Yeah, and then I saw a damn video where this Asian dude comes up here and says that he wants us to boycott Asian businesses, putting us down, calling us stupid.
Yeah, we're gonna go over all that tonight, Shabaka. Up. Let's finish up with the tangibles. Let's hear from Lady Che. We ain't heard from Lady. Go ahead, Lady Che. What do you got on the tangibles?
I wasn't even here. What do you want me to say? That's like
what you usually say about tangibles.
Don't just full of shit. Don't vote. There's nothing tangible to vote for. At all, period. And there's nothing tangible to vote for at all. So I don't know if everybody's been watching the debates, but there's shit to vote for. Hold your vote. Hold your vote. Hold your babies. There you go.
Oh yeah. Well, all right. No, you're in Little Rock. Okay. East of Palmdale.
Okay. Then up there, man, must be a new community, man, because I haven't been through Palmdale, man, and shit in about 30 years.
No,
you know?
East of Palmdale.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah, because you got that highway there that goes from Palmdale, man, to where's our man at, man, you know, who with the low riders, man, you got Palmdale, and what's the other one out there?
Lancaster.
Thank you. Yeah, Brother Che, Lancaster. Yeah.
Bakersfield. Lancaster.
Yeah. Yeah, and then also too, you know, when you pass Magic Mountain, you're out there by the LA County Jail, the Honor Ranch, you know what I'm saying? And that there's where everybody, man, is on their way to the pen, you know.
Yep, it's gonna be a hot summer.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Pull up summer.
Using up everything, so it's sucking up everything out the earth. So it's only gonna get hotter. It's only gonna get more miserable. It's only gonna get worse.
Yeah.
Like, they ain't really thinking about it, so they start thinking about how we gonna effectively cool down, get our shit done, find resources. I suggest making lots of friends with motherfuckers that know trades.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because you see what's happening in motherfucking Cuba. Well, California sending all kind of oil.
Mm-hmm.
So you see all kind of oil.
Lady Che.
Pipelines of oil.
Lady Che. Yeah. You know, California still got oil coming out them damn pumps up there in the Baldwin Hills. You know what I mean?
Oil, you got gas. And they're just sitting there, just wasting away. So let's figure out what brothers we know, brothers and sisters that do hard ass motherfucking trades like gas and oil and solar and water, and let's make friends. Because at this point, it's about to be robbing season, and they don't give a fuck. We don't give a fuck. And I sure as hell know that I'm about to go get it how I live. So the same motherfuckers at the same time are just gonna be out there with me. We were stealing, robbing, and marauding. Right. Because at this point, these motherfuckers are gonna they're just filling up their fat little stingy little pockets, and they don't care about nobody. And I don't know how they gonna live when the electricity and shit go out, because all this shit is on digital currency. So, you know, we might have to go back to digging holes and stuffing shit in our fucking mattresses and out in the back and fucking in the walls and in the floor, because we can't be assed out like they are. They finna be assed out. Because they don't know how to take care of themselves. We're black. We've been doing this shit without any resources for a long motherfucking time. Decades, generations.
Yeah.
So while they crying and bitching and can't hold their own nuts, we're gonna be the ones able to hold our own nuts and getting it outside. So best thing to do is not just stay prayed up, but go ahead and get you a Fiesta Bang Bang and you know, get your tools and get ready to
get your power tools together.
Get your family, get the water to your family, we're doing all this extra shit that they're about to do. And
exactly.
These things I saw online that you can fill up and clean out your water. So, you know, those little bags that got clean the water out, whatever. There's a couple of brothers online that do different things, like they make gas out of nothing, like plastics, you know, that. Let's figure out somebody, you know, we know a couple people personally got some land or whatever that we could, you know, not commandeer, but like maybe purchase a little corner of. You know what I mean? So think about it. We're gonna have to go back to the basics when it get rough.
All right, but in regards to this politics thing, if you're gonna vote, demand something tangible for your vote at the local, state, and federal level from any politician, including myself. If I'm not offering no tangibles, don't waste your time voting for me. I am a candidate on the ballot for office here in the state of Colorado. The election is in November, and including myself, if I'm not offering nothing tangible, don't waste your time voting for me either.
Right, you know, and then also
too, me as an example. We got Kahari in the building. We were at 6:29. I think we're at 6:30.
What's going on? Okay. Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, please check out
Salute,
Shabaka's Black Experience. It's Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced this coming Tuesday. Okay, it's because we're going to be doing a very, very sensitive subject. Okay, a lot of y'all were not around when this happened, but I was in my youth when this happened, and this here will be the Atlanta child murders case. Okay,
we need
from
to have
79.
MD on. We need MD
Yeah,
on
we
for
need
that
everybody
show.
on. Yeah,
But we need
yeah,
people
we definitely
that's
need.
in Georgia, Shabaka. So we got
I'm
MD.
sorry.
We need people that's specifically in Georgia.
Oh,
so
absolutely,
we got MD,
indeed.
we got Antithesis. We got our brother Chase McGee. We got several people down in the ATL that we can have on for that. So
Absolutely, most definitely. And then also too, Brother Chair, I'm going to be
we
researching
got
the
brother
names.
Nas too.
We got to get who?
Brother Nas. Brother
Oh,
Nas
yeah.
from Long Time Radio.
Yeah, most definitely. You see what I'm
Yanga.
saying?
We need
Yeah,
Yanga too.
most definitely. Yes, sir. Yeah, most
We
definitely.
got Yanga down there too.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And so, like I said, I remember the case, as it went down. I was in my early 20s, I believe. Okay, and then of course, as we do know,
We lost a
is
killer
that
follower.
Wayne? Huh?
What do you mean? What do we lose, Matt?
Oh yeah. No, uptight is right. Yeah, shit. California has that slow vote count bullshit. Red is about to flip the state. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Yeah. See, this is what I'm talking about, Brother Chase, because California, man, will fuck around and elect a repub governor and a demo light governor and turn around and do the exact fucking opposite. You see what I'm saying? And I think that everybody's getting ready to witness that shit.
Yeah, it's been 20 years to make it. It's the same thing in Colorado. Like, it looked like the Republicans gonna win here in Colorado too. So.
And then on top of it as well too is that California carries the majority of the electoral vote.
Passed away. Who passed away? You just found out a few days ago. Who passed away, man?
Who was that, Mac 285?
If you mind disclosing, I don't know.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head who it is. But
she showed up a few times. She was sick.
She was sick. Who was it? I'm trying to remember who it was.
Mellow Cow.
Oh, I vaguely remember her.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, condolences to.
Oh, Mellow Cap. Oh,
Mellow
Cap. I do remember Mellow Cap. Oh,
okay.
man,
Condolences to her. Yeah. And then may she rest in power. Okay. Is leading California gubernatorial race. Okay, that's going to be the bastard who's going to be the next governor of California. I can spot this shit a mile away. Okay, now is Steve Hilton hooked up with the Hilton Corporation?
Yes, she did. She did live this show. That's very true, Matt.
Damn. Sorry to hear that. Okay,
yeah,
now Mike.
Too.
Okay, she was a veteran. Okay. Thank her for her service, And then on top of it as well, too, now, Michael, Steve Hilton, is he related to Paris Hilton?
I don't think so, Shabaka.
Okay, the reason why I say that is because if he is rather directly or indirectly, because
that's why you've been MIA. Okay. I was wondering where y'all have been at. I'm like, where the hell is Mac at?
Okay.
Yeah, definitely condolences. Miss Mellow Cap.
Yeah, may she rest in peace, And then too, now Steve Hilton, now Stair, if I'm not mistaken, okay, he's Steyer, Tim Steyer. I don't think he made it, but I will check the idiot box from time to time. You know what I'm saying? Is because they're still counting the votes and what have you. But you see, California people has the most. Okay, he says he don't think he's related to Paris Hilton. Okay, Michael. Okay. All right. Okay.
No, he's not the heir to the hotel. No.
No, Paris Hilton is, but if she's a family member of his, then quite naturally, of course, you know she's gonna drop bread on him. You know what I'm saying? Okay, all righty.
Yeah,
Okay, and then
power mellow cat.
okay,
Yeah.
all right. So once again, you know, California is going to start their shenanigans, you know, in the next couple of months, you know, with their gubernatorial race and all this bullshit. And then we're going to be looking for the coons, the house niggas, the yassa bosses, you know what I'm saying? And I really do hope the brother who's running for the California State Assembly down there near Culver City, you said what happened with him, Brother Che? He didn't make it, or did he make it?
No, he didn't make it. Billions. They're doing something with the election down there, Shabaka. We're going to touch on all that. But let me move to the next topic, which is Ricc Chow, not guilty. That's the Asian merchant or business owner that shot and killed our brother Cyrus, Carmacc-Belton, young man who's only, 14? So we had another Latasha Harlins type situation. They accused him of all things, stealing water. He put the water back, and they chased him down with 150 yards. Rumor has it the son is the one that pulled the trigger, not Ricc, but he took the fall for his son.
No conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that. So Lisa,
and then of course,
Lisa's gonna give us an update on that.
Okay, then also too, Brother Che, if I may add before you start that with Lisa, okay, there's all kind of shit about Carmelo Anthony on the internet, you know what I mean? And I want to talk briefly about that because they're getting ready to start his trial soon, and that case should be
it already started. It started this week, Shabaka. The trial's already begun.
Okay.
The day 2 or day 3 of the trial. But yeah, we're gonna touch on all that tonight. So First, we got to get to Ricc Chow, not guilty verdict, Cyrus Carmacc-Belton case verdict. So Lisa's going to give us an update on that.
Right.
Oh, this is acting like this.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. We're going to talk about the recent verdict that came out for Ricc Chow.
Salute time.
And Cyrus Carmacc-Belton, 14-year-old who he slaughtered out in the streets. You know, there are a lot of people that believe that Ricc Chow did not actually unalive Cyrus, but actually it was his son.
What about that, Sean? Oh, yeah.
So, which could be true because when you look at the video, his son definitely ran way faster than he did. So the bottom line is, you know, up in these courts have been a complete nightmare for our people.
That's good.
I don't care what cop it is. They will let them off. They'll let a white vigilante off. We saw that with Daniel Penny.
Yeah.
They will let virtually any non-Black person off for killing us. And now, as you can see, even an immigrant can kill us and get away with it. Yeah. And the courts in this country will let them get away with it. Now, see, this is when the Congressional Black Caucus and the Democrats, this is when you should speak up. But you know, when you speak up, when you are afraid you're going to lose your seat, you'll speak up over that. We haven't heard a peep out of anybody from the Democratic Party, but we're supposed to help you save a damn seat. Y'all can go kick rocks for real. And you deserve to lose your seat as far as I'm concerned. So immigrants just got off. So this just goes to show how deep America's hate is for us.
Excuse me. What's up?
It is deep.
We'll never miss.
Even if you weren't born here and you immigrated here, you can take a pot shot at us out on these streets and get away with it because the United States government says it's okay to do.
Yeah, they try to get close to white supremacy, Val.
Y'all, This is why I am not I will always pray for the downfall and demise of this place. Now you may say I shouldn't do that. Well, I do. Well, I do. And moments like this, yeah, I'm not gonna not pray to get my people out of harm's way. You damn right, I'm gonna pray for that, and I'm gonna keep praying for it too. But this was horrific.
Yeah.
He slaughtered a 14-year-old that did nothing wrong in the store. Instead, he was even trying to prove that he didn't steal anything from that store.
Right.
And they just didn't want to believe him. And see, it was racism that caused you not to want to believe this child.
Yeah.
Excuse me. You know, that was racism. The fact that you wouldn't even consider the fact that maybe he didn't take anything. No, you were certain and you were wrong. And see, this seems to be a standing pattern.
Yep.
Even when we are in these stores, you can best believe some white person is going to accuse us of stealing something, and then they'll be as wrong as 2 left feet. I have seen it so many times online, I lost count. That's how many videos are online of these folks making all kinds of accusations and nothing was taken out of the store. You know, they act like we don't have the money to spend in their store. We're just coming to steal. And of all people. So now, y'all, there is a boycott. They're calling for a boycott of all Asian stores. And to be honest with you, that shouldn't be that hard for us. Stop eating their pho. Stop buying their Chinese food. Don't go and buy products out of their hair shops. Don't, you know, it really should not be difficult to do. But yeah, I'm for it. You know, there are some that may say, oh, well, it's not right. They didn't all do it. You know what? We don't have time for that no more. People don't care if they're unfair to us, but we're in turn supposed to be fair to them. The hell with that. The hell with that.
That's right, Michael.
And I'm tired of our people talking like that, because I've seen some videos online. Well, Mr. Chow is just one man. You know, it may not be right to boycott all age. Shut up. Shut up. That's what I have to say to that. Shut up.
Michael's definitely
okay. There has not been one instance where these folks, immigrant or citizens alike, they show no concern about being fair to us.
Michael,
giving us the benefit of the doubt. No, they don't want to do it, but we're supposed to do it when it comes down to them. I'm tired of this one-sided love affair. It sucks.
Yeah,
and I hate it. And we should all be tired of it. I don't really, technically, I don't have to buy nothing from no Asian. I really don't. And I'll be just fine. I don't have to buy nothing from them. Absolutely nothing.
That's true time.
So let's get into the videos, y'all.
Don't buy shit from them. Break their ass. Don't spend your fucking money.
But yeah, there's no justice in their court.
Well, we were supposed to be boycotting the immigrant businesses to begin with. So
exactly.
We're not supposed to spend no money with immigrant businesses. So the Asian thing, that's just an added addition, but that's all incorporated in the immigrant businesses.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just like in 1992 that we did the story on there too, Brother Check. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And a whole lot of them Asian businesses went under like a motherfucker too. That they did.
No matter who the perpetrator is, that's all this proved to me. The perpetrator can be domestic or foreign, and the outcome is still the same in these courts.
I do.
The only thing, Rick Chow and his son, they should both be behind bars. But because there is no
money out of
justice
it.
in their just us system, this is always going to be the outcome for us. For real.
And have that motherfucker go into the general population too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he belongs in behind fucking bars.
Yeah, they
in
need
general
to
population.
Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
trial or something.
So there's no doubt we are definitely the most hated people in this country.
Yeah.
And that's the
Well, at
only
least
thing
we're
this
the
court
most hated
proved
because they
today. I mean,
cannot
yesterday
be.
with the verdict. Thank you for the ones.
Tom definitely needs to look
Yeah.
something. Yep. Well, Jeezy
Okay,
found
we
that out.
have
Man.
Juniper. Yeah, okay.
You
We have
asked me, I
Juniper
don't
Hey,
think
Joy.
y'all unalive Cyrus.
Thank you for
Why I say that
checking
though.
in.
Y'all really think a 50-year-old man can hawk down a fresh 14-year-old, a healthy 14-year-old child? It's running full force.
them
If y'all was to go back and watch that video, look how fast Ricc Chow's son was moving. Who would have thought that boy was a running back? However, do I think both balls should be in the dirt? Hell yeah. At the end of the day, we all know the son did it. Ricc Chow's son did it. Ricc Chow just took the blame. And I wasn't even gonna post this video. I'm like, man, I'm gonna stay out of this shit right here. But the more I stay out of it, the more I just sit back and look at the videos. It's no way that Ricc Chow hawked that man down. As old as Ricc Chow is, that nigga would have broke a damn hip bone, a leg bone. He would have broke some shit just by running that fast. Me personally, I would expect the son to run faster and be able to run longer than the daddy, Ricc Chow. If this trial went like this right here, I can imagine how Camelo Anthony trial is about to go. Hey, bro, it's no way that the judge and the jury is not seeing this shit. It's crazy that you can have all the evidence in the world and they still say not guilty. Hey, like what more can you even show to prove your innocence? Now, I hate to say it, at this point, it feel like you almost just had to go ahead and throw your life away once you get yourself in a situation. Obviously, going to trial and trying to prove your innocence don't work nowadays.
You shoot a kid straight in their back after chasing them for 130 yards and somehow get found not guilty?
We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, GK Ricc Chow, as to charge of murder, not guilty. Sign number.
He was found not guilty for the shooting and killing of Cyrus Carmacc-Belton. Just to be clear, in 2023, Cyrus entered the store, was suspected of stealing a bottle of water, exited the store, chased for 130 yards by Chow and his son, shot in the back and died on scene. While Cyrus did not steal anything, he did have a gun inside his jacket, which was mistaken for stolen goods. One thing I do think played a huge role in this case was the fact that prosecution only put a murder charge on the table. Our entire defense was that Cyrus pulled a gun on his son, so he shot him to defend his son. The jury wasn't convinced beyond reasonable doubt that it wasn't self-defense, then they're not going to convict him of murder. There are no lesser charges offered on the table. It's either going to be murder or not guilty. That might have been the prosecution's biggest mistake in this case. It wasn't the first time Mr. Chow shot at a suspected shoplifter, just the first time it was fatal.
They killed that black boy and they let that dude get off and his son get off because they want a race war. But what's interesting about white people and like elite white people that want this race war so bad, basically just like the Palantir Nazis in government,
right?
And then like the Trump idiots,
right? Bruh, I don't know where you've been the last 400 years, but we've been in a race war for 400 years. So what are you talking about? What is you talking about, bruh?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We've been in a race war. So what is he talking about?
And that's why the police are the policy enforcers that evolved from slave patrollers.
They want black people to throw the first punch so they can justify why they want to mutilate, murder, rape, destroy, beat down, demonize, dehumanize us. But they don't want to accept the fact that that's how they feel without us doing anything. Like that's just how they feel in relation to our existence. But they keep on doing this reactive abuse shit, the racism, all of this baiting us because they want us to do the thing on the front end that justifies why they feel this way or why they're justified in acting this way.
Yep, I agree.
They're so fucking weird, bro. Like when you study white people and like white culture, study narcissism like hand in hand. It's one of the greatest examples of narcissism on that has expanded from a cult group to a complete globalized like social conscious. It's fucking weird as fuck, bro. Like there is genuinely no value in the color of your skin. In your melanin, there is value that can be appreciated by your environment, by society, by the world, by all of that stuff, especially by science.
We covered that shit back. How much is melanin going for now? Let me ask.
Okay, I believe, man, what was it, about $35 a gram, I think, man?
No, it was more than that. It was like,
yeah, wait a minute,
$500 a gram pre-pandemic.
Yeah, and times that by 16, and that they'll tell you how much it is an ounce.
Yeah, but it's more than that now. Constant.
Yeah. Yeah. Experimentation they've been using us for, you know, all that.
Let's see. It is going for $667 a gram.
Damn, and times that by 16, so that's damn near $10,000. Yeah, damn near $10,000 an ounce. Yeah. That's why they killing us, harvesting the organs. You see what I'm saying?
For the melanin.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You
see?
Let's see what's your comments. I need to put your comments up on the screen anyway. I'm sorry. Let's see.
The time says
where happened. It's happening in South Carolina. South Carolina is the most racist state in the United States, like Mississippi, Virginia, West Virginia, Indiana. Yeah, it was the first state of the Confederacy. It was the first state to secede from the Union. And it was also my ancestral homeland. My ancestors were sharecroppers in South Carolina. China Mac is ignorant. Yep, he is. To hell with China Mac. He's another damn culture vulture. The gas station should have been toast. Exactly, Damien.
Yeah, exactly. You see? Juniper Joy, Crime 4, Copper Color Indigenous Business.
Yep, that's right, Jennifer. When you live in a state that you can carry a gun, black men doesn't have a choice in hell because if the shoe was on the other foot. Well, that's why the Black Panthers was created time.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Mac 285 says salute to Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan. Okay, now it's very interesting about Bruce Lee. Okay, when we had Kalia Ali up here, is that she said that she was
trained by
student
him.
Of Bruce Lee.
Yeah.
See, so shout out there to Bruce Lee. You know what I'm saying? He was born in San Francisco, raised in Hong Kong, and then, you know, he came back to San Francisco. Then he did a martial arts tournament in 1964, California State University, Long Beach. And then that's when the creators of a show called The Green Hornet had wanted him on there, you know, as Kato. And then what happened is after The Green Hornet was canceled.
Chow on the live. Yeah. I'm very sure our brother is cognizant of the situation.
And so then Bruce came back.
It's color of your.
Oh yeah, finish your thoughts about it, and I gotta get back to the video.
Yeah, yes, sir. And then of course Bruce Lee, you know, he had started his movies, you know, Enter the Dragon, what have the Chinese Connection, and then Mr. Lee passed away, from what I understand, under mysterious circumstances in 1973.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the percentage of FBAs in Long Beach is only 12%. That's crazy, Michael. It used to be like 30%.
Right. Well, that's a lot of our people. Yeah, that's a lot of our people going to the cemetery and going to the slammer, Brother Che.
Or getting the hell out.
Yeah, that too. You know, combination of all three. Okay. Time 18 says this reminds me of Zimmerman when white men have the legal right to shoot any black man and he'll get away with it. That's what the court system is telling you. Pretty much.
On us. That's basically what the court system is telling us. Marcel needs to take that cardboard seat. Yeah, he does, but he's not running again.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah. And then on top of it as well, too, is that you see in this country here is that it's okay to kill one of us. That is the norm. And then like old Charlie Kirk with that bullshit where he got dumped on. Well, what about black on black crime? You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
What about the Bisco on the Bisco crime? Y'all shoot up
that part. Yeah. Thank you, Brother Che. Took the words right out of my mouth.
Fuck out of here talking about violence. Y'all are the perpetuators of violence, and you have been that for thousands of years since you came up with goddamn caves. So you can miss that bullshit. But let me get back to the video, Shabaki.
Yes, sir.
Skin, like, oh, we don't have any pigment in our skin, so we're better than you. Like, you know, that there's a better chance that your ancestry actually comes out of caves, like underground caves, and you accidentally came to the surface, and then now you're trying to like colonize the surface land. Because the only way that you could be down there and transparent, like your skin is transparent, just like the fish in the ocean who have transparent skin, is because they don't get any sunlight.
The whiteness.
Mm-hmm.
Who burns in the sun? All right. But yeah, this is I'm telling you, black people. Rest in peace to the child, bro, and rest in peace to all of us, because I'm telling you right now, until we sit here and call every one of these things out and we don't let up off the gas, until we do that, bro, they're sacrificing us, bro, because they want this race war so bad, and they don't only want a race war. The little MAGA Nazis and ICE rapists, they want a race war. So they can justify why they have 50 guns sitting in their bunkers or 50 guns sitting inside like a closet in their house. They want to take this out on American citizens, bro. This is fucking insane. And they're also jealous that their grandparents and their great-grandparents got to enjoy the benefits of Jim Crow or slavery, and they're the unfortunate class that doesn't get to. And not only that, but they have to compete with a bunch of other marginalized people who were just given human rights and people who are super ambitious and super driven to never be marginalized or dehumanized again. And these lazy ass people have to compete with that. You think they're going to do it? Fuck no, bro. The best thing we could do, it's not like, it's almost like just like a vampire. Shine the light on the vampire, but don't engage with it. Shine the light on it, and that's all you do. And just let it burn in the fucking light, bro. But let these people show you so much of what they say about marginalized people, about women, especially about black men, about disabled people, about gay people, all the negative shit you hear, most of, not all, but most of the negative shit you hear is a projection. I had a t-shirt I was going to put on my Cosmic Nomad site. I'll probably just make it for myself, though. It says, unwarranted accusations equal guilty projections. And that's right, like 9 times out of 10, 100,000% of the time. It's very interesting how it is. But black people, we're going to need the craziest mental fortitude, the craziest mental strength anybody has ever had, ever. Especially as it pertains to the next coming years. Because we could definitely be going into Jim Crow America. All so we don't have to call the president a pedophile and we don't have to call Netanyahu a war criminal. Bruh. Yeah, they'll destroy this country. And actually, let me add another take I have. I think that Donald Trump isn't even the president.
Like
I
think
Jared Kushner.
You've been around white people too long.
I think Jared Kushner married Trump's daughter, so he could basically, because Jared Kushner doesn't have a soul. I think Jared Kushner married Trump's daughter so he could be the acting president behind Donald Trump while using Donald as a scapegoat and leveraging Donald Trump's cult, while also being able to get Donald in office to pardon his criminal fraudster dad, who has a bunch of issues, but we don't have to go there for this conversation. And I think that Jared Kushner wants to escalate the violence or at least whatever it's going to take to create this new Gaza or this new Israel, greater Israel, whatever the fuck the project is. Because he's going to be $100 billion real estate developer in this new land that they're creating. Right. And if that doesn't make him a god, he's going to be some kind of king in this new Israel. Yeah, and the whole entire point of these guys trying to like create this land for the Jews who got banished from literally every single Jew in a perfect world or a near perfect world. The biggest gripe that a propagandist network, a racist propagandist network, like Fox News has against the president of the United States, who happens to be a black man, the first one.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Get rid of him. I'm so sick of that damn raccoon.
Learn, bro.
Social media is sad and outraged after Ricc Chow was found not guilty of taking the life of innocent Cyrus.
Ricc Chow as to the charge of murder, not guilty. Fine number 3024.
You see, the story that Chow tells is that the boy was in his store stealing water, so they chased after him. That's when the boy whipped out a firearm, aimed it at them, and that's when Chow basically let off. Well, police and prosecutors say that's a lie because footage shows that not only did the boy never steal water out the store, that was a complete lie made up by Chow, but even though the 14-year-old boy did have a firearm on him, they stated that the firearm fell, that he popped Cyrus in the back multiple times, nowhere near where the firearm was. That South Carolina jury said, nah, the dad was in the right. It's crazy because when the police, prosecutors, and the people all agree that somebody should have been in jail, then yeah, we know injustice was done. Rest in peace to Cyrus. He did not deserve what happened to him. It's crazy that even with video evidence, they still found that man not guilty.
Right.
Here in America in 2026, Black Americans are going through a very weird time in America, okay? We have the YT people who have had a history of suppressing, deleting, and basically just making sure that Black Americans never are equal or have the opportunities that they have. In 2026, now we have immigrants who have not been in this country longer than Black Americans, right? Multiple groups, but they all seem to hate Black Americans. It's very weird because Black Americans have had no power to disrespect, demise, demoralize any country in American existence. But yet, Black Americans are the enemy of so many different groups of people, including the Asians that are here in America right now. I just want to remind them, or not even remind, I want the Asians who see this to think about, what have Black people done to your people?
Or we travel to America.
I'll give you the answer. Absolutely nothing. Right? And I want to remind you guys that World War II, the U.S. firebombed numerous cities of yours.
Trey was in the tree.
They dropped 2 atomic bombs on your ancestors. Black Americans had zero control over that. But yet you guys are here in America today in 2026 and you don't like us. Weird. Okay, we'll just leave that there. Okay, North Korea. Korean War. Massive U.S.-led bombing campaigns. Yes. Millions of Korean civilian casualties occurred during that war. Vietnam. Right? 1955 to 1975, extensive bombing campaigns, use of Agent Orange and other things to get whatever they needed done over there. But
Justice Trayvon Martin,
Black people, no.
List goes on.
But yet in 2026, it seems as the entire Asian community has a strong dislike for a group of people who never did shit to them. It's very weird to me. Asians, please answer in the comments. Okay? Did Black Americans sign the check or check off the box when it was time to fucking nuke you guys in Japan? No, it wasn't us. But yet you guys today
we're going over to
hate us. You love the people who bombed you. It's very weird. Very weird. Okay, so these are questions that you don't need to answer me. Answer these questions yourself, Asians. Okay, Asian American, whatever. Right? What have Black people done to you to make y'all dislike us so much?
Never buy Chinese food, that Thai food.
Store owner Ricc Chow chased down and shot and killed this 14-year-old who he mistakenly thought stole a bottle of water from his store. At least that's what the prosecution said after charging him with murder.
But just yesterday, after a 3-year-long legal battle, the jury found the store owner not guilty. The case has gone viral, and many are saying that the boy's race played a big role. So let's analyze the case.
Prosecutors allege that the boy was falsely accused. Chopin ran away after a dispute took place, and Chow chased him for 130 yards and then shot him in the back.
But Chow's defense attorney had a different story. He said that the boy was armed with a loaded loaded handgun, which evidence did show to be true, and that the boy pointed the weapon at Chow and his son, which is why Chow shot him in self-defense.
Now, there are three big factors in favor of the prosecution. First, the store owners were actively chasing the boy. This harms the self-defense narrative because you can argue that Chow was the initial aggressor. And it also suggests that Chow was not in fear of the boy, at least not at the onset. But it's not conclusive evidence because someone can still quickly turn around and point a weapon and escalate a situation.
Second, the evidence did show that the boy was shot in the back. Shooting someone in the back is persuasive evidence to show that it was not self-defense. But again, it's not conclusive. Legally, it's still possible to succeed on a self-defense claim. What matters is what the jury thinks of the entire interaction.
Third, there was no footage of the actual shooting. The only people to testify that the boy did point the weapon was Chow's family. Other witnesses testified that they did not see that happen.
Considering these 3 points together, a lot of people are shocked by this not guilty verdict. When it comes to self-defense, all that really matters is what the jury believed after hearing all the evidence. And for those wondering, reports say the jury was mixed with various races.
And keep in mind that in South Carolina, the prosecution must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Chow did not act in self-defense. Meaning, if the jury had any reasonable doubt about the prosecution's case, they could vote not guilty.
The jury just came back not guilty on all counts. Ricc Chow is a free man. Let's talk about what the defense argued because clearly it worked. Defense attorney Sean Kent started out by completely reframing the case. He told the jury this case is not about a bottle of water. It's not about a shoplifter. It's about a father who saw a gun pointed at his son and had to make a decision. And that's really the entire defense in one sentence if I had to break it down to one sentence. But I'm sure he'll be on socials breaking it down for us in his own words tomorrow. According to Andy Chow, the store owner's son, Cyrus pointed a gun at him. Andy testified that he saw a gun. He yelled, "He's got a gun." And then his father, Ricc Chow, fired a shot. And the defense attorney asked the jury a simple question. If Ricc Chow wanted to execute this kid over a $1 bottle of water, why wait 130 yards? Why chase him the length of a football field before firing? The defense argued that he did that because something changed. And what changed, according to the defense, is that Cyrus pulled out a gun and pointed it at Andy. Now, here's something important I don't want you to miss. Both sides, the prosecution and the defense, agreed at the charge conference to take lesser included off the table. That means the jury had one decision to make: murder or nothing. No manslaughter, no reckless homicide, no nothing else. It was either murder or it was walk free, and they chose walk free. I think the prosecution made a gigantic mistake, and the defense attorneys were completely right to not have any lesser included on the table, though who knows, right? Even with the lesser included, the jury still could have come back not guilty on all counts. The defense also talked about why the Chows might have been suspicious of Cyrus in the first place and why they might have followed him outside. The defense pointed out that Cyrus didn't have any cash, didn't have a wallet, and he left without buying anything. Now, I'm personally not persuaded by that. Doesn't matter, I'm not in the jury, but I wasn't persuaded by that because, number one, the Chows didn't know he had no wallet and no money. Also, he's 14 years old and he was carrying his phone and his mom's phone. So you're telling me neither one of those phones had Apple Pay? To me, that wasn't super persuasive, but I also understand that that was not the defense's main point. Their point was really that it was reasonable for the Chows to believe something suspicious was going on. That's when we get to the medical examiner. The medical examiner testified that the bullet entered Cyrus's lower right back, traveled upward, clipped his lung, and went through his heart. On cross-examination, the defense attorneys got her to acknowledge that Cyrus could have been slightly turned to the right when he was shot. Slightly, and that gave the defense room to argue that it was possible that Cyrus was turning back towards Andy when that shot was fired. It's like I said in the other video, I think the jury probably believed that Andy Chow did see a gun because it's undisputed that Cyrus had a gun. I think they believed that. They believed that Andy said, "Dad, he has a gun," and his dad then shot because his dad believed his son was in danger. That's it for this case. And I'm not done talking about the Ricc Chow case because I do have a few more things I want to say. Do I think Cyrus Carmacc-Belton was racially profiled? Yes, wholeheartedly. The moment he walked in, they told him to take his book bag off and they were watching him like a hawk. And we know why. When you look at the news, what image do you see over and over again? Young Black boys around Cyrus's age with guns. I know it, you know it, and the defense team knows.
I disagree with the state's theory on it's not a hate. It is a problem. And it is a problem in this case.
Add to that fact that the Chows had been stolen from before to such an extent that they felt like they needed facial recognition software and a wall of shame for shoplifters. They were known for going after shoplifters. I think they were on high alert. I think the Chows had all of that in the back of their mind, and whether they want to admit it or not, I think racial bias played a role in this incident. The Chows assumed that Cyrus was there to steal. They assumed that a young Black boy, people who look like Cyrus, go into their store and they steal. Now, they were wrong. He never took anything, and they had cameras watching him the entire time. Oh, and I can't leave out the fact that Ricc Chow had already shot at 2 other people before. the prosecution would have argued that this demonstrates a pattern of conduct, but they were not able to because the defense attorney successfully argued that if the jury knew that information, it would be too prejudicial to Ricc Chow. So the judge excluded the evidence of the prior shootings. I'm saying all that to say this. I think ignoring the role of race in this case is avoiding the elephant in the room. Like, let's keep it a buck. Now, I'm not saying that the Chows hate all Black people. In fact, that's not what racial bias is. Case in point, one of their defense attorneys, Sean Kent, is a Black man who was very good at his job. I don't think he was hired because he was Black. I think he was hired because he wins cases. Go watch his closing argument. It's abundantly clear why he was hired. But do I also think that hiring a Black attorney had the added benefit of taking some of the steam out of the argument that the Chows are racist and that's why they killed Cyrus? Oh, yes. Another point I'd like to cover is how malice was always going to be difficult to prove in this case. So in South Carolina, murder requires malice. And if you watch the video, Andy exits the store first and then Ricc Chow follows behind him. The defense therefore could argue that he wasn't chasing Cyrus to kill him. They argued that Ricc Chow was actually just chasing them because he wanted to see what his son Andy was doing. He wanted to know what was going on. So then after Ricc Chow shot Cyrus, there was further testimony that after Ricc Chow shot Cyrus, he performed CPR on Cyrus, he performed mouth to mouth, and according to the testimony, he was actually spitting out Cyrus's vomit as he was trying to save his life. That taken together with Andy leaving first means proving malice. It just wasn't a slam dunk in this case. So that's why a lot of people are asking, well, why weren't other charges added? Prosecutors stack charges all the time. They'll charge 4 different types of murder. They'll add manslaughter. They'll add every charge in the book so that something sticks. They do it in many, many cases, but they didn't do it here. This murder or nothing strategy was definitely a gamble that worked in favor of the defense. So after all that is said and done, where does this leave the family? A not guilty verdict cannot be appealed. The criminal case is done. Now, could the current Department of Justice step in and take the case? Yes. Will they? Absolutely not. The family is exploring a civil wrongful death lawsuit, so it does sound like they will be suing the Chow family for the wrongful death of their son Cyrus. And reportedly, the store is no longer owned and operated by the Chows in that neighborhood.
Yep, he said most racist Asians value evil capitalism over human beings, especially FBAs. Yep.
Okay.
And then it's
nobody in South Carolina be patronizing Chow. Whatever store they got, I don't care. Nobody should be
they did get up out of California after they killed Latasha Harlins. They sure did.
Like I said, I don't have no problem boycotting them. It's not the end of the world to me. You know, when I started eating Asian food, I was much older and I don't need to eat that stuff. I really don't. So, and I don't even go in their hair shops. I stopped going in their hair shops probably like around the early 2000s. I stopped going in there. And I don't go in no foreign store. There are some Arab stores around here. I never go in those stores. There are some stores owned by East Indians. I don't go in their stores. I don't go in these stores. I'm not interested.
I remember that song by
I can find what I need easily I without going in any of their stores.
Hurry up and buy.
And to be honest with you, I don't have to shop at Temu. I can give that up. That's Asian owned. AliExpress, Alibaba. I can leave all of that mess alone. So, y'all, look, this is just another instance of them showing how much they hate us in this country. And the courts were designed for us to fail in. You know, it's not by chance that all these things keep happening to us in their courts. It was designed and set up that way. In fact, all of America was set up and designed to keep us at the bottom and keep us failing in this system. And it has worked. It has. Now, a lot of us absolutely have figured out what's going on. But as you can see, they decided to expand and allow immigrants in on, you know, a nuisance and unaliving as well. You know, Asians have done it one too many times. You know, I would think that our women, what I hate to see, I watched a video this morning and you see all the women in the shop getting done. You ain't got to go to no Asian to get your nails done. There's women in our community that do nails too and got their own shops. And I really think if the women can't get out of these nail shops, then no boycott is going to work. You got to get out of those nail shops. When you see what happened to Cyrus, you should never want to go back in there at all. And it's shameful that so many of our women are still walking in these nail salons, and it is shameful at this point. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for coming. And I'm glad we finally covered this topic. And just be on the lookout. Tomorrow, I'm going to have to play things by ear. I have a couple of appointments I have to make in the morning. So I'm not going to be, around for our usual 11:45 live. And if I do come on, it's going to be much later in the afternoon, a little later than normal. So I will try to get it, even if it's just 1 or 2 lives, and I'll try to get that in tomorrow, but it's definitely not going to be like my usual day. So y'all have a wonderful, wonderful evening, and be on the lookout for my lives. And don't forget to pick up your hair products. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. All right. Greetings, Michael. Thank you for joining us.
Jesse. Hi, Sabaka. Hi, Lady Tay. How you guys doing?
Hey, Michael, how you doing?
Great. Yeah, I'm not really surprised about my people, how most of them, really project themselves to be anti-Black, racist, and what the guy said in comments. Yeah, Asian people, that's true. Most Asian people are very good at faking it to make it smiling, like the Karens, Becky's. And you know me, I'm not into like smiling. Yep. And
okay, but
and
however, though, Michael, I will say, not cutting off your wisdom, sir, but I will say is because I've worked with Filipinos in my youth, and the Filipinos say, they love dealing, with the Black culture and identify with the Black strugglers, because as you know, during World War II, man, the Japanese was trying to exterminate them, man. What was that there? Walk from Bataan, okay, I believe. Yeah,
I live with a Filipino. They racist as hell too. But Lady
I stand corrected. Go ahead. But they damn sure loved Ali when he beat the shit out of Joe Frazier in Manila.
Yeah. Go ahead, Lady Che. Lady Che has something she wants to say. Go ahead, Lady Che.
Go ahead, Lady Che.
Where's the kitty?
Oh, I'm at the dollhouse. I'm not at the Black house.
Oh.
Me personally, I feel like I haven't really, like when if I say I'm not messing with something, I really not messing with it. I haven't really dealt with any ever since I was a little girl. My mother used to take my mother was very, very pretty. She used to go to the nail salons and stuff like that when I was younger. And she took me a couple of times. She'd go get her hair and nails done. And they would know me. And because I was like just a little disabled, whatever, they would, constantly kind of mess with me. And they knew my mother very well, And I would be like, whatever. I didn't go there. I would go there when I was doing really well when I was younger. Like, I always had money. I was like doing really well. And I wanted to look nice and wear my little dresses and whatnot and have my nails and hair done. And I just like look fly, And after a while, when I got really sick and I couldn't take care of myself or let alone go do that kind of stuff. I learned how to do it at home because, I've always been the type of person that nobody ever wanted to do anything with. Like I could go in and into a place and they would look at me and overcharge me all the time, and upsell like anything. Didn't matter what it was, didn't matter where it was. It could be I go into the beauty supply store, and they would upsell their products to me, try to upsell their products to me, or go to a nail shop or get my hands and feet done, and it'd be like trying to oversell it. So I would come in with a little bit of money, and it'd be like $50 more, and shit was really irritating. So I had learned to do my own stuff, and because I'm mixed, I thought that it was I started taking it personally. Like I felt like because I had mixed hair, you know, that nobody wanted to twist my shit up, and you know, it's always been like that. Even to this day, it's been like that with my hair. Like I couldn't find nobody to really you know, to twist it up or to put it in, you know, to put it in a nice protective style. So I learned how to do it on my own because I just couldn't do it anymore. I felt like I took it so personally, you know, because you know, some of the places, you know, you spend like even with our sisters, some of them overcharge. Like some things are like $400 for a set of braids. Come on, cuz like that's just a lot. You know what I mean? And then, you know, to not like I don't want to patronize, but goddamn, that's a lot of fucking money, you know. And especially when you gotta buy your own stuff and do all this stuff, you know, prepping right beforehand. It's a lot of work. And I got the thing where I think men braid better, you know what I mean? I used to have a lot of friends there, a lot of male friends. Brothers used to braid my shit up for free on the block when we were homeless. You know what I mean? So it's like, it was just ridiculous. But I learned how to do it myself, and then I thought about it like, okay, well, you know, this is an ugly situation, but I don't really patronize. Like when we said we weren't fucking around with the African braiding shops, I really didn't go around with the African braiding shops. Yeah, I thought, boy, I didn't even go in there. I don't want going in there anyway. But there would be small businesses in my neighborhood. There were like African braiding shops, and then I started to watch the Venezuelans, Puerto Ricans open same type of braiding situations. I would never go in there. I wouldn't go to the African ones, and then to find the you know, FBA assistant doing her own thing, the prices were just outrageous, and I couldn't fuck with it. So I just decided that because like most black women, you know, are kind of allergic to some of that weaving hair, you know. And so what would work best for me, because I'm mixed hair, is Brazilian wool. And that shit, I give me a little skin, with like $6.99, man. That shit be lasting forever and a day. And my hair is really long right now. My hair is like halfway down my back, my natural hair. So it was like no big deal for me to learn how to make parts and plats and all that extra shit, do twists and whatnot.
I remember those days too, Kato.
My hair right now is like I need to retwist the top because you know, like I'm getting older, so all the silvers are at the top. She's driving me crazy because my hair is blue. Yeah. But aside from that, I had to learn on my own. I grew my own nails naturally. My nails are long as hell naturally. You know what I mean? So I felt like I had my own hair, natural hair. I had my own nails. I didn't really, you know, before all this boycotting of businesses and whatnot, I had been doing my own shit ever since I could remember, by myself. My own hair and my own nails would grow long. I didn't need to put no acrylic or gel or anything on them. But just in case I felt like it, and I felt like, you know, being like everybody else, I learned how to do it on my own. I learned how to put them down on my own, you know, and it's not that hard. The problem is that we're kind of, I want to say busy or lazy, and it's tedious. You know, to do your own shit, it is a tedious project, and you just don't want to do it. You're tired. You just want somebody else to do it, but the price is like sometimes not worth it. You know what I mean? As far as shopping, like when that dude said, "You go ahead and boycott," I was like, "Man, cuz you didn't say nothing but a word." Right. But then I thought about it. I was like, I just got done shopping like a on Temu, right? And I've been talking shit about Temu because everything I get from Temu is like for like a little midget, you know, like a little small person. Like I'd be like, oh, let me get these little palmistry cards. It's little for real.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, or let me get this little knife. I thought it'd be a big knife because it looked like a big knife, but it's a little knife.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd be thinking, you know, I got little hands like a little. I'm like a lady, you know. I got little hands and little feet, but I'm like, I'm not this goddamn little. Right. You know, and I'm thinking just like, and there must be a whole bunch of little people. There must be a whole bunch of little people working in China and Japan making all these products. You know what I mean? Because they're meant for little tiny hands. But I was like, I'd be buying a lot of shit because I need it and it's cheap, and I'm a cheap motherfucker. Like, I don't want to spend a lot of money because I just don't. You know what I mean? I've always been kind of frugal that way. And I thought about it, I was like, man, it's just gonna take one time where I'm gonna need something. And I'll be, because I was looking at like little exercise machines, and I was like, that's what they have enough to get me right after this. It's like $57. You know what I mean? And right when I said that,
fire warnings.
That's when the motherfucking boycott started happening. I was like, look, it's easy to say we're not gonna do it, but then we gotta shop online.
Yeah, it do be janky.
We gotta shop online, and then shopping online is still like a little bit of a betrayal, but at the same time, they really don't give a fuck about us.
You gotta be careful shopping online, Lady J.
You just gotta learn how to take care of yourself out here in the physical world before you have to go to that extent to go into one of these places, because it's summertime. You go in there to get your feet done. You think you're gonna be fly, and they only put your fucking lotion barely on your feet.
Yeah.
They talk shit about you in the fucking places. You know what I mean? Like, I put on that Google Translator because I've been hearing everything. But I was hearing it from like when I was a small girl too. You know, and they didn't like me, but they really liked my mother. You know what I mean? And I remember going and sitting in the salons, and I was telling Jesse about that shit earlier.
Yeah.
I was like, I remember going into the salons, sitting there.
Built like bullfrogs, damn cow dog.
I thought that you know, it would be. I thought they would grow out of it. But it's like that. It's like that at the dry cleaners. It's like that at the laundries. You know, like when you go do laundry, like I used to do laundry on the weekends. Then people that
check the water pressure.
Asian people at the laundry.
Oh yeah, I always do. I always do.
The Asian people at the laundromat, you know, they're a certain kind of way. Asian people at the liquor store.
Hurry up and buy.
You know what I mean? Asian people everywhere.
Hurry up and buy.
The thing is, ultimately, what we're really talking about is
that's the accent I heard before. Oh
Yeah,
my! Especially I remember. Go ahead. Some lady say sorry.
The thing is, ultimately, we need to really need to direct it to the one source that really all this comes from, and that is white people and the fucking government who lets them have these businesses.
That sounds back east with the fire hydrants time.
It's difficult for Black people to have businesses, even outside in their homes. You know, it makes it very hard for you to even to sell anything.
Time is back east.
You need a motherfucking license for everything, even at your house. You need a license to watch somebody's kid. You need a license to fucking make food out your fucking crib to fucking sell. You need a license to do any kind of service out your house, whether it be hair, nails, fucking babysitting, fucking fucking anything, babysitting. You need a fucking license for anything and everything, and they make it hard for us on purpose. They make it hard for us to take care of our elders. Make it hard for us to take care of our children, our husbands.
Yeah, I went through that bullshit too, Lady Che, in LA.
So we have to really direct it, not just at the people that wronged us initially right here in front of our fucking face, but the real culprit, the motherfuckers that hold the licenses, the motherfuckers that hold the permission to get the license, overcharge the fees, overcharge it just to be an entrepreneur. You need a fucking license. So. You know, to think about that, they're giving away everything to migrants when they got here so they could have a little business. Okay, you remember they were giving them money and everything, sponsorship, people to take them in, fucking licenses, things like that, so they could fast track. But they never do that for us. They never do that for us.
Is in the joint.
So we have to direct that anger to the right individuals in each state. And this too, you know, this too, but ultimately it goes to the government and the white people behind it that don't want to see us have anything, including our own person. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's all I gotta say.
All right. So my experience with the Asian businesses, I used to go to Sakura Square here in Denver, Colorado, which is
Sakura
a Japanese spot. I used to be really heavy into anime, so we go there, get some sake and some other things. Me and my
sake. Oh man, you just brought back. Oh, brother Che, you just brought back some sad memories of me and that damn rice wine.
When I was unhoused, I used to go to this Chinese restaurant. They used to have like real cheap scoops of food. They used to be able to get like a whole platter of food for less than $20. I would go there. What else? That was about it.
Sake is dangerous, goddess.
I haven't had Asian restaurant in like 10 years.
10 years.
Lady Che ordered something recently from there, but outside of that, I haven't ate at no Asian restaurant in years.
Oh man, we only had it once, and it had been like a long time, and that was only because it was on DoorDash and it's cheap. But I mean, it had been a really
DoorDash. I lost so much goddamn money with DoorDash is pathetic.
Yeah.
So I was at Jesse's house, and it's kind of difficult over there sometimes. So, but it was dollar scoop, it was like on sales.
So that's my experience with the businesses. They always hurry up and buy at liquor store, at the gas station. Hurry up and buy.
And then in California,
even though I'm mad across the street from Lady Che's, I went to what did I do? One of the washers was broken or something, and I went to go tell her because I had put a bunch of quarters in the machine already, and the lady was like, "Well, you should have let me know initially. Then you instead of checking clothes out, you should let me know." And I'm like, "Well, I didn't know, lady."
Man, they got that shit rigged like that, man, because I've been through with that same bullshit, dude, Brother Che. And then on that sake, let me tell y'all, man, me and Mad Dr. D was in Palm Springs, California one time.
And then I'll let
go
you
ahead.
share it off. So that's been my experience with Asian businesses.
And this was how many years ago, Jesse? Like 10 years ago?
That I shopped at that I ate at the Asian restaurant. Yeah.
I mean, in general, like
about 10, 15 years ago. Yeah.
10, 15 years ago. When you heard the lady said, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. What was your reaction? Were you like in a...
I'm not coming here ever again.
Ever again? Yeah. I know. Because I noticed too, when Asian people tell Black culture, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. I feel I'm getting, so I understand that Asian people, most racist Asian business owners.
I'm going to address something that Nabi said though. Nabi was agreeing with you, Shabaka. Something Cow Dog says too. So Cow Dog said that there's some racist Filipinos in California. I believe it because I used to live with one. Her name was Eileen. She was racist as hell. She ended up calling the cops on me. She ended up breaking into the room while I was butt ass naked. It was a bunch of crazy.
Oh my gosh! Very embarrassing.
Cuss that lady out.
Yeah. Did you ever just have to ask? Did you ever press charges against that racist Filipino lady?
No, she ended up moving out.
Oh, okay.
Because I was smoking and I was in the shower. I had just got out the shower or whatever.
Yeah, you should have practiced
smoking in their house.
Right. I think you should have practiced your Second Amendment rights to defend yourself against that racist Filipino Karen to put in her place. Yeah, I was saying that. Most.
And then, Nabi said, I heard that Mama Che. I learned how to do my own feet after having an Asian nail tech do my pedicures for years, and I just stopped going. Saved lots of money by doing it myself.
Yep, and not that, but that kind of affects you one time too. I had always had problems with my feet because I don't like to wear shoes. I was, outside just running around and touching the earth, right? And I remember one time I went in, I was sitting down. I went with a couple of sisters that I know, homegirls. You know what I mean? And we was going to go somewhere later on in the evening, and we went in to go get our our feet and hands done. And I remember that I like sitting in the chairs because they had a little massager. I was like kicking my feet and whatever. And I put my feet in the little bowl. Bride came, she kept saying that I had a lot of skin on my feet because I eat a lot of ground beef. And I was like, yeah, whatever, right? I just blowing her off like, I was like, yeah, listen to these shit, they're talking shit, and I'm just watching TV. They had a little TV right there, so I was watching the TV. And I remember when I got out of the thing, after they upsold me on the nail polish, and then like the little design, like they could be $5 more. It's like $5, $10, you know, it just kept going up and up and up. And I remember I was like, I just want you to just make it look nice in this, on the feet. I had this thing because my mother, like I said, my mother was very, very pretty, very like sophisticated. My mother said that the feet are supposed to be darker than the hands, right? And so I was like, well, I picked out this pretty little, like kind of like a maroon color because my hands were like a natural pink, right? And so I was like, yeah, here, this, that. And she said, well, you want, it's always like $5 extra, whatever. So I pay the shit and I get out of there. And it wasn't until like maybe a little later on in the evening that my feet started itching like crazy, right? And then I was like, oh, you just kind of figure it out. You just rub your feet or whatever. It was like a couple of days later, I had caught like some sort of fungus.
Yeah, it was very cheap back in the day.
And like my toenails, everything was all affected. It was horrible. I had to take that shit off. And I was like, what the fuck happened? I think, maybe I was drinking. I like to take off my shoes wherever I'm at. Where I'm at.
Oh yeah, we definitely remember Jack.
It was that. I got an infection from the little foot thing. They say that they keep it clean and all that shit. But how can you really be sure with like a big salon that has like 50 chairs? You know what I mean? And there's a lot of people in and out. I was in one of those salons that had like 50 chairs and 50 little stalls where people are doing nails all across the way. And there's motherfuckers just, doing
exactly how no.
And it's like, man, I couldn't believe I caught an infection on my foot. And ever since then, I don't know about that, but ever since then, notice that some of my toenails be like super frail still.
Their customer service is horrible.
Yeah, very horrible. I gotta tell you about the Ace of customer service.
But first, we gotta hear from Shabaka because.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Finish your thought, and then we gotta hear from Shabaka. Go ahead, ladies.
Too, when them brides were tripping with the sisters, I saw a fight in front of my eyes. Like, I was like maybe 20 something years old, and a sister was kind of unhappy with. Well, no, I didn't really blame her because I was always unhappy with my pricing too. You know what I mean? But she was really unhappy with the way her pricing was, and especially when she asked when she came in, like most motherfuckers do. You got a certain amount of money. I don't know if it's just because we're Black and that's just what we do. Yeah. But we you say, this is how much money we got. So I got 70. I'm not trying to spend any more than that.
Right.
Then her shit came out to be like $100, $120 and shit. And she wilded out. She was like, just very unhappy. She was very unhappy. The lady was talking to her, and the lady had a tone that we all kind of didn't like. When we were just sitting around looking at this sister, and she's like telling her that she didn't like her tone. And we didn't really like her tone either, so we're watching.
We could show them
that lady said something crazy, and I remember sister grabbed her. And it started a whole fight and took it right outside. And we all got up for our chairs, like to go help the sister out. Like, not that she needed help, it's just kind of natural, right? And she came back in, and then about 35 minutes later, a brick came flying through the window.
Oh damn!
And it was it was like the lady's boyfriend or something. He came back and he showed mad vengeance. He threw that motherfucker brick through the window.
Muhammad. Nice.
He threw that motherfucker brick through the window, and we're sitting at this point. I had already moved from hands to feet, or feet to hands.
Yeah. And
I saw the brick go through the window, and I was like, they got him like all the way towards the back of the fucking building. But I was like, goddamn. He was like, fuck you. He's like, you bitches, this that. I was like, yeah. I started laughing, and the lady said, why are you laughing? I was like, because that shit was funny. Yeah. It was like that was because she whooped that ass. But then the husband came and broke the window.
Hilarious. He put a tire on Muhammad.
He did. He was pissed off because that lady did put her hands on her too, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And she, I mean, but you know, the sister got her and drug her around the fucking sidewalk. And shit.
Yeah.
And she was like, she didn't need any help. We just stood up, was like, you know, just in case.
Yeah.
And her sister was like a nice, solid sister. You're talking about a little tiny petite Asian woman. His sister got her and drug her around the motherfucking neighborhood a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not rocking with the African foolishness either.
Yeah, no, that shit is no good. Not only that, but the hair and stuff. You gotta think about it. What's like when they closed my hair shop, I was pissed off because they had the sisters up there working, but
Asians, no.
Arabs owned it. Arabs owned it. You know what I mean? And they closed it without telling the neighborhood. So you know there are still black people that live in this neighborhood,
right?
And there was a lot of black people that would use black women. They go in that goddamn that hair store and buy everything they need to go home and do whatever the fuck they're gonna do. We're talking about different types of bundles, hair, whatever, extensions, nails, fucking makeup. I mean, accessories. We're talking about that place is huge. It was huge, and it sold everything, every type of hair you could think of. Except for Brazilian wool.
Yeah, she wasn't having it on me.
Except for Brazilian wool. You got to get that online. So I was like, God damn it, man. But when I went over there, that shit was like wooded up and it disappeared. I was like, I was just here last month. What pissed me off, though, is that in this city, if I ran for city council, I would make it a point for them to have their own, for them to open up their own stores. Because the thing is that Africans, Asians, and Hispanics can get licensed, foreign blacks can get licensed to have any kind of beauty or barber shop. And you don't see very many FBA folk with their own shop.
Right.
If they do have one, they can't keep it open. And these other stores will stay open for like 24 hours.
Yeah.
Like the African braiding salons, some of them are open for like 24 hours. You know what I mean? And they expect you to buy their product there and get services there, like hair washing, blow drying.
I agree.
That shit is ridiculous. I don't even do that shit here. Like, I wash my hair like maybe once a month because I don't lay my head just anywhere.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I don't put a lot of product in it. So the wool I use in my hair is clean and I can reuse it. That's the beautiful part about it. It doesn't get all, ugly and shit. I take care of my shit, but it's only $6. I only spent $7 in taxes. $7 on one scheme of motherfucking wool that looks like a ball of yarn.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? But it had to use it because look, that shit. There's stories with the weeds causing us cancer.
Yeah. Thyroids.
All kinds of problems. With feminine fertility issues, all sorts of things. And there's big stories online about that. That the braiding, weaving hair is toxic. Some of it is toxic. That's why they wash it extra wash it, like lemon juice, vinegar. You just soak it, wash it. You know what I mean? And it still comes out all messed up. Your wigs be eating your hair and shit. And there's stories online about it, and it's true. It's very fucking true. So I think we got to be more careful. I mean, look, how many times we were using fucking relaxers, and nobody said that shit was gonna cause cancer,
right?
Or baby powder, nobody said that shit was gonna cause cancer.
Yeah,
they did that on purpose to us. We're like the experimental generation.
Yeah, I've never been to a. Nabi says she's never been to an African braiding shop and never will.
No, man, I can't deal with it because they're disrespectful. They disrespect regular FBA sisters, then they're gonna be extra disrespectful to fair skinned mulatto like myself. And I can't handle it, you know what I mean? Because I'll go the fuck off. Yeah. I just look at how people treat other people, and then I factor in the colorism with it, you know what I mean? And some things are not worth it to me because I like to fight. Physically fight. So it's not worth it. And I don't want to go to jail because motherfuckers are going to call the police. You know what I mean?
All right, let's hear from Shabaka. Shabaka, go ahead, Shabaka.
Fireworks.
Thank you, Lady Che. Go ahead, Shabaka.
Yeah, comment here on this rice wine. Okay. Sake. Me and Mad Dr. D were in Palm Springs, California one time. And man, and I'm drinking this shit, man, one right after another, right? Okay. And I said, I don't feel shit. But as soon as I got in the wheel of my car and I was on that highway, my mind went just like damn kamikazes hitting them Navy ships in World War II, and I was fucked up. And I
are you on the headset,
drink
or the
that
Bluetooth?
shit, man. You know what I'm saying?
Are you on the headset?
No,
or
I'm
the,
on the Bluetooth.
Okay. Okay, because you started to sound like you're underwater.
No, I'm on the Bluetooth.
Okay.
Oh man. Okay. What about now?
Yeah, I get down on some sake.
Still sounding like I'm out of.
That was a drink. What was that?
Yeah. Okay. Cow Dog says you're supposed to sip sake.
Boba. I have boba and sake.
And I tell you, I'll never have no more of that shit. Yeah.
Boba and sake was my shit.
And I don't drink alcohol no more, man. Yeah, that shit there, boy. Yeah, it was just like them damn planes hit them damn ships in World War II. Kaboom, all of a sudden.
Sister Jupiter Joy said she was listening
when I woke up today.
Go ahead, Shabaka. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Okay, so that them just, man, that's some bad news, man. But you know, like I said, you know, I don't drink. You know what I'm saying? But this was years ago. This was years ago.
You're supposed to drink it like regular drink.
You can't throw it back, huh?
No, you're supposed to sip on it.
Yeah.
So glad using canned cod braiding hair in 2020 or 2018, just in time before these reports came out of it being toxic.
Yep. And my thing is this: is that I just sometimes my own natural hair, like anybody else's, gets on my goddamn nerves, and it's just easier sometimes. Like right now, I put it in, I got it in twist, but it's because it gets on my fucking nerves. It's in my face. It, you know, as long as I like my shit wild and free too, it just gets on my nerves sometimes.
Yeah.
It's easier to tie it up and wrap it in like a nice twist, or you know, I don't really do braids. I do twists, mostly twists.
Nah, B says she has the same issue.
And you know, it's easier for me. I keep it and like my shit's been twisted up for what, like 2 weeks up?
Yeah. It's
barely loosening now. And I like it's enough to where I can see that it's starting to interblend with the other twist. So I was like, oh shit, let me go ahead and fix these little four. But other than that, I did it myself because look, you know, we suffer from judgmental colorisms too. Motherfuckers don't want to. It's like some days I'm like, yo, so my money ain't good enough. Yeah, you know, I have these moments, but I said, fuck it, I don't want.
Yeah, cow dog, karate match and kung fu match, and a boxing match all in one, man.
Right. Nabi said, indeed, Mama Che, they have a problem with mixed Black American women, especially if you're light bright. They think
they're cultural appropriating.
They think something.
They think something. But either way, I don't give a fuck now.
Oh, they think we can't or won't fight either.
All right. They got that wrong. I'm an Aries. I love fighting. Especially as an adult, please tell me you want to fight. And they get excited.
Oh, you didn't like it at all?
No, I didn't like sake. It was just too bitter, sour.
Yeah, it's real bitter and sour. Yeah.
And you know what's more fucked up than sake, y'all, that I don't drink at all is that damn tequila.
Tequila.
Oh, shit. Shabaka, I used to get down on some tequila.
Yeah, man, fuck tequila. You know what I'm saying?
I like mezcal.
Mezcal's good.
It's like I've had some tequilas that are really nice and not so ugly. Like that's tell you though, I was 16. I had a whole bottle of Say Cuervo, like a whole.
Oh my god!
Oh hell!
That was like a liter, and I remember
Thinking
I
about
got
it.
a apartment. I was dancing. That day I ate homemades, right?
Yeah.
And I was dancing. I remember somebody shaking me, telling me to stop dancing. I woke up. I was like halfway undressed and shit. I was like, "Who threw up on the wall?" So that's fucking Chinese food. Like, who threw up on the wall? They was like, "It was you." I was like, "What?" They said it was an exorcist. I was like, "Oh no!"
Damn.
I had forgot that I had Dollar Scoop for my birthday.
Oh,
And
yeah.
then I came back and motherfuckers, the whole gang gave me a bottle of tequila. I was listening to music, just dancing. I couldn't stop dancing, and I was like, I forgot I had ate. I don't even remember going to sleep. I just remember waking up. It was like, damn, who threw up on my brand new wall?
Exactly, Cow Dog. Lady Chase from Cali too.
Yeah, tequila's like no good. I just don't like the smell now. Once you get sick that first time, anytime you smell it just to, because you know black people got a thing. We smell everything before we eat it or drink it.
Yeah.
So that smell right there would be like, oh no.
Okay, that's me and chitlins there, Lady Che. I don't allow chitlins fixed in my house. You know,
That's because the people don't fix them right, Shabaka.
That's because they don't clean them
If
right.
they clean them right and they fix them right, then
yeah.
it won't be no issue. It's when they don't do the shit right. That's when it becomes an issue.
Yeah, you gotta really be around somebody that can clean them really good. It's a process, man. It's not an easy job. And if it takes like 10 minutes, they ain't good at right.
Right.
Motherfucker,
That shit got to take at least a
and
day.
if you got more than like they said 5-gallon buckets, right? If you got more than
Shit, I used to clean 10
more
gallon
than like
buckets.
a pound, dude, you know you didn't do it right.
Yeah, Cow Dog. That's what I'm saying,
Me and my grandma
man.
used to clean 10 and 20-pound buckets of chillins. That shit take all goddamn day.
All goddamn day.
Yeah, they used to have a chain in LA called
I mean, you
Bucket of
put it in
Chitlins,
and
Brother
out of
Che.
it because that shit, you gotta get
The
all
best way to get thrown out my house, man, is fix some chitlins and you'll be out of here so good.
It's a bad mojo to have entities that harbor hatred for you in a position of putting their hands, touch, and energy transference upon
That
your
is
body,
the most
food,
correct thing.
etc.
That's I forgot to say
Exactly,
that.
Jupiter.
That's I forgot to
Yeah,
say
I
that
feel
too.
you, Cow Dog. You know what I'm saying?
And like me, I don't even touch anybody when I'm in a bad mood. Like I don't touch my dude's hair when I'm in a bad mood because I'm like, you know what I mean, transfer that ugliness.
Yeah.
I don't even touch my own shit when I'm in a bad mood. It's my own toxic energy. It's because you know what it is that people like to cast spells on us and things like that. They like to take our hair and we got our brushes.
Exactly, goddess. You know what I'm saying?
And they fucking around with the right one over here because I like doing that shit, but I do it for purposes of my own fucking design. But that's just because I'm skilled like that. The other motherfuckers though, they have bad intent towards us. You know what I mean? They might be jealous, they might be pocket watching, they might think that a motherfucker too light and pick up all the dudes. This stupid shit that people do. And men do it too.
Cow Dog's agreeing with you, Shabaka. He said he don't do pork or shitling.
Yeah, exactly, Cow Dog. Exactly.
I don't watch a couple of brothers get their hair done and their hair was long and they got it twisted up or you know.
No, I didn't see that movie, Cow Dog. I heard about it though.
Yeah, I haven't eaten in years. I eat some pork chops though. Me and Lady Che pork chops the other day.
That shit was mad itis. I got the itis from one pork chop. Me and
Well, as they say, one man's meat is another man's poison. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a universal law and principle.
I haven't ate chillins in years. I think the last time I made them, my grandma was still alive. That's been like 10 years, 11 years now. I better remember the movie Fallen with Denzel. Oh, yeah.
I never saw Fallen, man, but I like me some Denzel because the thing about
Denzel. Don't do them either, Shimon.
Exactly. You know, I like some Denzel. I love Denzel. John Q. Hated him in American Gangster. Loved Denzel as Malcolm X and hated him in Training Day.
Why did you hate him in American Gangster?
Oh, because of
Why did you hate him in American Gangster?
Because that is where he was putting all that dope in the black community. He was loosely based off of Frank Lucas.
Oh yeah, well, he was playing Frank Lucas, and
Yeah, right. But that's why they call them actors, Brother Chase, because the actor's job is to bring out an emotion within the audience.
Right.
But loved them and
You know,
Malcolm,
Chinese the
you
most
know what
race,
I'm saying?
got the most pork farms. Yep, they do. I
And
did know
hated
that,
him.
Cal
And when
dog. They
What's
got
Love got to
pork
do
farms.
with it, where he was Ike Turner. And I says, I know this
Yeah.
ain't my man Fishburne from Cornbread Earl and me. You know what I'm saying?
Michael, Lady Che got a question for you.
Oh yeah, go ahead, later. Yeah, what's your question?
Yeah,
So
they
now that
paid
everybody
liars.
knows that
Bobby, that's their job, you know?
Asian boycott and African boycotting, whoever believes the Africans are not for fucking
Oh yeah,
not
Hurricane was good. Yeah. Hurricane was real good. Yeah, not stepping on you, Lady Che, but Hurricane with Denzel was real good.
What do you think about the Natasha doll?
Oh, have you heard about the Natasha doll? She want to know.
Natasha dog, the doll. Oh, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. My friend actually texted me that video a couple days ago about it. And I saw that, yeah, I was like, for Asian people to really distress by pinching on the black, I was like, really? Yeah, I was like, really, Asian, do you really want to
Cow
do that?
Dog,
Like,
I dug the Godfather of Harlem with Forrest Whitaker.
I mean, if we did it, what would happen? What would be the outcome if we made us one?
yeah,
and
the
it
outcome
was
is
like,
that I'll say this. When most Asian when I saw that clip, yeah, I was like, yeah, Asian people, are you sure you want to buy a black doll and squeeze so hard as if they want to, beat on black people? Yeah, it's not a good idea because most Asian people have not really moved past beyond their anti-black racism. And I was like, Asian people, why not squeeze out a white
Go
doll?
Khalid Ali.
Build
Go
your
get
own
with
dolls.
Muhammad Ali's ex-wife,
Remember
Khalid.
that commercial?
Mine, right?
We made a doll like that. It was high yellow. We called it the Lin Ming or something like that.
Yeah.
And we did that ugly shit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what do you think they would think about us if we did that?
Right.
If we
Yeah,
made
I
a doll
don't.
like that first fucking toy. I mean, what would they think? They would think that we're fucking dangerous and
Right.
violent, and we only have nothing but hatred in our heart for that. And that's not who we are, you know. Even like, what would happen if we did that? You know.
I mean, we
Oh, I
paved
know
the
what
way
you
for
mean.
Asians
Yeah, I know.
to,
Yeah.
prosper like they've been able to do, because when they came after the Immigration Act of 1965, they put them right in our communities.
But
Yeah.
when we go over there, they said that people are
Especially with
living
the
over there.
anti-black racism.
Okay.
Yeah, they still experience some racism though.
They
Right,
said
right.
they're like living good.
It's like certain types of Asians, like
Right.
Chinese, Japanese, Koreans are racist as hell. Some of the Filipinos are racist as hell. Some of the Vietnamese are racist as hell. Now, some of the Vietnamese are cool as hell.
Yeah,
Some
but I
of
had
the
to say
Lao
this.
are cool.
Right.
Cambodians. I used to
Where
live
does it
next
come
door to
from, Michael?
Cambodia.
Like, where is it? Like, where does it come from?
I told you.
Oh yeah,
man,
let me answer Lady Shay's question quickly. I know she wants to ask me, where does the anti-black racism come from? Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So the anti-black racism definitely comes from when European countries occupied Asian countries, occupied Vietnam, Taiwan, Hong Kong, China, Philippines, India, and so on. So they spread
That wasn't us. That was the Europeans that did that.
Yeah, they did that. Yes, to extract resources from Asian countries by imposing conditions, spreading hatred, religion. Because most Asian countries were never Christians in the first place, or
No, they were either Buddhist or Hindu.
right. And so they took that hatred internalized it, and pretty much, how do I say this? Like, let's just say they were pretty much quiet about it before they came to America, right? So when they internalize that kind of thought, they become more racist over time, if not overnight, right? And what's even worse is that when the Asian people do express their anti-black racism, I'm sure you guys have experienced it. Most Asians tend to be very covert about it, smile.
Oh, you remind me of Mr. Yan, Mr. An. You remember me telling you about Mr. An or Brother Che when I used to go sit off in that restaurant, and Mr. An had no problem hopping over that counter, whooping your ass.
Yeah, so Europeans, I mean,
So
the
they
spread,
taught 'em
like,
this.
they taught Asians and non-European countries how to sow anti-black racism, right? Through colonization, stealing resources, and so those countries collapse economically, GDP drop.
Not kiss on white ass.
Yep.
Exactly, cow dog. You know
And then
what
they
I'm
learn.
saying?
Oh, go ahead, Lady Che. Yeah,
to
you
get
know,
closer to the Nabisco.
yeah, closer to like what I just said, to close to Nabisco. So in other words, the way I interpret it as most Asians have a close proximity to whiteness by using their skin color as economic currency, which is not that different from how white people use their skin color as economic currency. And yes, Asian people have received resources, just not from the government, but also private institutions, charities. Because even when I drive down to Annandale, Virginia, you know, almost on I mean, from time to time, I see a lot of career-owned businesses, like Korean shopping I mean, Korean businesses like everywhere in that
You're
one
right, Cal Dog.
even like Korean banks. So when I saw that, like, okay, yeah, Korean banks are going to give loans to Korean people only. And I would ask myself, what would happen if FBA went to a Korean bank and asked for a loan? I'm pretty sure Koreans will make excuses, say, I'm sorry, we can't serve.
Right.
Yeah, you know, which is not that different from how Bank of America and other banking institutions.
They have their own banking system.
Yeah.
Right, right. Right. And so, right. So when white people, like what Jesse said, after 1965 Immigration Act, yeah, most Asian people definitely were racist, like over time, if not overnight. But it's just more
Yeah,
quiet about it.
because remember they
covert.
used to demonize them. They used to call them. They used to do Fu Manchu and the yellow peril because of communism. And then they said, "Oh, these are the model minorities." What?
Right. And so most Asian people learn from white people how to be greedy, be greedy, embrace evil capitalism. And you'd be surprised how most Asian people, right, even though they've grown more liberal over time in the last 26 years, they have not left their I'm sorry, they have not how do I say, they have never left their anti-black racism by joining the Democratic Party. And so they actually make they pretty much enhance it by using like BIPOC, because who created BIPOC is really Muzungu. So Muzungu's trained Asian liberals. When you meet FBAs, use BIPOC as a de-escalation tool. I'll put it this way, but I really see it as a escalation.
You seen that with Howard Chow?
Yep, Ricc Chow, exactly. Yeah, and
not Ricc Chow. We know a Democratic shill by the name of Howard Chow.
Yes, Howard Chow.
He does the same thing. He be trying to act like he's down with the struggle and all that, but he's a damn Democrat. And when he come around us, he talking about BIPOC and people of color and all this nonsense. And we're like, nah, man, we're not on that shit no more. Them Democrats put fear in their heart. As soon as they see us, they be like, oh shit, here we go.
Right. Yeah, because I will tell you this. Because what I was gonna say, yeah, even like when I reached out to an Asian candidate who's running for Congress, California. Her name is Mai Vaughn. I can't remember, right? So I asked her about reparations, and she said yes. I'm paraphrasing what she said or quoting. She said to me, yes, that she does support reparations. I asked her, how about lineage-based Caspian reparation? I even asked her like when she was going to update her reparations platform. Her response to me was, I'm going to pass that. She was going to pass my information to her campaign team. Some from there would follow up with me, never got a call. And I checked the website a couple weeks later.
Okay, Michael, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah.
Michael.
Yeah. Can you hear me,
He's
Jesse?
having technical difficulties. Michael.
Yeah, I'm here, Jesse. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you both.
Okay.
I want to hear what else he had to say.
Yeah, so I was saying that,
Shabaka, are you still there? Oh, there you
Shabaka,
are.
there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, perfect. Okay, good. Sorry, yeah. So her campaign team did not reach out to me, and I looked at her website. Platform's still the same. So it's just she's pretty much just talking the talk, not walking the walk on reparations. And yes, she's familiar with Gavin Newsom's reparations bill or SB bills.
Man,
remember we had goddamn Andrew Yang that couldn't hang.
Yeah, I remember Andrew Yang.
Yeah, but one thing that Andrew Yang said though, Brother Che, is that he says that all the money that social media is making off of your personal information, they got enough damn money where they should be paying where they saying they should be paying everybody $2,000 a month, not us paying them paying us.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. Yes. But also Andrew
he
Yang.
would have got it. He would have got it if he would have supported reparations.
Reparations, exactly.
Yeah. He would have got it. Yeah. That was the only drawback that I had with him on it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of very interesting.
Basic income type shit. You can see that from these progressive liberals. That, oh well, we can do a lift all like Kamala Harris. I'm not gonna do nothing for black people now.
Black people now, yeah.
Speaking of Asians, she's an Asian too.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Here too.
Yeah. I call them the Asian Karens, Asian
Is he
Brads,
still
Asian
running for
Connors.
office in Ohio?
Yeah, Vivek's been getting it too. Left and
Yeah,
right.
Vivek Ramaswamy. Yeah, he's running for governor in Ohio.
He's been getting hated on.
Who is this?
Vivek Basalami.
Oh, God.
Maybe one dog.
That son of a bitch. Fuck him.
Yeah,
Vivek, welcome. Bring your ass up here too. Yeah, because I got a few choice words for that son of a bitch. And I want to make that clear.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You see the B1 dog, y'all?
Oh yeah. So what happened to Yang? I can tell. Yeah. So Andrew Yang is now
I
doing
think he
a
retired.
podcast. Well, he's doing podcasts and has a organization called Forward Party, right? And Jesse, and Jesse told me that the Forward Party. How can the Forward Party be forward when it does not embrace reparations? And I looked at the people who are running the Forward Party, not very diverse. Even though they
you see. And then, as you know, Michael, the only thing that's going to happen with the reparations money, man, is going to get submerged back off into the U.S. economy.
Exactly. Yep. And that's one. Yep. And that's one thing I think that most Asian, Hispanics, and white people are scared of. They're scared that FBS are not going to reparations monies in those communities, right? FBS, you're right, Smoker, are going to stimulate the economy. Of course, FBS are going to circulate money in their own communities to get the
now.
Go ahead.
Not cutting your wisdom, Michael. Okay, Cal Dog brought up a very good point right here. We need to get back together as a people before desegregation. You see, desegregation, man, was one of the worst fucking things that happened to us economically as a people, because just like the Black Wall Street, we were forced to trade with each other. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
And we became very, very prosperous.
Do y'all see the B1 dog?
Yeah, we see the B1 dog.
That's my dog. My girl.
Oh, you ready to eat?
Hey,
just
Jesse.
follow his nose wherever it goes.
That
man,
dog
I like dogs better than I like people, man. That is the most lawless motherfucker there is on the planet.
Yeah, Caldwag dog, Call Dog Center. Sure.
I just gave her a little piece.
Okay, now Cal Dog is right about this right here. He is absolutely correct. And then Cal Dog, when I visited the Black Wall, man, that did definitely had put that into my mind as well too. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesse, I like your tattoo. It looks very cool.
Oh, thank you. It's 303 CO.
CO. That's so cool.
Like, don't look back here.
You look like a run. What's his name from the movie? Can't remember the military movie, long time ago.
Which one?
I think it was Commando, starring Sylvester Stallone.
Oh yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, I'm sorry. Wait a minute, not Sylvester Stallone.
Rambo.
Wait a minute. Hold it. No, Rambo.
Sorry, Rambo. Yeah.
Black Rambo.
Yeah.
Shoot up everything.
Carl Weathers.
To get back. Yeah, Carl Weathers.
Carl Weathers. Yeah, Carl Weathers used to be in the.
Carl Weathers.
Yeah.
We need to get back together as a people before desegregation. That's right, Cal Dog.
Now, as you know, Carl Weathers used to play for the Raiders, man. He was the number 3 safety.
Yeah, he used to be on in the heat of the night. I'm sure you remember Bubba.
Yeah, he was Chief. Yeah, he was Chief Forbes. And then I saw Carl Weathers at a distance in real life in Los Angeles, where he was doing a movie set, and he was a pretty big dude. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He was every bit of 6'3", man, tipping the scale about 225. You know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, Mr. Weathers passed on.
215. I'm 215 now. Yeah, I got weighed the other day. I'm out 215.
215. Hey Jesse, have you heard of
and you right, you right, cow dog.
Americans never
And I
complain
took the
about
scale
money
recently at
No.
187.
or illegal
No,
immigrants.
now it is.
Yeah.
Americans never complain about money sent to other countries or illegal immigrants, but soon as we talk about money, for us it's a problem. Exactly, cow dog.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, I gotta move us to the next topic, which is about this boycott.
Dog, everybody.
Nice dog, Lady Che. I like it. Very nice.
She's so friendly and smart.
Friendly.
Well, not friendly, but she's smart.
Yeah, she doesn't like white people or tethers or the police.
Cool. That's a good police dog to have, Lady Che.
Yeah, Val, and fuck Apollo
next one is
Creed.
a-
That
Hello,
was
family. Good to see
fuck
you.
Apollo
Hope you're
Creed.
doing
That
well.
was fantasy.
We're going to get into this Asian store boycott. There's a lot of people that already got started with the boycott.
Yeah, he was Apollo Creed.
And it's in response to the Cyrus Carmacc-Belton,
Yeah, she got a puppy.
14-year-old
She's
that
full
was
grown
unalive by an Asian store owner. And come to find out, he shot at about 3 different melanated people. So he has that reputation. And a lot of people are responding by refusing to go to the Asian nail shops,
She's a Rockweiler
restaurants, or, any of their hair shops. People are saying, hell no, we're not going in there. We're not spending our money with these people. And it's not entirely them. It is this whole system that it's literally inviting everybody to take a shot at us.
And she got a beagle. She misses her beagle.
It's just unbelievable. It doesn't matter if you're from America or you're some immigrant. It's almost like they're opening the door for anybody to do whatever the hell they want to us. And I'm going to let you listen to this one Asian guy. He's sounding all cocky and he's challenging us to boycott them because they make this good and that good. I don't care what y'all make.
Ain't no thing
Or whatever it is, I can live without it. And number 2, not all of your goods are really of quality. There's a lot of stuff that comes out of China and is very cheaply made.
Yeah.
It's not even of good quality.
That's right, Lisa.
So, some of the things are okay and some are very
What
cheap.
the hell? Like, remember we got that cart that one time?
Very
The little
cheap.
baby cart?
Yeah. That shit's broken.
So, I don't know what he's getting on his high horse, but I went over on his TikTok when he made the challenge. I said, challenge accepted.
Fucking armorers, baby.
Trust me, I can live without any of these stores y'all got out here. Your H Marts, it doesn't matter. I don't need nothing out of it. I don't even need nothing out of your H Mart.
Right. What they got
So y'all,
supermarket.
let's see here.
You need to go to the Park Hill supermarket. That's Asian owned.
All right, so before we get started, just a reminder, I have a sale going on for the shampoo, pomade, and rice leave-in conditioner. If you buy all 3 together, you get 40% off. So this is good until June 7th. So get your orders in and take advantage of the sale. All right, y'all. So let's get into this whole thing.
Asian
Pacific Islander heritage.
I'll let you hear this Asian guy. And all this does, just listening to him,
oh my God,
all it does is it turns me off to the point where, I'm going to go beyond and above, not to go near any of your shops.
Exactly.
After what this
is
dude
the video
did.
I'm talking about.
And of course, we get on
that's what I was
that.
talking about too.
So,
China Mac.
Don't
Very
blame
ignorant.
us all for what one man do. But you know what? When one of us do something wrong, you blame us all. So I think it's about time y'all get that same treatment in return.
Well, this
That's how I
motherfucker
see
need
it.
to look at Los
You
Angeles
let one
in
person
1992.
step out here and do one thing wrong, all of a sudden
Would
it's
have
the
been on the
whole Black
rooftops with the
community's
rest of the
fault.
Korean
It's
mercy.
everybody in the Black community at fault. So, hey, back at you, bitch. So if you can do that to us, we should have no problem doing that back to you. I think it's high time we just do it right back to them.
Whereas Black people,
You know, I don't have time to figure out which Asian is okay and which one is not.
Yeah, that's whack Mac.
Or
That's
which
not China
white
Mac.
person
That's
is
whack Mac.
okay and which one is not. I don't have time for that.
Yeah.
So the way I see it,
I didn't have no.
you can bet I'm going to boycott.
I was going to.
I'm definitely going to do it.
Comedic shit with sparring.
All right.
people.
Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
I was like, what in the hell? That was so weird, you know? Excuse me? That would be a no, cuz you don't get none of my shit.
Thank you.
What? Where's yours? You had 3.
I love when the Black community says, let's boycott Asian businesses. Please do. We'll get rid of the Chinese takeout, the dry cleaners, the laundromats. Let's get rid of the liquor stores as well. Get rid of the Jordans you guys wear, the Nikes you wear, the shower caps, the Hondas, the Hyundais, all your car electricians, the electronics in your house, the Sony, the TV system, your sound system, the microphones that you guys use to rap and speak about awareness for the Black culture and the hip hop culture. Where do you think that's made it? That's made all in Asia. And here's another thing for you guys. You guys want us to leave the neighborhood so bad? Oh, Asian people are in our neighborhoods? We're in white neighborhoods. We have our own Chinatown. We have our own Koreatown. You think we really need you guys to benefit us and make money? A lot of us do.
Here. It's Chinatown in Denver.
I've been saying this for the last 20 years.
I believe that's the last little piece.
Their Chinatown in Denver got burnt to
Yeah.
the ground. That's all I know.
Yeah.
Their Chinatown got burnt to the ground here in Denver. They burnt that shit to the whole ground.
Little piece.
Yep, it's just a little piece. Yeah.
Yeah, I see this motherfucker forgot about 1992.
Clearly, but I don't even think he was born then.
Yeah, he's probably born in like
It's
late
quite obvious that it wasn't.
1980s.
Yeah, it's quite obvious. He don't that he's speaking without reference. You see what I'm saying? And then not to mention the fact,
like he probably in his early 30s.
Not to mention,
yeah, I'll say about 31, 32 at the most.
When the border was open, they had the hookup on the Biden Express.
Yeah.
Everybody were over there with they had it all mapped out. They know who to pay, where to go.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They had better. It was easier for them to get here than it was for everybody else.
But all that shit he described in Black Family, we invented all of that. Dry cleaning, all that shit.
Yeah, first before Asians came to America.
Yeah, that's true. And then also too, Michael Williams.
Okay, first of all,
go ahead, Shabaka, and then we're gonna hear from you.
Okay, and then also too, we invented the hot iron. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Did you hear about the infamous Chinese laundries in San Francisco? We invented that damn hot iron.
Yeah,
You see
all
what I
that.
mean?
Everything I made looking crisp and clean. We
Exactly.
invented all of that. Everything I made
Same
life
thing with
easier.
the dry cleaners. Same thing with
We invented all of that.
the dry cleaners. You know what I'm saying? Same thing, man, with the oil machine for the railroads. You know what I'm saying? And we built the goddamn Southern Pacific
My
Railroad.
brother,
That's what
the one B's great grandfather got the patent for that, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay.
And also, also you guys also invented cell phones, 3D.
Yep. Yeah, you're right.
Widescreen theater.
Yeah, you're right, Michael. Yeah, you're right.
In the clip I showed in the very beginning, he invented. Yeah, we invented
And
all
don't
of that.
forget the hidden figures.
You can mess with
hidden
this
figures.
bullshit.
Yeah, and remember if you ever saw the
Challenge
movie.
accepted. You want us to boycott Asian businesses? Okay, we already do.
Okay,
I've been
we'll
doing
do
it.
Yeah,
we'll do it.
Let's see what Lisa got to say in regards to this.
Yeah.
He's full of shit.
Yep.
They are not in white neighborhoods in big numbers with their businesses because white people don't want these Asians in their business. Yeah, it might be a Chinese restaurant here and there, but for the most part, y'all are primarily in the quote unquote Black community. That's where you are. You are not in big abundant numbers in white communities because he's trying to make the claim that they are. They're not.
You know where I noticed a lot of that shit? In the Bay.
Yeah, California.
A lot of them was talking with that black scent.
Yeah.
They was married. They was hugged up on black women.
Oh my gosh, that's
this.
Well, you see, but you have to remember, Brother Che, San Francisco is the original Chinatown.
Chinatown, yeah.
It's the original Chinatown.
Remember, I took the whole tour, Shabaka. I went through all of that.
And I told you too, Brother Che, when I was in Chinatown, I was in San Francisco one time, and I was asking an Asian woman for direction. She was a PG&E worker, and then one of her people came up to her, and that woman flipped the fluent Chinese. Man, it made my head spin.
Yeah. All right, let's get back to the video.
There are, when I was growing up, we went to dry cleaners and they were always, especially in the hood, they were always our people that owned the dry cleanings.
Yep.
Right.
Okay. If you wanted anything, the bakeries were, all of the bakers around us, they were Black people. So I don't know what he's talking about. Oh, we own the liquor stores. I don't need to go on no Asian owned liquor store. There are plenty that are not owned by Asians, and some of our people even own those too.
Thank you for posting that.
Come on, man. You know, he seems to think, oh, y'all really need us. You know, y'all need us. No. As far as I'm concerned, you can all pack up and go back to China or wherever the hell you came from.
Right. That part, Lisa.
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly.
And never forget, we are the real true inventors, y'all.
Yeah, I don't eat nothing out of
We have invented even before these folks.
Aren't you on the side?
Don't ever make them think, make you think that they invented or came up with everything, because these Gentiles all tend to do that, but they didn't. When you go back in the history books, even many of our inventions are made by Asians.
I really don't know.
Always remember that.
Here, Val.
All right. Let's go on.
Say your ass in the other chat. We over here.
You go to college as well. You're being outworked by immigrants who barely speak English. And you're not embarrassed? Go to the bank, start your own businesses, and deal with your own people. I want to see your own women get on their hands and knees and do pedicures and manicures and deal with nasty ass attitudes, okay?
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
How I would love to put my
All are not
his ass.
And that's another lie. Many of the immigrants are telling. You are not coming over here and outperforming us. You are coming over here. Some of y'all are getting
paid. Thank you, Jupiter, for bringing that up. This man had
the Yakuza.
What would it be? The Yangaosity to take the video down, thinking, oh, nobody's ever going to see this. The internet's forever. Once you upload something on the internet, you can take it down.
Yeah, it's there forever. Yeah, it's there forever. Right. He could delete his own video, but it's always going to be posted.
Paid $10 an hour, $11 an hour. Okay. And as far as education, there is no one more educated than Black women up in here. So y'all can go somewhere and sit down for real.
Yeah.
All right. That's a load of bullshit. We don't have nothing to be embarrassed about, because you're not coming over here outperforming us. The only reason why you have more is because this white society up in here allows you to have more. That's all. That's all. But see, the system is rigged. That's why they have been fighting like hell to keep us down at the bottom the whole time. And so people like you can just walk in the door and get any opportunity. See, just like
Some of them have
you
the
get
nerve to be cooking
an
soul
unfair
food.
opportunity,
Oh,
even
hell
in the
no.
courts, we're seeing that too.
I remember
So
them
when one of us
Oh
are
my gosh.
eliminated,
remember they had a gangland. It was an Asian gangland they had, and they
Asian gangland. That's in like Colorado or California. You went to
no
Jesse.
California. It was
Oh
That
my
sounds
god.
like San Francisco.
Yeah, it was in San Francisco.
And then keep in mind, Seattle has a huge Asian population too. Remember the
Yeah,
movie
they
called
do.
Romeo Must Die?
Yep,
Yeah,
they
what
do.
the fuck did
A lot of
Romeo
them
do,
are in
man, that
Tacoma.
had get knocked off?
Yeah, a lot of them are in Tacoma and Olympia.
Yeah, and I think that there was a Leah's only movie role she played.
Like they have whole Asian gangs. Well, we got some Asian gangs out here in Colorado, but in Washington and Oregon and California, they got all kinds of Asian gangs. They got the Asian Boy Crips,
Particularly in
they got
San
the Asian
Francisco.
Boy Bloods, they got the Tiny Rascals, they got all kinds of little Asian gangs that actually try to align with black gangs. Like
What?
they got black members.
Oh.
They got Asian members and black gangs now. It's crazy work.
Oh my gosh. And when you see that, Jesse, you're like, oh my gosh, this is ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I remember when certain gangs.
Yeah, the Yakuza. Yeah, they're Japanese. Yeah, they're Japanese. Actually,
Yeah,
from what I
Asian
understand,
restaurants don't pay
like
their
the
workers a
Yakuza,
living
they're
wage. That's what I
the
heard. About
samurais.
employing Hispanics. Yep, I've seen that too. My friend Abdul Mama couldn't stand me for years until she found out I was a real friend. Aw.
Yeah, that's very yes. I was commenting to CalDog. Yeah, it's very frustrating because most immigrant parents, when they meet someone who's not of the same race or
Mhm.
same ethnicity, yeah, most of the parents tend to disapprove of their kids, friends, girlfriends, boyfriends, even wives or husbands, right?
Yeah.
And I think I told some of my Asian friends, employee, don't ask, don't tell policy, don't tell your parents the person's color until they beat them, because
Right.
when Asian people, I'm sorry, when Asian kids tell their parents, excuse me, when Asian kids tell their parents the color of their partners, girlfriends, yeah, it's going to send a very mixed message, and tempers are going to flare up. So I always
Yeah.
say to Asian people, if especially going to bring someone of a different race, employee, don't ask, don't tell policy.
And eligible non-citizens have no place to receive welfare benefits. I agree, Jennifer, with this new detective in audit or directive in audit. HUD is putting new processes in place to safeguard taxpayer resources. It's about damn time.
Exactly.
I gotta be teaching my son how to cook. Yep, that's right, Val. So he
Yeah.
doesn't need nobody. That's what my mama and my grandmother said. We're gonna teach you how to cook. If these women is lazy, they're not gonna do nothing for you. They was telling me this back in the 90s. I was like, huh? And like, yeah, we're gonna teach you how to cook and clean. We're gonna teach you all this stuff. So these women now are trifling, they ain't gonna do it. And I was like, I was like 8 years old, and they was telling me this, 7, 8 years old.
7 or 8 years old. Wow, that's very young.
But it paid off because I know how to cook, I know how to clean, I know how to iron my own goddamn clothes, I know how to wash my ass, I know a lot of things. How
Right.
to clean.
Right, to be self-sufficient, right. Man,
Right.
tell that to Philip Scott and Don Sadiq. Both of them say, no, it should be a woman's role to cook, clean, and nurture kids. A man's role is supposed to, like, provide, protect.
Right. Well, that's a given. But
Right.
in today's society, these women, they're not doing that. You got whole rappers like Cardi B talking
now
about they
who's
don't
this
cook, they don't clean.
Juniper Joy?
Huh?
Who's Juniper Joy?
She's been tapping in. I see her in the new Blacc Media chats.
Okay. All right. I just want to respond to this. Put the American people first. Today's actions to verify immigration eligibility of all HUD-assisted households is a major step forward to ensure we put American families first. Check this out, Juniper. Fuck American families. Get them goddamn reparations up for our people. We built this motherfucker.
Well, that's a given, Shabaka. She's just giving the news about what the Trump
White
administration
House,
just
Trump.
did.
Okay. So she's talking about the dumpster, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, the man is ill.
But this is a good thing, Shabaka. This is a good thing. It's
to get the house in order.
It should have been and happened decades ago. Eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse, said HUD Assistant Secretary of Public and Indian Housing Ben Hobbs. There are hundreds of thousands of American families on housing wait lists. That's very true. That is very true.
Yeah,
I was on a wait
Yeah,
list.
I've known people that have been on housing wait lists 3 years, man.
Shit, I've been on housing wait list for 10 years. They just
Damn,
now
sounds
calling me, talking about, oh, the spot is open up. I've been housed for 5 years. They're just now calling me for these wait lists.
Right.
And I was on the wait list prior to being housed, like years prior. And they're
Okay,
just
now
now
somebody's
calling
shouting at me. Val is hollering at me. Why you hollering at me, Val? I don't never holler at you. Why you hollering at me for?
She's hollering at you like I was hollering at you like Shabaka. This is a good thing. Like, American families have been on wait lists for years, Shabaka.
Right.
Well, that is true. I've known quite a few people who's been on waiting lists, and I know a few people who's still on waiting lists over 10 years. You know what I'm saying?
You know me, I'm one of them. There's a lot of us are still on freaking wait lists.
Yeah,
and
my
now
ass might be going
they've made
on
it so hard to get house now. It's near impossible. I'm glad we got in when we did, because Jesus Christ. If you don't have a case, all bets is off. Then I ain't nothing you gotta say.
And then keep in mind, the older you get, and if you're on house, more difficult is going to
And
get.
then I ain't taking intakes no more. It's been what, 2 years the intake?
Yeah, because they're waiting for elderly people to die off. You know what I'm saying? And who was that stupid motherfucker that came out there and said, well, the elderly
and DHA definitely, they definitely waiting on you to die. I remember when my grandmother passed, it's been 11 years in September, they couldn't get us out of her apartment quick enough.
Yeah.
Her body wasn't even cold yet, and it was like, you got to go. We were basically commandeering the premises. You have to leave. Y'all can come back in 2 weeks to get whatever you want. Basically.
Right. And it's like, how could she move like a lot of stuff in 2 weeks? Like you say, like she's very frail, and it takes a lot.
But prior to them telling us this, we had to damn near fight her so-called friends, quote unquote friends, that like to use her for her stuff. They was trying to get in, talking about what can we get? Not a damn thing. You can get the hell out of our goddamn face. That's what you can get.
Yeah, it sounds to me like gentrification 2.0.
It was people that she thought were her friends that was trying to get into the damn apartment. They was black, white, Asian, Native American, whatever the fuck.
And guess what, dude? Guess what? This shit is getting ready to happen again at y'all. It's going to happen in 2 years. South Central Los Angeles, because they're getting ready to clean that area up over there. If
For
they
the
ain't started
Olympics.
already for the Olympics. Exactly.
Yeah.
Mexican, all that.
They could not wait to get my grandma's stuff, because my grandma has some nice stuff. And she used to have, she used to have some of them over her house, and they be plotting and scheming and plotting on what they want. And that became very apparent when the day she died.
Oh man, how many years your grandma live in that place? Like over 40 years, right?
So prior to no, I wish she had stability like that. No, she was living under a bridge prior to that.
Oh,
she was okay. Like 8 years.
8 years
prior to that. It was after we had. Last time I went to New York, which was 2000. I believe it was 2000. It was right before 9/11. We had basically she assaulted my mom with me present on the way to the Statue of Liberty, like literally split my mom's wig. And when we got back to Denver, we had parted our ways, so I didn't see my grandma from like 2000 to 2009.
Oh, like almost 10 years.
Something like that. and she was over at the Mountain View terrace. That's what they call it, the Mountain View. It's because you get the mountain view from the high rise, like 10 stories high.
Right.
And she was on. She started off on the 8th floor, and then she moved up to the 10th floor. But when she was on the 8th floor, it was very interesting. I think she had an infestation or two. Then when she moved to the 10th floor, I guess they got rid of the infestation or whatever on that floor at least. And like I said, the day she died, her tramp ass friends, that's what she's calling her tramps, they was trying to get whatever the hell they could out the apartment. We had to barricade the door. It was ridiculous. Me and my stepdad had to be on guard. My mom was on guard. And then the management came and said, "You got to go. Y'all got to vacate the premises. Y'all can come back in 2 weeks to get whatever it is you like, but you have to leave now."
Wow, that's very terrible. Like only 2 weeks to get out. I mean, especially
she died in the apartment.
Oh my gosh.
Thank God my mom and my stepdad were there because I wasn't there. I was a few blocks from where I'm at now. So when I finally got there, they had already took her body. I was really devastated because I wanted to see her again before she died. I did see her like a week or two prior, but I'm still grieving that, definitely. But she was a Black Panther. She did a lot for the community. She's the one that introduced me to the unhoused neighbors. That's why I started calling them unhoused neighbors, because I said they were unhoused, but they're still part of the community. We used to have a crazy park out here called Jurassic Park. She used to be up there every day, Choir Park, Fountain Park. She's the one that invited and introduced me to all the street people here on the east side, 5 Points, Whittier, Cole, et cetera, Skyland, all over the east side, Clayton. So she was on the east side. She stayed on 27th and High when I was a kid.
27th and High. Why does that corner look familiar in my mind, Brother Check?
Because there used to be a restaurant right around the next block up called M&D's. You probably ate there when you first came out here.
Wait a minute. I've heard of M&D's. If
Yeah,
I'm not mistaken, wait a minute, man. If I'm not mistaken, I used to wash the windows for them in the summer months there.
And there's more. Remember? From what's it called? The Wayans brothers. And there's more. Like a block or two away from where she used to stay, there was a Chinese restaurant called Far East.
Okay.
They've been closed down for years now, but they were open back then.
Yeah. Did they? I'm just curious. Did that Chinese restaurant treat your grandmother with respect? Just want to make sure.
That Chinese. That's the thing. Like, there's a whole Asian market over there too, across the street from where she used to live. And she used to go to the liquor store over there, and they loved her to death. Like, when she died, they were so distraught.
Oh my God! Wow.
Yeah, so I have kind of mixed feelings about the Asian community out here because they were nice to some of my people,
but not nice to all of the FBAs. In other words,
right.
No, but one thing I will say about Mr. An in Oakland there, Brother Che, Mr. An was very respectful. He tell me, I have no problem with you. And there used to be this one dude that we used to call shit man, filthy clothes, filthy shirt, and all that stunk up the restaurant. And Mr. An hopped over that counter and told that motherfucker he coming there again stinking like that. He was going to put his foot in his ass.
Paris. They used to call her Rolling Jean Paris because she was always running the streets. She used to always run the streets. She would take me, I'd be like 5, 6 years old. She'd be like, "Come on, you coming with me? We going to the movies." We'd be sneaking in all kinds of food. She had like pork chop sandwiches. She would shit. I learned how to become prepared dealing with her. She always had something. She always carried a power tool.
Power tools.
With her. She always has some food with her. She always has something to protect herself. She was a victim of a lot of domestic violence, and she actually got away with murder. So, she was not to be played with. especially when she was off that fire water. Now, prior to the fire water, she was a calm, cool, collective. I loved being around her, but once she got on that fire water, it was a wrap. It was okay. I'm just gonna shut up now because I'm gonna say something, get cussed out. I'm gonna get slapped, something.
Yeah, it sounds like your grandmother like raised you more than raised you a lot the entire life, Jesse.
Okay, well, see, Michael, if you
I was around her. I was around her before I met my grandfather. So yeah, you can kind of say that. Like my mom, she raised me, but my grandma, she was very much a part of my life as well.
Right.
Okay, Michael.
Go ahead.
In the Black community, you know, grandma has all the juice. You know what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, there was a song by a dude named Bill Withers. He made in the early 70s called Grandma's Hands.
Yeah.
Just
Family ain't been the same since grandma left.
Yeah, and just like if you saw the movie Soul Food, you know, with Vanessa Williams,
just like that,
Eric
it ain't
LaSalle,
been the same. Like she was definitely
Nia Long.
Yeah.
And you remember the little boy was telling a story.
Yes, Rasad, I remember.
Yes, because and it's even in my family as well too, is that used to go by over to grandma's house, and grandma was set at the head of the table. Grandma was like the matriarch, and then there was Bill Withers that made a song called Grandma's Hands. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah, see, you know, grandma, you know, was the pillar of the basically of the Black community in the inner cities, you know, that I mean. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Definitely understand. Definitely understand what you're saying, for sure.
And the common name that they refer to grandma is Nana.
Big Ma. I refer to mine as Big Ma.
Big Ma.
Or Nana. Yeah. Everybody knew who Nana was.
She didn't like me to call her grandma. Keep in mind, Black family, my grandma became a grandma at 37.
37.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me see. Okay, let me see. I think my grandmother became a grandma.
All right, let me get back to this clip. R.I.P. to grandma, big time. She will be missed, Miss Barbara Jean Parrish. She was a Black Panther out of the Brooklyn chapter in New York.
Yeah, at 39, my grandmother became a grandmother at age 39. Yeah.
Okay. So 2 years later.
Yeah. Medea.
By an immigrant. These folks.
I was blessed enough to at least meet my great grandparents on my mom's side. My grandparents on my mom's side, and her and my dad on my side.
And what I did have is my brother's son, which you don't say either like that.
Yep, Medea.
Yeah, Tyler Perry.
Play with.
Great orphan. I wish, but I had a lot of motherfuckers raise me up.
Yeah, Val. Yeah.
So it's definitely out on the streets. Like, yeah. I remember being in the park. You know, I got one more thing to tell, and then we'll move back to the video. So I remember being in the park with my grandma. She'd be so drunk that Detox had to come get her. And I used to have to walk back to her house, which wasn't too far from where I live now. But being a kid, having to do that because your grandma is like under the influence was pretty traumatic. It happened a lot. I remember being in the park, summer of violence, and having to duck and dodge gunshots in the park from the Crips and Bloods that was banging in the park. At 5 years old, 5, 6 years old. All right, let me get back to it.
Want to let the immigrant go. So no, you got an unfair advantage up in here. But if we level out this playing field, we'll even run past you Asians too. Make no mistake about it. See, these white people have always been in fear of us rising above them since Black Wall Street. But trust me, level the playing field just for 1 year. We'll sell right past you Asians too. You watch.
Okay, Cow Dog says we
Please
have
boycott Asian businesses. I'm all for it.
So my people, these folks really out here trying to test our gangster as black people. Are we gonna let them do that? Watch this.
I love when the black community says, let's boycott Asian businesses. Please do. We'll get rid of the Chinese takeout, the dry cleaners, the laundromats. Let's get rid of the liquor stores as well. Get rid of the Jordans you guys wear, the Nikes you wear, the shower caps, the Hondas, the Hyundais, all your car electricians,
Y'all give them 1 month of not having the same revenue. Give them 1 month. Fools like him will be back on videos crying for us to come back in them stores. You watch. We will break him. We will break him. I don't wear Jordans. I don't wear Nikes. I don't drive a Hyundai. Okay, or these cars he's talking about. I don't drive those cars. And as far as shower caps and stuff, I don't have to buy no shower cap from no Asian. So, you know, he can miss me with all the stuff he's talking about. And people don't need new things like the stuff that he mentions. A lot of us already got these things in our household that he's talking about. And if it's not broke, you don't need to go out there and run and get another one of anything if it's still in working condition. I mean, come on, man. You're going to have to do better than this.
The electronics in your house, the Sony, the TV system, your sound system, the microphones that you guys use to rap and speak about awareness for the black culture and the hip hop culture. Where do you think that's made? That's made all in Asia. And here's another thing for you guys. You guys want us to leave the neighborhood so bad? Oh, Asian people are in our neighborhoods? We're in white neighborhoods. We have our own Chinatown. We have our own Koreatown. You think we really need you guys to benefit off and make money? A lot of us do go to college as well. You're being outworked by immigrants who barely speak English. And you're not embarrassed? Go to the bank, start your own businesses, and deal with your own people. I want to see your own women get on their hands and knees and do pedicures and manicures and deal with nasty ass attitudes, okay? Please, boycott.
See, dude don't know the history of Black Wall Street. We've already gone to the bank and started our own businesses and did everything ourselves. We already been there and done that. Mm-hmm. And my thing is, why ain't you in your own country trying to be big and bad? Why are you being big and bad over here? You could have kept your ass at home. What you flee your country for? Go back home and be big and bad and do good in business. No, you over here because you know where the money is.
Yep, bingo.
All right, and you get led into our communities to set up shop. And many people within our communities, the system's so badly rigged, can't get loans to open up businesses. They'll do everything to block us from opening up a business because you know what? We had Black Wall Street. They already know what we can do. They already know. And dude, you talk like we have been in the state that we're in forever. No, go look at Black Wall Street. You haven't even outperformed Black Wall Street. You Asians have not even outperformed Black Wall Street over here. Okay? And let's just get that point out there. Wow. You
Amen,
really,
Lisa.
all you're doing is really sealing the deal on your boycott by running your mouth like this online. So it just goes to show you there's no humbleness in these people at all. So they're here for pure greed. If he was about something, he should have stayed in his country and started all these businesses and everything and do it over there. We never needed you. We never needed any of you in this country. Let's go on.
Asian business, I'm all for it.
Aside from the two facts, one, the fact that it wasn't about boycotting China or Asian businesses from overseas, it was boycotting the ones that we patron often, the laundromats,
the liquor stores, the restaurants, yada, 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 within the United States. And two, this take is clearly ahistorical and him not understanding why Black people hadn't been able to put those things in our neighborhoods that Asian people were allowed to, and why that happened the way it happened. So not only does he minimize who Black people are, disrespect the work and efforts that we put forth that allowed him and his people, as he called non-English speaking immigrants, to come in here and thrive. This video just gave me more incentive to boycott their businesses because they know exactly the truth. They know exactly what this has been. And he's literally saying what they think. Therefore, I am even more motivated to not walk my Black ass in any of their Asian establishments. Because like I said, they know. They also know the games that this country has played between us and them and against Black people through our history. Watch this.
And white people join this conversation. And by conversation, I mean the conversation that my community and the Black community are having right now in regards to what happened to Cyrus and how Cyrus was murdered by someone in my community. And I just want to say, I am happy that y'all are on the right side of history because great. But also, I am not willing to let y'all join this conversation and do what y'all did during the Stop Asian Hate thing. Because the truth of the matter is, what happened during Stop Asian Hate was that the majority of the people who were harming my community were white people. And y'all chose to scapegoat the Black people. Y'all did. And created tension between my community and the Black community. And now you're hopping on to this conversation, this issue that your community created, by the way. Your community created this fucking system. And you have the nerve to come into this conversation and try to scapegoat Asian people, try to make it seem like it's all of us who...
So they are well aware of the propaganda mission and campaign against us. They are well aware of the racism that Black people face. They are well aware of this system. This is not new to Asian Americans. Nevertheless, time and time and time again, we are treated a certain way in their establishments. Time and time again, we experience disrespect when we are literally keeping their livelihoods going. The guy in the first video didn't seem to think so, so he needs to get evidence that that's true. And not to mention, in this particular situation with the Cyrus situation, that Asian guy, Ricc Kim, was a nuisance to those Black people. He had already shot and harmed Black people before.
Wait, I think that looks familiar. I think that's from 2014. No.
Nevertheless, like I said, I am more incentivized by all of this to boycott Asian businesses. It's time for us to stop allowing people to play in our faces and we just tuck our heads down and continue to accept the abuse, mistreatment, degradation, and disrespect. Our ancestors would not have taken this long. We have so much access, so much ability now to build networks and do our own shit that we don't need their shit. So boycott Asian businesses. I damn sure am. And while we added athletes, y'all might as well also go to HBCUs and fuck them SEC schools as well. Let's show these people we stand on fucking business since they want to test our gangster.
I love when the Black community says, let's boycott Asian businesses. Please do.
Very good. We can show you better than we can tell you.
See, I had already started doing it, but it's time, Black folk. It's time. We know for a fact that this particular group of people would probably have to pack their bag and go back to their goddamn house if we didn't shop with them. Let's go and do it. I already started doing it a few years ago. I'm gonna be honest. Once I moved out toward the West Coast and actually met them, I said, shit, I got a chance to make money off of them because of my license and my profession. But I ain't giving them shit else. I think we need to start doing it.
Oh yeah, by the way, let's stop going to these Asian and Indian stores altogether. The same thing has been happening for centuries, and enough is enough. Let's stop supporting these businesses that hate Black people. Their minds was made up as soon as they saw that little Black boy walk into the store. Do not go to those Asian or Indian markets, period. Oh, and the nail shops are next.
Enough of that. Boycott the Asian stores. Enough of that. That man has shot 3 different Black people over shoplifting. Nobody should be shot or either killed over also white Caucasians, because they don't do it. It's us. Black people keep their stores open, not the white people, not the Mexicans.
This is a public service announcement for all the Black Americans. Yeah, the Asians out there is talking hot shit right now. And since we can't really tell which one of them is Chinese, Japanese, Vietnamese, Taiwanese, or Korean, we just gonna boycott all their ass. So going forward, for the next at least a couple of months till these motherfuckers really feeling they coming back crawling for mercy, yeah, we ain't getting no more nails, no more fucking wigs, none of that bullshit Korean facelift bullshit they got on here. Whatever the fuck they selling, we ain't motherfucking buying it. We ain't going to their liquor store. We ain't going to their beauty supply store. It's plenty of Black-owned beauty supply stores, liquor stores, doctor's offices, nail techs, all that shit to go around to pay our money to our motherfucking people.
Have y'all seen the video of the man daring the Black community to boycott Asian businesses? And he's basically saying, like, y'all can't, y'all need us. And I saw in the comment section on this video, a lot of people were like, challenge accepted. And I'm kind of hoping deep in my heart, this motivates the Black community to get on their grind. Because a lot of people don't seem to think that we have things. Could it be better? Yes, we definitely have to work harder to get a foothold in these marketplaces. But I'm from Detroit, right? I grew up in Detroit. So there are a lot of Black-owned gas stations in Detroit. I don't think Davis brothers still own that Shell on Outer Drive. I used to love that gas station because I could take my car there and get service, no problem. But I do know he owns like that tow shop across the street or something. But there are, Express Quick and Lube Auto Repair, Ace Petroleum, the Sicko gas station. We have cleaners, Black-owned cleaners, y'all. Most of your grandmas and coworkers are seamstress. That's their side hustles. I've been talked about how Black women dominated the beauty space for a long time, and it was kind of taken over by other communities. We do have, again, tailor shops. We have Black-owned banks. We have Black-owned liquor stores. We don't have like a Black-owned like TV brand like they do. A lot of our electronics do come from Asia, so they get that on lock, okay? So he kind of right when he say you need us for certain stuff because they making sure they right, which you can't be mad at. But that's the opportunity, y'all. Somebody get in here.
See, I look at that differently. Even if they do have all the brands, you don't need no damn TV every day. Okay, if we're talking about everyday items, most of us, once we got TVs in our houses, those TVs are there for years. These TVs sometimes are in your house for a couple of decades. Okay, that is not something that you need to go out and buy all the time. Most of us get TVs and shoot, I still got one that works in my house. And I've had it since the damn 80s and the TV still works. So we don't need that stuff every day. Even if he's well, we got this brand. Yeah, you might have it, but we don't need that every day. For real, we really don't.
Manufacture something here on American soil made by Americans. I don't even think America has its own like brand for technology that makes TVs and stuff like that. At least I don't think so. We do have the phones, you know, like Apple or whatever, but, you know, it'd be nice if, you know, somebody who's a Black American can get into that market. But let's watch the video, y'all.
Let's boycott Asian businesses. Please do. We'll get rid of the Chinese takeout, the dry cleaners.
Basically, all the employees are Black people. So you want, because it's a share, it's a, you know, publicly traded company. Well, I don't think Ford is. It's Ford. I think Ford is. But they want to invest back in them companies because they get a share of that money back. So it makes sense, right? But it would be nice to have like a Black American owned car situation. So Black community, are you embarrassed? Like he said. Now, I don't know what he's talking about. Like they go to college, like we go to college too. We have big CEOs and high positions for high companies, but unfortunately, a lot of those brands aren't like global brands at this moment. Remember, at the moment. Unfortunately, we hear a lot of videos like this from a lot of immigrant communities here in America. So how do we step in the game and step our game up? You know, we're in it. It's just a lot of times the perception of us is, you know.
You know what? I know the sister means well. I really, truly know she means well. We ain't in no competition with these Asians. We're just saying we're not buying their goods. We're not going to go in their stores and patronize them. That's all we really do with these folks anyway. We just, you know, we were patronizing some of their restaurants and stores and stuff like that. All we're saying is we don't have to patronize them and we're going to boycott them. She kind of talking like we're in some direct competition with them. It ain't that kind of party, girl. We're just boycotting. You're going way too deep with this. That's all I'm saying. She going way too deep. It's just a boycott. We ain't got to have no manufactured cars and all that stuff that she's talking. You're trying to get into direct competition, and we're talking about boycotting. Boycotting, okay? Let's not run off the rails.
Misconstrued because of
TikTok, I see a post of a young gentleman saying people all over the country are boycotting Asian hair stores and Asian nail salons because of what happened to Cyrus. The most liked comment said, why punish other businesses that had nothing to do that? And my response to that is very simple, because I can't look at the color of your skin to determine whether you're friend or foe. For years, y'all have looked at the color of our skin and looped us all as criminals, as has-beens. We ain't gonna never be nothing and we are tired. But when we do it to you, it's a problem. But Drea, we're not all like that. And I understand that you're not all like that. But I am not willing to walk into another store or into another business that don't have somebody that look like me to find out that you're not one of the cool ones. What do? We stop going to all of your establishments. We start supporting our own, period. I'm about to start putting together a series of Black Wall Street Zooms that is free, that is for everybody in the Black community that can come and start learning about resources in your area for you to support your own people. And I know that there's an app out there that you can go to. I'm not talking about no app. I'm talking about real conversations, real people that you can connect to in your area.
We are boycotting Asian-owned businesses. We will no longer be patronizing Asian-owned businesses because it's dangerous. You never know. They might think that you picked up something out of in their business and you walk out of the store, you don't have anything, but they might think that you did and shoot you. Hello, everyone. It's Sheena with the Sheena Monet Movement. I hope you're having a good day. So I've been seeing all over my social media accounts upset people angry because the Asian man got off and he didn't get charged with murder after he killed a 14-year-old Black child in South Carolina. As you all know, my channel is a history channel and I talk about history. This is just history repeating itself. I don't know if many of you have heard of the 1991 incident where LaTasha Harlan, 15-year-old Black girl, was killed by an Asian woman. The Asian woman owned it. And LaTasha was accused of stealing orange juice and running out the door. And the Asian woman shot her in the head over orange juice. This is just history repeating itself. The bad thing about us as Black people, we hear about stuff like this and then we get angry and we start saying boycott, and then some time goes by, we forget about the incident and we're right back patronizing these people who don't care about us, patronizing their business. Asian businesses are patronized by Black people mainly. We're the ones who keep them in business. We give them all of our money. But if they're going to be out here killing our children, we need to stop patronizing their businesses. We need to boycott Asian-owned businesses as Black people. A bottle of water, that's what the young man that lost his life over. The Asian owner thought that he stole a bottle of water and he chased him down and shot him. That's wrong. Imagine what that mother is feeling. We need to stick to our guns this time. We're going to boycott the Asian-owned businesses and don't start back supporting them. Stop supporting their businesses. That's the only way they're going to start respecting us. This right here proves to you they don't respect us. They do not respect Black people. It should be enough to tell the Black community that we are not respected by them. We give them all of our money. We patronize their businesses. They're successful because of us, but they don't care about us. Wherever you are, wherever you're living, in whatever city you're in, comment below and tell us any Black-owned businesses that you know about, any Black-owned nail salons, any Black-owned grocery stores, Black-owned beauty supply stores, so we'll know where to put our money, where to take our dollars. We need to start keeping the dollars in our own community because these people do not respect us. 2026, a young Black child still getting shot in the back. Like, nothing has really changed. That's history repeating itself. And this is why I do what I do. This is not new. This has happened before. The worst part of it all, he's not even getting charged with murder. The 14-year-old's mother walking out of the courtroom in tears. Do you think the man who shot that 14-year-old child cared about that? No, he didn't care. He was just happy that he didn't get charged. This should be enough right here to tell the people in the Black community, stop patronizing Asian-owned businesses. We're the ones keeping them in business. They don't patronize Black-owned businesses. They don't care about us. They have no respect for us. They would kill our children in cold blood. That should be enough for us to say, let me just start sticking with my own people. That should be enough to tell us that.
South Carolina. It's the
South.
So they pushed it out that long.
No, I mean, but he did 3 years. So how is that even possible without a sentence?
I don't know what he say. It's the South. They've been doing shit like that for centuries.
Yeah. Even in California, the white judge gave Ms. Sue Kim probation.
Yeah.
So how does he do 3 years with no sentence? Like, you got to be sentenced to do 3 years of time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how the fuck did he do 3 years with no sentence?
Right.
And just never charged him.
Yeah, they never charged him. Right, I guess because the Asian jurors sided with the white jurors, and the white judges, I guess, felt sorry for the Asian defendant, which is not that different from 1992.
Do you know the demographics of the jury?
In California at that time or right now?
Right now.
Right now, great question. I would assume that it was like very few Asian jurors who were there that day, who definitely had close proximity to whiteness.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I mean, because then you get 3 years, and then he gets sentenced to not guilty. So, like, how the fuck you do 3 years? Like, I don't think you don't have no arraignment, no trial, no nothing for 3 years, 3 whole years. Or they can imagine a couple of months, but like 3 whole years, you're just sitting in jail. You know what I mean? And what happened to the son? The son didn't do no time.
Right. I was shocked too. The son, yeah, I was really surprised. The son was definitely complicit, and the son definitely assisted his father in chasing down Belton out.
Yeah, what's his name? Andy.
Yep, Andy Chow. Yep, there we go. Andy Chow.
Is it he when he left that store?
Yeah, that's his name. Yeah.
And he left with the pistol. So he had the intent.
Mm-hmm.
If he would have just left and chased the
Yeah,
guy
exactly.
down, wrestled in the side, whatever, he had nothing or whatever. That's the one thing. But the fact is they left the store open and unattended.
Right.
And then went on a sprint, and all this shit happens. You know what I mean? And that they only got like how the fuck make it make sense? How the fuck you know he ran a whole fucking football field and if nobody's seen it, they only seen a portion of it.
Right.
How the
Because
fuck
they
they know who shot? How do they know that? Oh boy, even turned around and showed anything. If you didn't show a weapon, you'd have showed the weapon in the store.
That's just the justification they're using.
Since then, if I'm a little 14-year-old and somebody fucking with me, I'm gonna pull my weapon in the store.
Right, for defense. Yeah.
And then no, I'm not the one.
Right.
I mean, I could be, right? But like, and then take off running or something. I would throw the fucking shelf off and then took off running, right? But how the fuck? So you know what I mean? So it's all bad because when you leave the store unattended with the pistol and you go on a chase, you're intending on causing harm.
Right.
Right.
If you knew, I mean, you didn't know. Nobody knew that the little boy had anything on him.
Right.
Because they thought he was stealing, right?
They thought he was stealing.
Right, they thought he was stealing, but it was clear that the video showed that he returned the water back to the self.
Right. So it doesn't make sense.
Okay, Shabaka.
They're fucking with him. And I think that, like, when you leave the store unattended with a pistol, you intend on copping a body.
Right.
And that's, you know, and then to run him down, who said he really ran him down? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if they only have camera for some of it, but not all of it. You know what I mean? And there's some witnesses, but not all kinds of witnesses.
All right, I gotta finish this video before Shabaka gets out of here.
All right.
Thank you, Lady Che.
Thank you, ladies, for your input.
Do not patronize those businesses anymore. It's time for us to start sticking together. Time for us to figure out what we're going to do as a Black community, because it's too much going on right now. Things are getting worse. For that man to kill a 14-year-old child and not be charged with murder, that is terrible. That's terrible news.
Yeah.
Share this video. It's time to be careful and start supporting your own people. Thank you so much for watching. Rest in peace to that young man, and I send all of my condolences to his family.
Okay, thank you, sister.
So look, check this out. I've been paying attention to the comments. You know, I reply to as many as I can. You know, but I really want this to be known right here. This is not a racist movement. Us boycotting Asian shops and stores and restaurants. This is not a racist movement, man. Now, what I feel and what I hope that is occurring is that, you know, my people is finally waking up, man. You know, there ain't nothing racist about this, man. When will enough be enough? So we just supposed to just sit back and do nothing.
Yeah.
So we just supposed to sit back and just let each race take turns killing us. So who gonna be next? All right, we already know the whites do it. We already know. Now we know the Asians do it.
You mean them Garcia?
So who else gonna try to get their lick? So we just supposed to really sit back day in and day out and watch our people get slaughtered and don't say nothing. But soon as we get on here and get to talk about unifying, here come all these racial individuals out the woodwork talking all that crazy shit. But yet y'all sit here and talking about, hey, y'all people need to do better. But when we try to do better, y'all sit here and try to block us, laugh, and all this. You know what? Fuck them. They can try to block all they want, man. We got too much freedom, my people, to even be worried about that motherfucking shit. But this is some real shit right here. And I'm telling y'all, man, hey, listen, to all the other races that's sitting back watching, y'all know what the fuck is going on and y'all understand. So the crazy part about it is y'all know what the fuck is going on is wrong, but yet y'all still sitting here and lie to yourself and try to make it seem like it's justified. And everything. That's a mental illness on your part. Don't get up on here and try to clown us and clown me because I'm trying to bring my people together, you know, in a peaceful manner and try to better us. You feel what I'm saying? Because y'all sit here and y'all complain. Look how the kids are acting. Look what they doing. Look at their behavior. Well, you know what? You right. Motherfucker, you right. Ain't nobody saying you ain't wrong. I see the shit my people out here doing, just like you see the shit your people out here doing. So why don't we do this, bro? Why don't every race focus on getting they shit together, getting they people in order, writing they self, and then how about we all pick a leader and we all meet in the middle and discuss how we gonna make this shit a better place. But for right now, oh man, listen, I'm letting you know right now, man. Hey. A demonstration must be showed, man.
No more gas.
We must demonstrate, bro. So yeah, we gonna sit here and we gonna boycott these shops, these Asian shops, these Asian restaurants, all that. You know what I'm saying? And they gonna feel it because we they number one consumers. But we gotta find a way to take a stand. Do y'all want us to be this way or y'all want bloodshed? Nobody want no bloodshed. Who the fuck want to kill and who the fuck want to die? This life is too great to be out here playing motherfucking games. So what's wrong with letting an individual group, an indigenous group to this land, sit there and get their shit together? You think I don't see how my people out here acting? You don't think I think that shit is embarrassing? That shit is embarrassing. Fuck is you talking about? You think I don't see that shit? You think that shit don't make me feel some type of way when I turn the news on? I see a black man running down on another black man with fully automatic weapons, shooting them all in their face, 56. You don't think I don't? You ignorant ass motherfucking Americans, bro. You think we don't get tired of that shit, nigga? Hunky, whatever. You think we don't get tired of that shit? Lean the fuck back, man.
Yeah, I haven't heard that term in years.
You sit here, y'all complaining about the behavior, but when motherfuckers come along and try to change the behavior, do that, you will sit here and you will ridicule me. You will jump in my comments and put monkey signs and all this and that. Why not jump in there and say, you know what? Hey, black man, hey, you doing right for your people, man. Yeah, hey, get them together. You need to do that. Yeah, that's what's up, bro. Y'all can do it. Don't nobody want to do that, though. But you want to sit here and ridicule a motherfucker who's trying, though. Same with my people. And you know, those be the ones, bro. My own people will be jumping in that motherfucker. Man, well, who you think you is? Don't no motherfucking body got to listen to you, nigga. Motherfucker got too much going on in their life to be worried about this and that. Hey, bitch ass nigga, did your ancestors say that for the rights that you got, hoe ass nigga? Ungrateful bitch ass nigga?
Yeah, no.
See, this
we
is
gotta
why,
get this shit together, people.
And this is
I
why
ain't gonna lie, this shit's
this
embarrassing.
goddamn entertainment industry, man.
We better than this, man.
Of what this
We
brother's
better than this,
talking
man.
about. Right. Say,
we need the men get in y'all kids' lives, man. Men, stay in them households, man.
Right.
Stay controlling them households, man. Guide your seed, man. Women, guide your seed. Guide your little female, guide your little queens. I don't see how the fuck y'all, no, let me break it down to y'all, bro. Do y'all really sit back and look at us and how we be acting? I don't give a fuck how y'all feel to my uncle. Ain't no Uncle Tom over here, bitch ass nigga, so you better watch your mouth. And I can speak on my people if I want to, ho nigga. But like I said, you think I don't see this shit? That shit embarrassing, y'all. Every time you look around, motherfuckers all out here loud, obnoxious, tearing shit up, man. I ain't gonna lie, that shit clown shit. Walk around this motherfucker half naked and shit. Women control y'all motherfucking daughters. These boys out here acting crazy. Don't even respect their elders. Motherfucking fathers getting your sons' lives. Y'all motherfuckers want to sit around here and party and bullshit all day. But when it comes to them kids, y'all want to play games, man. Fuck that. Hey, man, listen, we gonna start acting accordingly, man. We gonna stop acting like Lord Kai citizens, because we're not. We built this motherfucker, man, from the ground up. This our shit.
Yeah, we damn
and y'all gotta get in y'all head, bro. We're not gonna get this bitch back. We're not gonna dare blow this motherfucker up before we get this bitch back, man. But there's other ways to make sure that we are good. It's a new age and time, man. We could do all that. This is our shit. It was our shit. But we took too long to fight back and make it. No, it took too long. Now we got to find other avenues to make sure that we good. Hey, that's the cold hard facts for y'all. We not getting this motherfucker back, man.
They will blow this bitch up before they let us get this bitch back. And I ain't talking about all white people because all white people are racist. I'm talking about the racist motherfucker that's in power. Those racist motherfuckers, you best believe, and let me tell you this, man, when they constructed this country, man, they're going to always and find a way to keep the racist people in control, in a position of power. Until we come together as a whole group of people and root that shit out, it's going to keep happening. But how the fuck we going to look out for y'all? How the fuck we going to sit here and stand rightfully by y'all when we not even right? So sit back and let us get our shit right. If y'all tired of seeing this shit, why don't y'all help then, motherfucker? Why don't y'all sit there and tell motherfuckers they wrong for the shit they been doing? Hey, I keep telling y'all this, man. All you motherfuckers that's living under a rock, everything that you see that's going on with my people, all this killing and all this and that, this was part of a plan.
Right, the Ma'afa. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he's saying a lot of good things, but it's kind of long-winded. So y'all, look, the bottom line is I will be boycotting. I will be boycotting, you know, and for me, it's not going to be hard because I stopped patronizing a lot of their businesses years ago, you know, especially when I had found out they were shutting Black women out of the beauty industry and blocking them from getting stores or trying to steer all the business towards their business. And they would do all kinds of little nasty things. When I found out about that, I was done with them. Okay. And that must have been, I think the last time I went into an Asian hair shop was probably the early 2000s, and I have not been in one since. And as far as my nails, I stopped getting my nails done like around 2006, you know, because I didn't like the way every time I would take the artificial nails off my nail beds and everything would be weak. I hated that. So I stopped wearing those nails back in 2006. And I haven't been back to a nail salon since. So for me, the boycott is going to be easy. It's going to be easy. It's going to be a cakewalk for me. But I know some of our people like their food and like, you know, I've seen a couple of our people like their H Mart and all that stuff. Man, you don't need none of that stuff. You don't even need their food. You don't need that. We weren't brought up on their food anyway. You know, we, especially us where I grew up, man, we were not brought up on no Asian food. So I can live without that Asian food. Real easy.
And I'll tell you this, most Asian restaurants use MSG too.
I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. And I want to thank Douglas Ledger. Thank you for your super sticker. One of many ancestral shadows. Like white people, they are pathologically ahistorical. Yeah. And thank you for your support for my channel. And Tweed 8943, thank you for your super chat. And let me see what it says here. Stop dealing with these people years ago. I'm not boycotting. I'm putting out of business altogether. Yeah. You know, like I said, I'm with you because look, like I said, I stopped patronizing them in a big way, probably nearly 2 decades ago. And let me tell you something. Once I decided I was not going to go back in their businesses, it really has not been hard not to go back in there. It's like, oh my God, they got this or they got that over there. I want to get, no. They don't have nothing in them stores that I can't find somewhere else. And that is a fact. But thank you for your support from my channel. Everything they got, we can find somewhere else.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I got your email.
And I will never forget when Peter Liang killed Akai Gurley and how the Asians all ran to the streets.
Yeah.
And they protest. It's a tragedy, but but don't punish this guy. Don't punish this Asian guy.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. And that turned me off about them, even back then.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
go ahead.
look, we know how to hook up food. We don't need none of these people. Seriously. We don't need none of them. We already know how to hook food up.
Right.
For real. And the way that Asian guy was talking, I don't know, for some reason, all of these immigrants come over here and they seem to think business. They have risen so high above us, and they haven't. But in their minds, psychologically, they believe even they came here and rose above us. Yeah. And I'm like, rose above who?
Yeah.
I tell you what, that is some serious psychological BS they are on. But many of them are sitting around and they really truly believe they have come over here out of nothing and rose above us, and no such thing has happened. No such thing has happened.
Yeah. Yeah, he needs
to. No, there's no Asian gas stations around us at all. There's a few of those Indians and Arabs around here that got gas stations, but Asians, I have never been to a service station that was Asians there. You know what I mean? I'm not talking about the East Indians. I'm talking about like the ones from China. I have never seen any of them at gas stations.
I agree, Nelly.
Mm-hmm. And they all don't realize if it was not for our people fighting during the civil rights movement, none of them would be here. And, many of them don't want to believe that, but it's the truth.
What is your closing statement on your way?
So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for coming. And be on the lookout for my lives tomorrow.
Servicing,
and don't forget to pick up your hair products. Shalom, family.
Rotate our dollars in the Black community and reinvest in ourselves.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right,
okay.
All right. Have a good night.
All right. Okay, you too. And I'll give you all a call tomorrow. Okay, Michael. Okay, guys.
All right, Sabaka. Thank you so much.
All right. Okay. All righty. I'm out. Okay. Take care.
Okay. All right, Michael, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so my thoughts that, most Asian people, right? Or before I talk about Asian people, yeah, most FBAs have been boycotting ethnic businesses before. It's nothing new, really. But what's really becoming a trend is that more FBAs have awakened after Ricc Chow's unaliving. I think I said Beltran, right? If I remember the victor's names correctly. I think losing my memory quite fast. Yeah. And Andy Chow as well, right? And I think because social media, more young FBAs are talking about more than they have, in the past, because the parents' generations have been pretty much I don't want to say quiet about it, but I just guess that they dare not to speak about it because they didn't want to accept the status quo. But this is a new day, right? And I encourage the older folks, the baby boomers, Gen Xers, and such generations to please always talk about it, because the more they talk about it, it's easier to build FBA-owned businesses and as well to expand on the Green Book, because it's not healthy to keep fighting every day with racist ethnic businesses when they don't respect FBA customers, and I'm there to really protect FBA's health, because your guys' health really comes first, right?
Yes.
Because
Yes.
everything when you fight with racist businesses, including Asian people, yeah, blood pressure you're right. Blood pressure goes up, adrenaline kicks in so fast, um, and it takes a lot on the mental health, right? And I always figure like this, like in the movie. You remember The Bodyguard when Kevin
Yeah.
Costner said to Whitney Houston, "No, I don't want to take that risk." I think that's
Yeah.
how it should be done, right? Because the bodyguard knows if a situation is safe or not safe. So it applies to racist Asian businesses, because most Asian business owners, they always going to pickpocket Black Americans' pocketbooks, monitor them 24/7, like law enforcement. And it's crazy how Asian businesses don't really understand FBAs, and not just only understand FBAs, but to understand this is America. It's totally different from where they came from. Yeah, maybe tolerate back home. And
Right.
unfortunately, for my I'm not I mean I don't want to disrespect my parents, but I'll say collectively in the older Asian communities that sometimes when you move to a new country, yeah, it's adapting to the new standards is going to be difficult. It's definitely worth it's definitely worth it's definitely worth adapting, right?
Right.
And yeah, and like I said, I don't blame FBAs boycotting Asian-owned businesses 100%, because it has to, because I think it's the time that Asian business definitely need to experience harsh economic pain indefinitely. And I say to like though I keep losing my train of thought. Sorry.
It's
Yeah,
all good.
yeah, sorry about it, because I know this is like breaking news and something very interesting comes up. So I'm trying my best um, to come up with a full response. But yeah, my point is that, especially for Tyrone, I will say this: Tyrone, please divorce yourself from Asian Becky's as quickly as possible. Yeah, the Asian Becky may be friendly, she may be submissive, but when she smiles too much, always question why she's smiling so much. Because
Right.
when you get out, when Tyrone gets out of her relationship with Asian Becker early, oh, trust me, you won't have to deal with divorce settlement, and
Yeah.
also what the Asian Becky is going to do next, because the Asian Becky is very calculating, she's very covert, and
Yeah.
usually when people are covert, they tend to be more dangerous than someone who is overt. I hope it makes sense what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I try my best to explain it as
Yeah,
much
we
as
seen that firsthand with Jeezy, with Young Jeezy.
yes.
And what's her damn name? What the hell's her damn name? Janaea May or something?
Janaea May, who is she? I never heard of her before.
She was married to Young Jeezy.
Oh, who's Young Jeezy? That's an interesting name.
He's a rapper.
Wait,
He's a trap rapper.
Young Jeezy, he's Asian, right?
No, he's black.
Oh, black. Okay, got it. Okay, never mind. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
His real name is Jenkins.
Jenkins.
They call him. They call him
Right.
Jeezy. But he was married
Right.
to an Asian woman, and they just got a divorce. She tried to clean him out, but I guess he signed a prenup or something, so she was able to get him for everything.
Oh yeah, very smart what he did. Yeah, and this happened a couple years ago, right, Jesse?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm great he made that right move, because a lot of times when Tyrone dates any other races of women, I think sometimes they got to be cognizant of whoever they interact with. Make sure to get a prenup first, because Asian, Hispanic, and white women, they'll find sneaky ways of trying to get Tyrone's assets. Yes, and yeah, so it's nothing. And Asian people, I will say this, and even my mom and I had like disagreements. My mom told me, I remember when I was young, oh, Michael, Asian people work hard. I said, Mom, it's about working smart, not working hard. Working smart is going to produce quality results. So always remember that FBA is working smart. Because when you work smart, you get quality results, right?
Right.
Because when you work hard, yeah, mistakes can happen. So just remember, and if Asian people, if any Asian people disagree with me, just ignore them,
Okay.
FBAs, because most Asian people they're not really about quality, right? And not to say Asian people don't, but their way of thinking is very outdated. And yes, someone said earlier that yeah, most Asian people don't provide good customer service. I think it's because they never taken a class in customer service or psychology, how to communicate to customers. And I've seen this
Yeah.
sometimes that Asian business owners keep chasing black customers out, right? And but if the roles were reversed, right? Let's say a different situation. If it's a white customer dining at an Asian-owned businesses, oh, trust me, Asian business owners will have a different attitude, and they will not chase out. I'm sorry, they will not follow white customers as much as they would follow FBA customers.
Right. All right, Michael, I got to move to the next topic. Lady Ted, what are your thoughts?
On what?
The Asian boycott.
I think that I think you gotta make an example. And really be consistent. I think that also too, you know, we really need to. I mean, we're also obviously gonna have to segregate ourselves for a little bit from everybody. Because nobody needs us well. And we're at war. And that's been a thing for a while. So we're at war with everybody. And nobody's gonna stand with us at the front lines. You know, nobody is. Doesn't matter who it is or what race they are. They're not gonna stand with us World War. And that is oh, if you gotta get away, you're gonna get it. So I would just say this. What happened, I'm confused because I don't understand how somebody gets served 3 years time and then find out they're just now not guilty. That's confusing. But what the fuck did everybody do for 3 years while this cat went to jail and his business is up and running? So these selective moments of outrage bug me too because it caused me not to want to do things that we're all talking about doing. Because if that was the case, old boy's business shouldn't be standing now. That means he was over there, that was really serious. His business been up and running for 3 years. Well, this man is doing jail. You see what I'm saying? That's crazy work right there.
That shit down.
That's crazy work right there. You know, wait like for 3 years. Like, what were you guys doing? Like, when you protesting about this business, or even like back then when this shit happened. This case happened like a few years back.
Yeah,
and we're now like having these outlandish, outrageous moments. And when you sit down into the analytics of it all in your brain, you're like, what was everybody doing for 3 years? You know what I mean? Like, what was everybody doing for 3 years to now that it's that serious? Like why you didn't act on this well in the beginning when shit happened? Why you did 3 years? In 3 years, business is still there and intact, and you're still to go to it. Why is that still a thing? And the selective moments of outrage where they're meant for the community to get upset, that's programming. Like, we're programming, you know what I mean? Like, it's programming. Because just say this is a new case. It's a 3-4-year-old case now. And when you think about it, you're like, what the fuck was everybody doing for 3 years? Like, you know what I mean? The mother was like, okay, yeah. But what has she been doing for 3 years? What has been going on for 3 years? That, you know, it's like all, like the momentum is right there, and then it died off, and then they can do whatever. And, 3 years later, here we are again, and everybody's pissed, and now we're boycotting. Like, what the fuck happened 3 years back? Like, why didn't we do this then? You know what I mean? This question, I try to buck the system. I'm just trying to understand. You see what I'm saying? And why are we programmed for this selective outrage? You know, it's not misguided. It just happens to be like what happened in the last 3 years? Like, You mean we could have been boycotted for 3 years back? This could have came up, you know, in ashes. Things like that. Like, what the fuck's going on? See what I'm saying? And is this a play by the man? Like, this is just a question right now. I'm not trying to book this for asking. So that 3 year time, the 3 year time thing really, really bothered me.
Yeah, so I think I have an answer to your question. So the Express Mart Shell convenience store in Columbia, South Carolina, became the center of massive local outrage, legal battles, and federal shooting that drew national comparisons to high-profile civil rights cases. The timeline was from. Let's see. So what happened to the business? Immediately following the shooting, the store became a flashpoint of intense community anger, protests, and vandalism. Protesters gathered outside the gas station, spray painting the building and breaking windows, which forced the business to shut down. So it's been shut down. Boycott businesses or boycott movements, local activists and community members originated a fierce boycott of the location. National comparisons, commentators, and other civil rights advocates heavily drew parallels between the incident and historical cases such as the 1991 killing of 14-year-old Latasha Harlins by a store owner in Los Angeles, as well as the 2012 killing of Trayvon Martin. Yep, I can see that. So it's been shut down, ladies and gentlemen. Answer your question.
But for 3 years?
Yes.
All right, well, that solves that question. That water.
If it's out it.
Is it good seeing?
Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna move on to the next part of this, and that is, why are the Democrats so damn silent about this? We ain't heard a peep about from the Democrats about this. We still don't ever have an anti-black, anti-FBA hate crime bill. The Democrats was the main ones that was pushing that Stop Asian Hate nonsense back in 2021, 2022. So where the hell are the Democrats on this? So our brother Black Alpha, Sister Natural, give us an update on that.
Go down just like memory lane with you guys so we can remember. And this is for you Democratic shields and all of y'all that say y'all need to vote. If you don't vote, you can't get in. We're not playing those games with y'all. So this is just in Obama's first year of presidency, 2009 to 2017. This is what Obama did for us. Trayvon Martin, February 26th of 2012 in Sanford, Florida. He was age 17, unalived by George Zimmerman. He was part of the Neighborhood Watch. So-called Zimmerman was acquitted in 2013 after claiming self-defense. No federal civil rights charges were filed. In 2012, this is all under Obama, empty suit. We had Jordan Davis unalived on November 23rd of 2012 in Jacksonville, Florida, age 17, unalived by Michael Dunn. Unalived Jordan Davis at a gas station over loud music. He got convicted first degree. 2014, Eric Garner, unalived, July 17th of 2014, Staten Island, New York. He was age 43. Gardner was unalived after Daniel Pantaleo used a prohibited code while arresting him for allegedly selling loose cigarettes. We forgot about the cigarettes. This is what we've been going through. The grand jury declined to indict him. Federal charges was never brought. And Pantaleo was later fired in 2019 after Obama's presidency, but no charges. This is all under Obama. 2014, Michael Brown. He was unalived August 9th of 2014, Ferguson, Missouri. He was age 18, unalived by Officer Darren Wilson. Grand jury declined to indict Officer Wilson. No criminal conviction. Okay. Also under Obama. Tamir Rice, unalive, November 22nd, 2014 in Cleveland, Ohio, age 12. Tamir Rice was playing with a toy pew-pew in a park when the race soldiers arrived and Tamir within seconds. No officers was indicted. 2014, also under Obama. Akia Gurley, unalive, November 20th, 2014. These are all in 2014. This is all Obama. Unalive. November 20th, 2014 in Brooklyn, New York, age 28. Officer Peter Liang was convicted of manslaughter in 2016. Convicted in manslaughter of 2016, right? Later received probation and community service instead of prison time, y'all. 2015, all under Obama. Walter Scott, unalive, April 4th, 2015, North Charleston, South Carolina. He was age 50. Officer Michael Slager pew-pew Scott in the back while he ran away from a traffic stop. Thank God for cell phones because someone's cell phone contradicted the officer's original account. Slager pleaded guilty to federal civil charges and sentenced to 20 years in prison. Also under Obama, Freddie Gray, unalive, April 19th, 2015, Baltimore, Maryland, age 25. Freddie Gray suffered spinal injuries while transported in a police van. 6 officers charged, 3 acquitted. Remaining charges were dropped. Okay. 2015, Sandra Bland, unalive, July 13th, 2015, Waller County, Texas, age 28. Sandra Bland was arrested after a traffic stop and found unalive in her jail cell 3 days later. Authorities tried to rule it aside. No charges. Later, the state trooper Brian lost his job. 2016, also under Obama, Alton Sterling, unalive, July 5th, 2016, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, age 37. The DOJ declined federal charges and state declined prosecution. 2016, Philando Castile, unalive, July 6th, 2016, Falcon Heights, Minnesota, age 32. Officer Geronimo Yanez pew-pew Philando Castile during a traffic stop. While he informed that he legally possessed the pew-pew, the officer still shot in the car and unalived him. Not only did he unalive him, he did it in front of his girl and a child in the car. Yanez was acquitted in 2017. Under Obama, convictions of officers were rare, almost non-existing. Grand juries often declined indictments. And officers were most of the time not charged. They got acquittals or it was just dropped. That's what we get from the Democrats. This was all just under Obama. But I got more for y'all. What you got, Alpha?
Let me throw in a few little additives to that. Think about everybody that was unalived during the Obama administration and think about all the people that the Joe Biden administration ran on to get elected. So Obama was quiet during his presidency and Joe Biden used those bodies so he can have a presidency. That's how the Democrats operate. Back to you, Finn.
The Democratic Party is anti-Black American. That's why we won't get no crime bill from these bums. And I'm going to take us down memory lane, and I'm also going to let my brother cook. But I'm going to go down memory lane tonight about these Democrats and how they've been spitting in our face. So when I hear y'all talking about they's nice and the Democrats and ain't bad is Trump and this and that, I'm going to take y'all down memory lane with y'all tonight. We're not playing around with y'all. We're not playing around with y'all at all. So let's go down memory lane. So March 16th, 1991, for you that may not have been born yet or familiar with the story until just recent current events, Latasha Harlins was unalived by an agent. She was unalived 13 days after the Rodney King beating in LA. So Latasha was 15-year-old student. She went to Westchester High School in South Central Los Angeles. The morning of March 16th of 1991, Latasha picked up a $79 bottle of orange juice, placed it in her backpack, and walked to the counter. Soon, Jadu grabbed Latasha by her sweater and tried to pull her back. Latasha fought back and punched Du twice. Du threw her stool at Latasha. Latasha Harlan picked up the orange juice, placed it on the counter, and turned to leave the store. As Latasha walked away, Du reached under the counter, pulled out a revolver, and shot her in the back of the head. Latasha Harlan died instantly. And the cops later concluded she intended to pay for the juice. And the owner argued self-defense and she feared for her life. In October 1991, a jury convicted Due of voluntary manslaughter. The jurors did not believe that the shooting was self-defense. They believed that it was intentional and that it was not self-defense, right? Well, the supremacist judge, Joyce Carlin Fahey, she decided not to send Due to prison. Instead, she sentenced her to 5 years probation, 400 hours of community service, a $500 fine, payment of the funeral costs. She got a suspended prison time. So in 1992, the officers of Rodney King beating case, they was acquitted. Okay. So there's always been anti-Black racism in this country, racial profiling, disparities in sentencing. And at the time when all of that was going on, our Republican president, George H. Bush, we ain't get no anti-Black crime bill either. So when y'all be talking about, well, the Republicans, because the Republicans have strict immigration laws, fuck that. What about those anti-Black crime bills? I'm going to take y'all down the timeline. This is all of them. So when y'all want to jump, you want to talk about like this anti-Black crime bill is really so important to y'all, and we're going to get that anyway. I'm going to keep saying how we get it by default. You ain't got to jump from one plantation to the next, but none of them don't want to write no anti-Black crime bill. So in the case of our baby boy Cyrus, according to the prosecutors, our baby boy Cyrus went into the store with friends during Memorial Day weekend. Ricc, Chow, his family believed that Cyrus had taken 4 bottles of water without paying. Well, the investigators later said that Cyrus had not actually shoplifted any water. So I want to know why we didn't get a guilty verdict. Do y'all see the similarities here? So Ricc Chow and his wife, I don't know why they all did not get charged separately. Ricc Chow, his wife, and the son, Andy Chow, went after our baby boy Cyrus outside the store. Prosecutor said that the chase stretched more than 130 yards down the road toward a nearby apartment complex. And the prosecutor said that that became the center issue of the case. But the prosecutors argued that the gun either fell during the chase, but it was never pointed at anyone because he was running. Witnesses also said and they testified that they did not see Cyrus point a weapon. So the prosecutor, Byron Gibson, repeatedly stressed that only the members of the Chow family claimed that the teen pointed the gun. And our baby boy Cyrus was only 14 years old, 14-year-old young man. Ricc Chow pursued him instead of staying at the store or calling the police. Can somebody say Trayvon Martin and Latasha Harling? So I wanted to start off with that first, Alpha. And it is sad. I'm getting emotional even talking about it. If you want to go ahead and say something, Alpha.
Let's go straight to it, family. Let's get right to it. What we need right now, family, is a full-scale 50-state boycott of all non-foundational Black American businesses. And you can start with Jackie Chan and Lucy Liu's business. Family, we talking about 30, 40, 50 years of documented evidence of this anti-Black American racism that comes from these individuals. So we calling it all out right damn now, shut it down. And with that said, now let's move forward. What you're dealing with, family, is the system of supremacy and their mascot supremacists. And this is why the system of supremacy always protects these individuals. I want you to look at this case, family. Look at the judge, a W. Going all the way out there to Latasha Harlins, filled with a bunch of W's. All across their media social accounts, you see a bunch of W's, and they're all on the same side as Ricc Chow, the same exact way they're always on the side of anybody who harms us. You see a clear connection with the dominant W society protecting these mascots because that is a part of their contract when they come here. The whole world knows it, and I've been saying it for the longest time, and I'm going to continue to say it. Everybody who comes to the United States of America, they love and want to be next to W's, and they want to come down and harm Black Americans so they can get their brownie points. And in this case, some chicken chow mein and egg roll points. Okay, whether it's a burrito point or a taco point, that's what it is. Immigration is all about proximity to the dominant society. And this is why you always see the dominant society protecting these damn people. It's the same thing over and over again. And you can see every single parallel. This ain't nothing but the Lucy Liu version of George Zimmerman. Okay, it's the same exact thing. And you can see it consistently, and the pattern always goes across. They make these accusations, which I call black-cusations, that are always seen and deemed as falsified. And then they immediately harm one of us. And then the W system lets them go. The lady who harmed and unalived Latasha Harlins after she got that little slap on the wrist, y'all know what she ended up doing, y'all? She ended up fleeing and going back to her homeland. Yeah, it's funny. You can't do anything to get these people to leave. Every time you turn around, they always want to come to America, always want to slide in our country, want to disrespect our country, catching flights, jumping in water, swimming, jumping over borders. Soon as they come here, an unalive a black person, then they want to leave then. Then they want to go. You understand what I'm talking about, fam? We all know that you buy, you go. Black Americans been saying it for the longest amount of time. We've been calling it out forever. That's exactly what it's been. No longer are we going to play this fake game and we going to pretend that these foreigners are our friends. I don't give a damn what the Democrats say. I don't give a damn what liberals say. I don't give a damn what nobody says. It's time we start doing security checks and background checks on every last one of them, because we've all known it, to a man and to a brother. Every Black American listening to my voice right now, you, your parents, and your grandparents have always said in our own discussions that these people don't like us. But every time you turn on that damn television, you got somebody trying to tell us that this is some type of Disneyland where we all friends. Family, delineation done shut all that down. We ain't rocking with nobody outside of our circle, and you can start with Yao Ming, point blank. And if anybody says, well, I'm your friend, then you need to go ahead and get your people to ease on back. Just like Muhammad Ali said, fam, we ain't waiting for all of the snakes to come out and for somebody to form a shield around us. I don't want no shield of snakes to stop snakes. I'm shutting the door on all the snakes. That's how we doing it. And this is how we got to ride. And notice, fam, we talking about it. #1 trending topic on all social media, TikTok, X, Instagram, Facebook. But it ain't being talked about in Washington, D.C. now, is it? You ain't hearing the Democrats say a damn thing now, are they? Now, the Democrats just said that this was Jim Crow 2.0 a week ago. The Democrats just said we was going back to slavery a week ago. The Democrats was jumping on tables. They was creating all types of melees and hysteria. But they ain't saying nothing about black folks being unalived. I don't know about anybody else, but I'd much rather see black folks not get unalived than voter rights. Family, right now, I'm asking and presenting a question as your FBA brother. If you had a decision to make, what would you rather have? A, we stay alive and our kids live, or B, voter rights? Which one would you take, family? I think every single certified foundational Black American would say, we'll take A, staying alive. Hell, if you ain't alive, you can't vote. So family, how in the hell are all the Democrats picking B? They all saying, oh, we'll take B. We'll take B. Unalive them, take them out, delete them, cancel them. But we can still fight for voter rights now. These people are concerned with black folks having voter rights, but they're not concerned with black folks breathing, including children. Do you see what I'm talking about with these people, family? This is how they operate, sneak attacks, because they are Democrats and they're diabolical in terms of their treatment for foundational Black Americans. And they run around here all damn day long and they play race savior. I'm judging them for who the hell they are, not their excuses, not their babble. Any chill listening right now, F you and all of your babble and all your justifications. I ain't hearing it. I'm calling you out because I said so. That's what it is. The days of them even getting a word in are done. Just like when I checked Andy Bashir, ain't no letting them talk. Fam, I got enough information. You got enough information. We got enough information. We know what they gonna say. F them. Now it's time that they be quiet and we do all the talking. Now we gonna be some dictators and we gonna dictate the terms of the agreement and the terms of the situation. And that is, we ain't with your black and brown coalition, not with your leeches of color, not with your minorities or whatever term you come up with. This is all about us, family, because we have to protect ourselves at the end of the day, family. See, the very fact that we're in these type of situations is because nobody gives us any type of political or federal protections. They write them off to everybody. When everybody think about this right now, look at this Ricc Chow situation and think about Cyrus Belton and also think about Latasha Harlins and the lady that unalived her. Remember this, family, the Lucy Liu, the Jackie Chan, that community who's doing the unaliving is the community with the damn hate crime protection. So the criminal culprits got the hate crime protection, but the victims don't have nothing. But yet we can sit there and look at how many times they victimize us. And I'm not just talking about with the pews, how many times they done put their hands on the sister at a nail salon. How many times they done ran up on a brother or sister at a little corner store, family. The people who are the criminals have protections, and the people who are the victims don't have anything. That tells you everything you need to know. And see, I'm of the ilk of when I got everything I need to know, then I'm moving forward. Ain't no waiting no more, fam. This ain't the stall, the stop, the wait a minute, the hold on, dog, the my bad. This ain't that era, dog. Nah, this era is completely different. This is the era of we ready to go, fam. Straight up, all the information locked in. We rock it. So therefore, fam, it's got to be a boycott consistently, a real one. I see people on TikTok because, you know, TikTok is the land of misfit toys where all the low budget activists come on here to do nothing. I'm talking about real brothers and sisters. We standing on business because I seen some people on TikTok saying we need to have a boycott for 60 days, 40 days. How about 2 months, 3.5 weeks? No. How about forever? How about that, fam? How about a forever one? And it don't stop. See, these times where we have these little fake boycotts and it goes on for a week and a half and then people slide right back on in, that ain't good enough. Everything we do has to be consistent. It has to go on till people get the point. And when they get the point, you keep doing it. So the next generation gets the point. Because think about it, fam. As Black Alpha sits here and breaks down the next generation has to get the point. Latasha Harlan's happened in 1991. Damn, family, we're sitting here talking about 40 years ago, the same thing happening with the same exact community being the same exact aggressor, same exact community being the one that got pew-pewed in the back. So family, the same way that happened 40 years ago is the same way we need to let them know 40 years from now. And the only way you do that is not by a 60-day protest, a 22-day boycott, by a forever. And that's how you got to do it and stand on business, man. See, this is G-checking and regulating. I don't know about anybody else's form of activism, but the one that I done birthed and brought into this game is straight up G-checking and regulating to where everybody understands what time it is. You can go all the way down the list. Absolutely. Y'all remember when Derek Chauvin had his knee on George Floyd? Who was sitting there looking after Derek Chauvin? Yao Ming the 33rd. Every time you go around, fam, you see the same exact stuff over and over and over. And it go on and on and on until certifies put it into it. So this is exactly what I'm talking about. We calling out that community. We're calling out the Democrats. We calling out the Republicans because ain't nobody doing nothing, family. Nobody's doing a damn thing. This is FBA. We all we got. All right. This is all we got. And we're not going to keep playing this over and over and over and over. You identify the system of supremacy, then you regulate it. You identify the puppets, the minions, the mascots, then you regulate them. And then you keep this going and going and going. And I guarantee you, family, they don't want no smoke. They don't want no smoke.
That's right, Black Alpha. So yeah, where you have your damn Democrats? Y'all been real quiet. Y'all same ones that's talking about stop Asian hate and all this. They need a crime bill, all this shit. Where the hell are y'all at now? But y'all gonna want us to get our booties to the polls in November, and it's not happening. And the reason why we going on a Democrat so goddamn hard for those that's in the back, we've been voting Democrat for the past 60 fucking years and not getting nothing tangible for it. They pander for our vote. They tell us we need to go get our booties to the polls, our souls to the polls. For what? The Republicans don't do that. They don't bother wasting their time with us. But the Democrats, they go out of their way to pander for our fucking vote. So yeah, you damn skippy, we gonna go hard on them. And as long as we continue to vote for them 80, 90% of the fucking time, then yeah, we're gonna definitely go hard on them. I'm so sick of hearing this shit. Oh, you just going in on the Democrats. Fuck the Democrats, fuck the Republicans, and fuck the third parties that's not gonna do nothing tangible for us. It's just as simple as that. We don't have no permanent friends, no permanent enemies. We have permanent interests, and that's our focus. And more of our people is waking up each and every day, and I'm loving every minute of it. Sick of hearing this dumb shit. What are your thoughts, ladies? Hey.
I don't know any thoughts.
Put money above everything. Asian behavior. And racism for the Black community.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. Guys was explaining to me about behavior before getting to racism, meaning that Asian people value money first, right? Especially the evil side of capitalism, which leads to anti-Black racism.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Shout out to Black Alpha, you know, telling the truth, you know, being on code, really telling his brothers and sisters to be 100% on code, meaning with mass indefinite boycotts, because boycotts for like 1 week, 2 weeks is definitely not going to change racist Asian owners to be less racist, because it doesn't have teeth.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right.
And so, because most, like I said, like my people are too comfortable with the status quo, and when they do come home from work every day, very quiet. As I was telling God and several other people, when most Asian people are very quiet about anti-Black racism, it tends to be more dangerous than white people who are like blunt.
Right.
Yeah, and
thank you, Nami.
Yeah, thank you, Nami. Yes, thank you so much.
So I'm feeling pressed for time now. I'm moving to the next topic.
Sir.
And that is Carmelo Anthony's murder trial is underway. Has chaos erupted over the unfair jury selection. So Big Anthony spokesman, UPTB, gonna give us an update on that.
Off. Watch this.
You don't scare us, man. You don't scare us. You're racist. Built on a lie.
With dueling crowds on both sides making their voices heard, some focusing on the all-white jury selected in the case.
You lost! You lost! You lost!
There's the dichotomy in the jury selection. Now, the jury is supposed to reflect the community. It's supposed to be a jury of the defendant's peers. And I think from the defense perspective, they potentially have a get out of jail free card here. And as a prosecutor, as a former prosecutor, I cannot believe the prosecution actually made this mistake to exclude all of the African-American jurors, knowing you had an African-American defendant, knowing that you had a bunch of people outside the courthouse who feel that they're not, that their community, the African-American community, is not going to get a fair trial, I think is a big mistake. You got to remember, as a prosecutor, you're not there just to convict. Your job is to make sure that the defendant gets a fair trial. And I honestly think if there's a conviction here, I think the appellate court is going to take a very hard look at this and potentially reverse this. This is a serious mistake by the prosecution. And jury selection is one of the ways that an appellate court will reverse a conviction. So we'll have to see how this plays out. But if I was a prosecutor, I would never have done this. It's a mistake. And I think this is going to come back and haunt them.
And that you actually
John, today, the prosecutors showed the jury the actual weapon that was used. Can you describe what they saw?
Well, the weapon they say that was used was more like a Leatherman's tool. They said it did have a blade on it, but it was described more as a utility tool. They did show it to the jury. They had that particular weapon there. And they also said that they showed a picture where the weapon was found and the blade wasn't fully locked. It was just halfway. So some defense attorneys are saying that that is going to be something that the defense is going to use in their favor. Back to you, Chris.
But specifically today, did this testimony help one side over the other?
Yeah, I agree, Tom.
Well, I think that talking to our legal expert, that both sides probably got some points across. The prosecution was able to have the student athlete say that it was not Austin Metcalf that actually escalated this, that Austin Metcalf was just trying to get Carmelo Anthony to leave the area, but it was Carmelo Anthony who became aggressive and then stabbed Austin Metcalf. But then the defense had those same witnesses that testified that Carmelo Anthony was never actually sitting under the tent. He was sitting there talking to a friend. He was laughing and joking at times. And it was Austin Metcalf who became aggressive, trying to get him to leave, and actually shoved him. And he described it as like a lineman's drill, and basically like got him by the shoulders. And that is when Carmelo Anthony reacted. And of course, we're going to hear a lot more testimony from these witnesses as.
Oh, yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in. And first and foremost, I do want to once again send condolences and prayers over to the entire family of Austin Metcalf, loved ones, people close to him who dealt with him on a day-to-day, and them having to go through this unfortunate situation that played out, having to get these last phone calls and last moments in the courtroom in real time. Most definitely prayers over to them. And with all that being said, they had another day in court. Some witnesses spoke who were right there on the scene. And as you see outside of the courtroom, there's a heavy situation and a problem going on with the jury selection. And of course, race is going to be a part of this no matter how you slice it. And I had a links in the description where you can watch the clips in the beginning in full ad from Fox and WFAA. And I'm going to get a little bit into the write-up in just a second. As they have already said with the jury selection, it's 7 white men, and then it's Asian people. Then it's also, I think, an Indian on there as well. And then somebody of color, but nobody black. And he's supposed to have a jury of his peers. And as I heard that prosecutor and another legal expert speak right there, they said, hey, if this doesn't go right, they're going to file that appeal in court because he doesn't have a jury of his peers because nobody's black on this trial right here. And he said he don't know how they can do that. And I guess the other way that they can move this from this, they would have to switch the counties up, a change of venue. That's a legal thing that they do when they say that the jury selection wouldn't be right. So to go through with this right here with nobody black on the jury selection, you can see, I don't care. People try to say it don't matter about race, bro. It just is what it is. This is the society we in. I'm just going to come give y'all the facts as what they are. It's already brewed up. It's already there. And we here now. That's just how this is going to go. Now, when they talked to the witnesses today, they said that both sides asked their questions and it changed up on the defense side because the prosecutors are saying he went there, and for it to be a murder, you got to say, hey, he had intent to kill, he was committing a felony, and then somebody died in the act of a felony, and he wanted to do this murder right here. Well, that's for first degree. That's what he's been charged with. He's not been charged with the weapon. They have seen the knife now and said it's a folding knife, but when they talked to the defense side of it, they said that, nah, it's not what was originally reported. They said that the people under the tent, defense attorney Mike Howard clarified that there were about 20 people under the tent when the stabbing happened, a mixture of both boys and girls. He said that the Liberty tent was getting pretty crowded because people were hiding from the rain. The teenage witness agreed. The witness also agreed that it seemed like Anthony knew at least one person who was seated under the memorial tent. The defense pointed out, and the witness agreed that Anthony was seated near the middle of the tent with other people around him. The defense seems to be using cross-examination to point out the teenage witnesses, the differences between their testimony in court and the statements they gave police, as well as the location where people were sitting or standing. The attorney has asked each one if they recall seeing Anthony sitting while Metcalf was standing. Now, if you read the full thing, they talked to several witnesses on the scene. Some of their stories are conflicting and some of theirs are the same because some are talking about he put one hand on him, he put two hands on him. They have noted that he did put his hands on Carmelo Anthony. To the defense side, they're pushing that, hey, he went there to get out of the rain. Supposedly he knew somebody there under the tent, but that's what this commotion was over. He was already in the tent. They then came and asked him to leave. Carmelo was saying when Austin put his hands on him, he initiated this contact. They were trying to force him to leave to get out in the rain. So when he put his hands on him, it was strictly self-defense in this situation. They have acknowledged the size difference in them to at least be 50 to 60 pounds. So I don't know because I was not there. We can only go off of what they report. He's charged with first-degree murder, nothing else in this trial. So they would have to find him guilty of first-degree murder, and all the terms have to be there with first-degree murder for him to be convicted of this right here. So with everything playing out now, it still has to be there without a reasonable doubt that he intended to kill. And I would just say in these type of situations and altercations that communication is best, and also keep your hands to yourself, because you don't know what's going on in somebody else's brain. They don't know what's going inside of your brain or what your intentions are. And it can get tragic when this happens. So we'll see how everything happens right now. I want to come out here with the facts. They are redoing court tomorrow on the weekend on Saturday, and they're trying to get this done by a certain date, but it's a lot going on right now. Y'all see how it's getting chaotic a little bit outside. You can imagine what it's going to be like tomorrow for it to be a weekend. So we will see. It's so many layers to it right now. You can't see the stabbing on camera. You can't see the actual physical altercation on camera. So the defense, they gonna come and try to discredit what everybody is saying right there in front of the jury. At the end of the day, it's gonna be up to the jury how everything play out. But as y'all heard, they probably gonna come with in the end, hey, this was not a fair trial. We just gotta wait and see how it all play out. I'm gonna keep y'all updated with the facts, and we'll go from there. Stay on your pivot. More coming. 1,000.
Yep. So RIP on the RIP. To hell with Austin Metcalf. But thoughts and prayers definitely to the Carmelo Anthony family. Hopefully they get a acquittal, a not guilty verdict. But we'll keep y'all updated on that. What are your thoughts, Lady Shay?
I decided stop. And this is not right. They didn't have no. Got at least stop one black person out of 600 people.
Right.
They talked to, and that's it. It is racial.
It is from top to bottom. All right, so we was talking about that slush fund at the very beginning, that anti-weaponization fund. Well, it's been a bipartisan backlash that is going to end Trump's $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. So Lisa going to give us or Al Jazeera actually going to give us an update. Hopefully I'm going to get a copyright straight. Fair use. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976 allows us to make for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research.
This is America, and this is the Department of Justice in Washington, which has come under fire from across the political spectrum for a controversial taxpayer-funded program. The plan was to compensate people who claimed they were targets of political bias, part of a deal with Donald Trump. The reality has now been scrapped. So what happened, and where does it leave Trump's relationship with the Republicans? More on that later, but first, Rob Matheson in our Washington studio.
Thanks, Alex. So, a slap in the face or clever politics? Donald Trump's plan for a $1.8 billion fund, which critics say would have been used to pay money to his allies and his supporters, has been blocked. Democrats, aided by some Republicans, are claiming a victory. Others say it's not that straightforward. So, what's the president had to say about Republicans who flat out rejected the plan? And is the idea really dead in the water? Well, our White House correspondent Kimberly Halter is going to be answering that for us in a moment. But first, the speed at which this has unfolded has been staggering. A little over 2 weeks ago, a big announcement from the Department of Justice introducing the Anti-Weaponization Fund. What it is and who it's for, well, we're going to get to that in a moment. But the idea led to an outcry from both Democrats and some Republicans. In fact, it was members of Trump's own party who threatened to hold up a signature immigration bill if the White House didn't drop the plan. So with the Republicans' own lawmaking agenda at risk, came the DOJ's stunning U-turn on Tuesday.
Look, we're not moving forward with the fund. We are not moving forward with the fund. We're 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 not moving forward with the fund. But we are not moving forward with the fund, period.
However, President Trump may have other ideas.
It's, I'd have to ask the lawyers, I don't know. I know one thing, the weaponization, are you talking about the weaponization fund?
Yeah, what's your decision?
The weaponization fund as far as I'm concerned, was a beautiful thing.
Okay, let's take a step back. What exactly is the fund and who was it supposed to pay? Here's Alex Baird.
Right, exactly.
So let's dig into what this anti-weaponization fund is actually all about. Well, it all comes out of a legal settlement between Donald Trump, two of his sons, the Trump Organization, and the IRS after their tax records were leaked. Now, the Trumps had been suing the tax department, but that case was dropped after they agreed to a formal apology from the IRS and the creation of the fund. We're talking a $1.776 billion pool of cash. And by sheer coincidence, that number is the year of the Declaration of Independence. Its stated purpose to pay out those who claimed the federal government had been weaponized against them for political, personal, or ideological reasons. The Department of Justice said the cash would come from the Federal Judgment Fund, a standing pot used to pay government settlements and judgments. Now, officially, the DOJ has said that anyone will be able to file a claim regardless of party, but the concern is, in reality, the main beneficiaries will be Trump voters, MAGA supporters, and those involved in the Capitol Hill riots. Now, that huge pool of cash will be overseen by a 5-member commission. Most of those will be appointed by the Attorney General, but Donald Trump will have the ability to fire any one of them without cause. So the concern is that there will be no real independence. The Democrats have slammed it all as a slush fund for Trump supporters, and even some Republicans are feeling uneasy. But if you think the idea is dead in the water, Donald Trump has pledged to keep pushing.
Well, from the start, the fund ran into condemnation and outrage from Democrats, but there was also resistance from Republicans. Democrat House Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is calling it Trump's most brazen act of self-dealing yet. His Republican counterpart, the Majority Leader John Thune, has confessed that he was not a big fan of the fund. He said, "I don't see the purpose for that." Thune's Republican colleague, North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis, has called it stupid on stilts and a payout pot for punks. Jamie Raskin, the top Democrat in the House Oversight Committee, has called it lawless and the most brazen act of presidential corruption this century. Now, ultimately, many Republicans feared that the fund would only poison their chances in the upcoming midterm elections. Bernard Smith has more.
It's not a real ad, of course, but the suggestion that the White House's anti-weaponization fund might send taxpayers' money to people who'd stormed the Capitol sent Republicans into open revolt against the president. Opponents called it a slush fund for Mr. Trump's allies. When more than 2,000 people broke into the US Capitol on January 6, 2021, terrified senators barricaded themselves in offices or ran to bomb shelters. So, in a closed-door meeting, Republican senators told Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche the anti-weaponization fund, which might have compensated these rioters, was a non-starter.
The senators I mentioned, they were pissed, but almost every Republican senator was there. So my guess is there are probably 45 senators in the room. At least half of them were blasting the Attorney General.
It's been all downhill in the 2 weeks since the fund was first proposed.
Mr. Attorney General, this is an outrageous, unprecedented slush fund.
Many Republican senators saw the plan as an ethical minefield and a potential political liability in midterm elections due in November. With the threat not to pass a major immigration enforcement bill, the White House caved in.
The reasons for the fund is something that President Trump talked about for a long time, which is the fact that there were a lot of people in this country who had their government weaponized against them. The reasons for the fund, I think, it remain as important as they were before, but we are not moving forward with the fund.
Todd Blanche and Donald Trump go back a long way. Before becoming acting Attorney General, Blanche was the president's personal criminal defense attorney. Todd Blanche has left in place an order he signed last month effectively blocking the US Internal Revenue Service from investigating Mr. Trump, his family, and his businesses for existing tax violations. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Washington, D.C.
Well, our correspondent Kimberly Hoggins at the White House for us now. What has Trump had to say about the Republicans who are against this and, for that matter, the Department of Justice?
Right. The U.S. president has been very vocal about this. You're right. And even as the Department of Justice and White House have put this on hold for now, it continues to be debated. As recently as Thursday, it once again was a topic of discussion in the U.S. Senate as senators grappled with another hot button issue, immigration, customs, and enforcement, or what many people call future funding for ICE. But the White House is defending this fund and even looking for other ways to pursue it, given the fact that Donald Trump insists that it wasn't just supporters on January 6th who were targeted by the Biden administration's Department of Justice, but also, they say, conservative Christians, conservative Catholics, even parents at school board meetings who wanted a say in their children's education. So as a result, Donald Trump says that these people deserve to be compensated and reimbursed for what he said was a crooked government that abused many of his supporters.
Yeah, Senate Republicans have essentially frozen the legislative agenda over this whole issue, and now it's beginning to move forward. Are senators feeling that this shows that there are limits to the power that Donald Trump has?
There's no question that there is a signal that this is the first strong showing of limit when it comes to President Trump's unity over the Republican Party. But at the same time, it should be noted that this has a lot more to do with a handful of Republicans' personal political futures than Donald Trump's grip on the party as a whole. Many of the Republicans that are concerned about this are really concerned because they want to distance themselves from the issue come re-election in November. But overall, this is really looking more like a bit of a tactical defeat for Donald Trump. But overall, when it comes to Republicans, they still in the Senate overwhelmingly side with the president on issues of foreign policy as well as immigration. So this should really be seen more as a personal political cost for some members of Congress, particularly in the Senate, that simply wanted to distance themselves from this because they felt the personal political cost was too high.
Kimberly, thanks very much. That's our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. Well, to talk about this, I want to bring in Tom Davis. He's a former Republican congressman, and Bruce Fein, a former U.S. Associate Deputy Attorney General at the Department of Justice. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for being with us on Al Jazeera. Bruce, I'm going to start with you. So, on Tuesday, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche swore that the administration was not going ahead with this now or at any other stage. But from what Kimberly's just been describing, we don't know yet whether or not this has been kicked down the road or whether there's been a line drawn under it. What's your assessment of where we are with this?
Well, I think it remains very murky. The president ultimately controls the attorney general. He's nominated Blanche for the attorney general position, but what he states can be overridden by the president at any time. He could fire the attorney general at any time. So I think there's still indecision. I think what's more likely is that the Congress will enact a statute that prohibits the so-called judgment fund from being used in cases where there's earmarks of collusion and there's no actual litigation against the United States, to put a clamp so no matter Mr. Trump or anyone else in the future can use the judgment fund to reward so-called political friends based upon really phony or collusive claims of adversarial lawsuits.
Tom, Kimberly was describing there how the immigration bill, for example, was frozen until this got sorted out. What has this done to the Republicans' legislative process?
Well, remember, you have very tight margins to begin with. You have some Republicans that are in very swing seats, a handful of them at this point that need some distance from the president, they think, because the president's numbers aren't good in there. You have some other members that are retiring that Donald Trump opposed their reelection. I don't think they're disposed to cut the president a break on some of these issues. So I think it's murky how this gets resolved. You look at the vote today, it was members in swing districts that killed it. It wasn't Cassidy and Cornyn and McConnell members who have some personal. So I think this gets worked out at the end of the day. Well, look, we've had judgment funds before. We've had settlements before that help a constituency that may be favorable to one party or other, black farmers, for example, and others where there were settlements that were politically advantageous. The difficulty here was Donald Trump was the plaintiff and was going to control the fund. And I think a lot of members were just uncomfortable with the construction. I just add one other thing. You now have an attorney general designee who's got to go through a confirmation process, which is by no means a clear shot with this hanging over them. So I think it gets resolved.
I think that's kind of a barometer here was the vote in the House then to shut down the Iran war, where he had at least 4 Republicans jump ship against Trump. And on the Senate side, they may come to a vote soon as well. I think John Cornyn expressed sort of a sentiment from conservatives that Trump opposed. He said we need to take a stake and end this possibility of using the judgment fund in this way. And it's been done before. I used to handle part of the judgment fund as the Department of Justice with regard to malpractice claims against the Veterans Administration. But they are all bona fide lawsuits before there's any settlement. The problem with this case was that they were rewarding people who hadn't even filed a lawsuit. There wasn't any claim that there was any adversarial element to this, which is why a district court dismissed the case initially saying, okay, well, there's a settlement. Now she's got on the docket. I need to see whether you were candid or this was just a collusive arrangement so you could give some immunity to Mr. Trump and reward the January 6th offenders and perhaps some others. So I do think that there was a precedent involved. I remember when there was a problem under the Nixon administration, Tom may remember, with ITT Hartford Insurance merger. And there was a collusive effort to get, in exchange for political contributions, they let the merger go through. And Congress enacted the Tunney Act that said, no, you can't have any of these settlements until a court approves it. And you have to have the settlement exposed to public comment. I can see Congress doing this with regard to the judgment fund in the future. You can't tap into that fund unless there's a court approval and it's subject to public comment.
Yeah, we're going to break down the judgment fund and how that works just in a moment. It is worth just revisiting the level of outrage that this has promoted on both sides of the House. Democrats clearly more than Republicans. Democrat Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer has condemned the anti-weaponization fund. Let's hear what he had to say.
Trump is turning the federal government into his own piggy bank. Trump's nearly $2 billion MAGA slush fund and the blank check he gave himself and his family to evade all taxes is one of the most depraved schemes ever launched by a president. This corruption is in broad daylight. Trump sued his own government, had his own Justice Department settle the case, and is now trying to use taxpayer dollars to pay off his MAGA allies, billionaire buddies, and cop-beating insurrectionists.
I think it's worth just picking up on that point you were both making about the judgment fund and how it was used. It is important to point out that the anti-weaponization fund was part of the judgment fund and that process that existed. Let's just break down what the kind of history is of this. Since about 1956, the government has had access to something called the judgment fund. It's designed to provide a pool of money for government agencies to draw from if a citizen wins a lawsuit against one of them. Now, the judgment fund gets its money from the taxpayer through a permanent congressional appropriation. That means every time the government's ordered to pay damages, it can bypass separate appropriation committees for every single case. It works continuously in the background of the federal government, and there's no cap on the amount of money it can pay out. Trump's anti-weaponization fund would have pulled $1.7 billion out of the judgment fund. I want to ask.
Interject here. The difference was there wasn't any. There's no judgment that was required. Judgment means a court order. The way the system was supposed to work. No, it's outside court review or supervision. It's just a deal done between the Department of Justice and whatever his friends were. No transparency, nothing. No one would ever know why. He's already done this in a few other cases where he paid, but these were litigation. He paid Carter Page and he paid Mike Flynn over $1 million for their lawsuits, but at least they had lawsuits. And they at least some transparency. This particular proposal, it's all secret. And no one knows who's getting, whether the bona fide claims whatsoever.
So, Tom, does that, sorry to interrupt, Bruce, but does that pick up on the kind of central theme of this and the objection, which was not so much what the fund existed itself, because the judgment fund was already there doing that. It was the transparency element that was the issue?
Well, I think that's part of it, and the fact that Donald Trump was the plaintiff, and it was and I think that's caused some problems. But let me just say this in terms of the immunity from future tax liability. Joe Biden pardoned 8 members of his family on the way out that are now immune from $30 billion the Biden family was able to get through Hunter and offshore accounts and LLPs and everything else. So, look, this is the world has changed markedly since we were in government at this point. And you don't have the kind of boundaries that you used to have on this thing. So this is not unprecedented. This becomes very partisan very quickly. I don't think this is going to happen, at least in any way, shape, or form like it looks. I just add one other thing. If Congress were to go ahead and vote this down, Trump can veto the legislation. But he wants his attorney general confirmed. at this point. He wants other things out of Congress on appropriations that he's going to need Republican and Democratic votes to get through. You have at least two other courts looking at this that may by judicial decree deal with this. So I think we're a long way from having this thing established at this point.
I just make the remark that the same thing was said with regard to the Epstein file legislation that Trump initially opposed. Well, he's going to veto it. He didn't veto it, and it passed almost unanimously. But the circumstances can change. Now, with regard to the immunity issue that Tom raised, I can guarantee you, having been in the Justice Department, no incumbent administration can bind a future administration with regard to prosecution. All of Biden's pardons for crimes that hadn't been committed, no, they are not binding on future administrations who can say the pardons were illegal because there was no plausible claim that there were any criminality involved. And I can guarantee you, whatever Trump tries to do with himself, he has no constitutional authority to immunize himself. Richard Nixon, if he had that authority, he would have tried to immunize himself, before he left office, right? He didn't do that because it's obvious that they don't have this constitutional authority. The new president come in, and I was involved in situations when I came in with Reagan after Jimmy Carter. We said he made these consent decrees. We're not complying with the consent decrees. We're going to undo them. So I think this is false comfort for Mr. Trump and his family. And I think it's false comfort for Biden's people who got pardoned as well. They're not going to be shielded when the Department of Justice goes forward.
But it's completely untested in courts. And as you know now, with forum shopping, anything can happen at these levels in terms of where it goes. So, the case isn't closed at this point.
Because I wanted to ask you about the litigation element of this. I mean, even if the bill had gone through, the nature of the cases that are going to be heard, isn't there a good chance that most of the cases that would fall under it are going to be locked in court for years, and the chances of people actually getting ultimate payouts within a reasonable timeline may actually be very, very limited? Isn't it just going to be locked in litigation?
Well, I think that one of the difficulties, and you correct me if I'm wrong here, but if you settle it, it doesn't make any difference. If you make a claim, the government can always settle the claim, and then it doesn't really go to any final disposition. It's up to the government to decide what that level is.
No,
I think
unless there are earmarks of fraud or collusion, and that's what the issue is. That's why the judge is holding a rehearing or opening up the case again that was initially settled because Donald Trump said, I'll yield this claim to $10 billion. I do think that you're surely true that there can always be claims that this has never been done before, but part of it, if being in the Department of Justice, spent my whole life in law, is because these were unthinkable before. You can't possibly imagine these claims being made. Now, I also would say, however, that it's possible, given the difficulty of a party to have standing in lawsuit, you give out the money to somebody who has standing to challenge that. The taxpayer does not. Maybe a member of Congress would. But those would be challenges unless Congress moves to impeachment. It's hard to see how the limitation would be enforced, even if it's illegal.
I want to pick up on a point that Tom made earlier with regard to the historical element, particularly with regard to the judgment plan. It is worth looking at just a couple of historical examples to get an idea of how this works. In 2011, a $3.4 billion settlement was approved in a class action lawsuit called Cobell versus Salazar, and it claimed individual Native American land, funds, and other assets have been mismanaged by the federal government. In 1999, the Pickford versus Glickman case sparked a series of civil rights lawsuits. The initial settlement of more than $1 billion was approved in a case which alleged decades of systemic racial discrimination in how the U.S. Department of Agriculture had allocated farm loans. And there was also the Keepsiegel versus Vilsack case. It was specifically mentioned by the DOJ when it was giving its reasons setting up the anti-weaponization fund. That saw $680 million taken from the judgment fund in a case that found the USDA systematically denied black farmers low-interest loans and assistance. Tom?
So, look, in each case, you can make an argument on the equities, but there was a political context to each of these. In each of these cases, you had Democratic administrations settling with basically Democratic constituencies to get this done, not force it through litigation, redistribute the money. And these were big political issues. I was campaign chairman in 2000. I remember the black farmers settlement, Democrats using that at their, look what we got settled for you. This never went to a judicial climax. This was settled by the administration. We can argue what the merits were, but this didn't go to a court for a decision. This was settled by the administration on behalf of part of their political coalition.
But settlement had to be reviewed in court. Tom, the difference was there was actual lawsuit out there and that ultimately was settled. This proposed fund, there doesn't have to be any lawsuit whatsoever. You just walk in and say, I've been victimized here, give me money. That's the end of it. And that's a huge deal. That's why I think Congress is going to enact a statute that says going forward with regard to the judgment fund, you have to have a court review it and subject to public comment like they did with the Tunney Act on these mergers, where they're trying to prevent kind of collusion deals in exchange for campaign contribution, which I think is a good thing. Government transparency should be the rule, not the exception, especially when the power of the purse is at stake. And I think that's what we're going to find is going to happen in these next days as this unfolds.
I do want to widen this out because the word weaponization is clearly a very loaded word and it carries a lot of connotations. It falls into, or could fall into, the so-called weaponization of government, the weaponization of agencies that has been repeatedly mentioned with regard to this administration. It's worth remembering that those amongst those appointed by Donald Trump, we've got Bill Pulte, who wants to be put forward as Director of National Intelligence. His predecessor, Tulsi Gabbard, of course, Todd Blanche, as Attorney General, you mentioned, Kash Patel at the FBI. All of them have said that they are prepared to carry out Donald Trump's agenda. That is not unusual for presidents to put loyal members of their loyal supporters into positions like that. And yet, this seems to create a very different kind of dynamic. Tom, what's your assessment about why this appears to be different this time?
Well, I just add John Kennedy put his brother in as Attorney General, who probably didn't need any of the normal credentials for an Attorney General in terms of experience and the like. So this is not unprecedented as we walk through this. You've got to remember, Donald Trump was indicted by the previous administration and Democratic prosecutors in localities, 91 indictments against him. They tried to bankrupt him in New York with a couple of suits that I think were really pretty frivolous and fragile. But in a New York Democratic judge, a jury pool in a jurisdiction, he gets 15% of the vote. You know what that's going to look like. So I think to some extent, when you talk about weaponization, it's in the eye of the beholder. Who's prosecuting who at this point? And there is a feeling among some Republicans, look, they went after our guy. They tried to bankrupt him. They tried to put him in jail. And we're just going to sit back there and take it. And so I think that Trump is biting back. There's an old saying, if you go for the king, you should kill the king. They didn't get him. And now he's in power. And I think as you take a look at some level of retribution, it shouldn't surprise anybody.
Do you think that we're going to see an upsurge in kind of legislation in terms of trying to block this kind of thing? You've already referred to the fact
clearly it's going to be legislation. Listen, the fact is that the effort to prosecute Mr. Trump is not unprecedented. I was there when Richard Nixon was going to be indicted by Leon Jaworski's grand jury if he didn't get a pardon from Gerald Ford. And I do think there's a special case with regard to Donald Trump. For the first time in American history, 200 years, he sought to overturn the peaceful results of a presidential election that had been confirmed by 61 court judgments, including his vice president, Mike Pence, who recounted without dispute. Mr. Trump asked him, choose between me and the Constitution. His attorney general, who was quite conservative and defended him against Russiagate, William Barr, said there's nothing there. So everything's matters of degree. The evidence was overwhelming against Mr. Trump. And he wasn't that he ultimately was clear of the actual wrongdoing. In fact, it led to impeachment in the House, didn't get 2/3 in the Senate, but this was not a frivolous case. Even there were 8 or 9 Republicans in the Senate who voted to convict him.
I do want to give the last word to Tom. We have about 45 seconds left, Tom, and I know it's going to be
short.
Let
me just add that in 2004, George W. Bush carried Ohio by 100,000 votes. You had 31 Democrats voted not to certify Ohio, which would have changed the election results. They voted not to certify him at the Electoral College. There is precedent for this. And they were building on this precedent. If you look at the wording, they were just making a point because the turnout was so high in the 2020 election, much higher than it was in 2024, with mail-in ballots going on, that they thought there was fraudulent going on. Now, did they win anything in court? No, they didn't win anything in court. And at the end of the day, only 2 of those states were challenged on the House floor.
It's going to be interesting.
Which wouldn't have overturned the election.
It's going to be interesting when it comes to November. I want to thank our guests, former Republican Congressman Tom Davis and former U.S. Associate Deputy Attorney General at the Department of Justice, Bruce Fein. It's all from the team here in Washington. Going to hand you back to Alex Baird. And Al Jazeera's global headquarters in Doha. Don't forget the website, aljazeera.com.
All right, so that was the slush fund. anti-reparations fund. So at least it's going to go even more in detail. House passes resolution to start war and limit Trump's war powers. So we got the situation in Iran, Israel, Gaza, all that still going on. So at least it's going to give us an update on that. Not to mention Venezuela and Cuba.
Well, Jesse, I'll catch you later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for coming on, Michael. Appreciate you.
Yep, I would say thank you. Yeah, I want to say thank you to the guests as well.
Yes, Mod Squad in the house. Welcome to the Mod Squad.
Okay.
Okay, Michael. Have a good night. I'll talk to you after the
Have a
food
good night.
later.
All right.
I think she was having technical difficulties. Let me fast forward.
Their foot down then. And, you know, passing a resolution to stop the Iran, to stop Shalom, family. Good to see everyone here. Hope you're doing well. I know I'm starting this a little earlier than normal. It was supposed to be at 4:45, but I really got to get this done. So we're going to talk about the House passing a resolution to stop the Iran war and to limit any type of military power that Donald Trump has. So the measure did pass in the House. So we will see. You know, it would not be unusual for it to pass in the House and fail in the Senate, but we shall see. So that's what we're going to talk about today. And, you know, Donald Trump should have been stopped long before now, y'all. They took way too long to deal with this whole thing. And there's no excuse. It should have been done not long after he started this war. When was it? The end of March or February? It was somewhere around there. They should have put their foot down then. But look at everything that has occurred in this short period of time without them really coming down hard on Donald Trump. People have lost their lives. All of the military bases have been lost. And now, months later, now you want to push a measure to stop Donald Trump? Y'all sound like you're a day late and a buck short on this one. You should have done this a long time ago. So before we get started, I just want to give you this friendly reminder. If you get the shampoo, pomade, and rice and aloe leave-in conditioner together, you get 40% off for buying them as a bundle. So it's moved so slow on this. It just goes to show how dysfunctional America really, truly is. So I'm going to go ahead and show you the videos. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
Yes, Lisa, we can see your screen.
Yeah. Well, I think also part of this resolution, Donald Trump got to pull the military out of there. So he can't make them, because Pete Hegseth, he's trying to make them sit out there indefinitely. Well, according to this resolution, they got to get them out of there. So we shall see how this goes. I know Iran is definitely going to see this as a victory if Donald Trump is made to do that, do what's in this resolution. Oh, yeah, that's going to be a big victory for Iran. Thank you for the ones.
Breaking news, the House of Representatives has just ordered Donald Trump to remove U.S. troops from the Iran battlefield. Let me tell you why it matters, but also why it doesn't. So it matters because this sends a very strong message to the president. It shows that Republicans are not all on board. 4 Republicans joined Democrats in passing this. It passed through the Republican House of Representatives, right? So it shows Republicans do not have very good control of the House. The Democrats can actually get things passed. And just overall, it shows weakness among Republicans, but also weakness about Trump and support for the war. Support for the war is at about 40% or a little bit lower nationwide. Why does this not matter? Because it's only the House. It's got to pass the Senate. It then has to go to Trump. Trump would have to sign it into law. Do you think Trump's going to sign something into law that says, make me remove the troops from Iran? No. And even if he did veto it and it went back to the House and Senate, then 2/3 of each body has to vote to override the veto. It's not going to happen. So it doesn't matter in that sense. It matters symbolically. It does show the Republicans in disarray. It does show growing Republican discontent with the war. And that is all, well, I was going to say good for Democrats, but let me say that's actually good for America. Thanks, guys. Do follow and share.
The bill has passed. War Powers Resolution passing 215 to 208, adopted now in the Republican-led House of Representatives, thanks to not a jailbreak, but a handful of Republicans who did vote in favor of this measure. It was the 4th attempt, realizing a symbolic one, with a live view there of the House floor as lawmakers get beyond war powers in the House of Representatives.
On this vote, the yeas are 215 and the nays are 208. The concurrent resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
To stop military action in Iran, a move that the president is likely to veto. News Nation Washington correspondent Vinay Simlat joins us now live to explain. Good morning, Vinay.
Ani, good morning to you. This is 3 times that the House of Representatives failed to pass this type of resolution. Yesterday, it finally passed, and it was 4 Republicans joining with Democrats to try to rein in the president when it comes to the war with Iran.
The concurrent resolution is adopted.
You could hear cheers on the House floor as 4 Republicans voted with Democrats to end military action.
Well, the House has just adopted a resolution that would limit Donald Trump's powers when it comes to further strikes and military action in Iran. The House has now adopted this War Powers Act 215 to 208. 4 Republicans now joining with Democrats to give them enough to advance this piece of legislation. And we should note this is the 4th time that the House has done a vote on this. And it shows that slowly shifting Republican sentiment away from President Trump and towards some of the concerns that we've started to see about the Iran war. Now, if you remember 2 weeks ago, the Senate held a bit of a similar vote. It was on a slightly different bill. So now this House bill would go to the Senate. And depending on if we can see some of the momentum that we've seen previously with the Senate, with more and more Republicans joining Democrats to check President Trump's power on Iran, there is a chance that we could actually see this wind up passing both chambers. But of course, a bit of a ways to go on that. But certainly a marker here in the House today that enough Republicans joined with Democrats to try to put a check on what President Trump can do in Iran.
A remarkable bipartisan rebuke of President Trump as the House passed a resolution to limit his war powers in Iran.
On this vote, the yeas are 215 and the nays are 208. The concurrent resolution is adopted.
4 Republicans cross party lines supporting that measure, which still has to be approved by both chambers. House Speaker Mike Johnson warning that reining in the president's war powers could have a negative impact on negotiations.
I think it is a very dangerous prospect to take away from the administration and the commander-in-chief right now the ability to negotiate. That's what this does. It weakens us, our position and our leverage in negotiation on the peace in that situation.
Well, good morning, Congress, specifically House of Representatives. I see that you have finally woken from your slumber. It is so nice of you to go ahead and join us, I don't know, in the fight to save our democracy. Thank you so much for finally passing that resolution to stop the Iranian war. You guys have only been voting on it for 3 months and it couldn't go anywhere for some odd reason. Senate already passed their resolution. Y'all finally decided to catch up? Isn't that cute? 215 to 208. You have 4 Republicans that decided to flip in support of the resolution. And we're not even going to get started on how the Senate ended up getting their resolution passed, because a Republican flipped his vote after Trump supported his running mate that ended up removing him from seat. That's how the Senate got their Stop the Iranian War resolution through, because somebody got mad that they lost their seat. And that's why voting matters. But let's get back to this House resolution that was passed, okay? Essentially what it is that it is a concurrent resolution. And before we get super excited, they're still trying to figure out if it's going to be lawful or not. But the wonderful thing about it is that the House of Representatives are very optimistic, because it's a display, it's a showing of putting it to the man. It's a showing that they can go against Trump. They're not his lackeys. Oh no, right? And the reason why they're trying to figure out if it's actually going to be binding by law or not is because it is a concurrent resolution, which means that it does not go to the president's desk, okay? So since it doesn't go to the president's desk, he can neither sign it nor veto it. But it is a resolution that does have to be passed by both the House of Representatives as well as the Senate. So we can already assume and presume that there are going to be some legal battles over the legality of it. Partially because the president has already written it off, like the president and the White House and the staff in the White House have already written off the resolution as being unconstitutional because it doesn't allow the president to actually like sign it and or veto it. So we're going to see actually like what happens with that. But I'm so very glad that it seems as though the GOP has awakened from their sleeping beauty slumber. You guys also cut $1 billion off of the ballroom budget. Wow. How nice. Not you all finally trying to get to work. We'll see what ends up happening with this, because this could have actually been over with. Now, the defense for the Republicans that they're saying as to why they are finally supporting this particular measure is actually because of a it's because of a law. To be specific, it is the if I'm not mistaken, it's the War Powers Law. And essentially what it says is that the War Powers Act. It's from 1973. Essentially what it says is that it gives the president the ability to go to war in order to uphold the national security of the United States for a specific window. It is 60 days with an option to extend it another 30 days. That expired in May. So they're saying, well, the 90 days expired, and so that's why we're supporting it. Well, you should have been stopped this. You should have been stopped this. Gas has doubled. Gas has doubled. I'm paying $5 a gallon. Okay, you got good sis out here making a song about pumping 91 on pump 3. Babes, that's me. That's me. I'm pumping 91 on pump 3. That's me. Now they talking about it's an economic issue. Y'all didn't stop that man with them tariffs. That's an economics issue. But nothing like your seat being in heat will get these folks to moving. So I guess a win is a win. Nah.
The House of Representatives just voted to rein in President Trump's war powers in Iran. 4 Republicans broke ranks and joined all the Democrats to vote yes to try and stop Trump. Now, I'm going to talk about what this means and what comes next in a second. But before I do that, the final vote in the House tonight was 215 to 208, with all Democrats voting yes, along with those 4 Republicans, and all of the other Republicans and 1 independent voting no. 7 lawmakers did not vote. The 4 Republicans who joined the Democrats were Representatives Davidson of Ohio, Massey of Kentucky, Barrett of Michigan, and Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania. The House has tried to pass a war powers resolution several times in the past, but it's always failed. But today was different. See, a war powers resolution comes from the War Powers Act of 1973, which says the Constitution gives Congress the power to declare war, not a president. And if a president decides to engage our United States Armed Forces in some kind of military operation or war, Congress has the power to end that operation by passing a war powers resolution. The law gives the president a total of 90 days, including an extension, to conduct his military operation. But after that, if both the House and the Senate pass a war powers resolution, the president will get two options. One, he can either withdraw those U.S. service members from harm's way, or two, he has to get actual authorization from Congress to continue said military operation. So now what? Well, this House-passed resolution will be kicked over to the Senate. As I told you in this video a few weeks ago, during a procedural vote on a very similar war powers resolution, and because several senators were absent that day, the Senate passed a similar war powers resolution to rein in Trump on Iran. 4 Senate Republicans joined the Democrats on that to pass it, including Senators Collins, Murkowski, Paul, and Cassidy. But now when it comes up again, especially when all the senators will be present and voting, it's unclear if a war powers resolution would have the votes to pass. And even if it did pass in the Senate, it's very likely that President Trump would veto it. But what happened in the House today is still politically a very big deal. We are well past the 90 days allowed in the War Powers Act for the president to conduct a military operation. We've actually been in Iran for 95 days as of today. And it's obvious that even Republican lawmakers in both the House and the Senate are starting to get very frustrated about it. It's also important to note that the House Speaker was not able to stop this bill from coming to the floor like he did the last time when he just canceled the vote and sent everybody home on recess early to avoid this very thing from happening. It's also notable that Speaker Johnson was not able to keep his own members from voting yes. That is not something you see very often, especially in this Republican-controlled House. So if you want to see how your lawmaker voted on today's War Powers resolution, I'm going to email it all out to you tonight in my Facts HQ email, which of course is free. So make sure you sign yourself up.
Fox News alert: the House just passed a War Powers resolution to end the war in Iran. The final vote, 215-208. With 4 Republicans breaking rank, including Thomas Massie, who just lost his reelection bid. The vote would mean the president would have to seek out congressional approval for any future military action. The bill now is going to be voted on in the Senate, so we'll see what happens there. Even if it does pass out of the Senate, Trump will just veto it, so it's more symbolic.
And they're right. It's good that they passed it, but they should have done this a long time ago. And yeah, remember, he got the power to veto it, and we know he will. You can't ask this control freak to give up power. He's not going to do it. So where's that's right. They need to do a measure on passing reparations. Or get a slush fund and start paying us some checks. That's what y'all need to do. Okay? That's what y'all asses need to do for real. Cut the check and shoot. Forget about mailing it. Send them suckers direct deposit. Y'all did that during C-19. Y'all sent all that money direct deposit. So there's no excuse. You can direct deposit our reparations. I'm all for it, for real. So I guess in the next week or so, we'll hear about Donald Trump vetoing this, But I do agree with what Congress did say, get the troops out of there. What is the point? And number 2, you ain't even feeding these dudes. These men and women are out there expected to fight, and they're malnourished. You ain't feeding them nothing. And you don't even hear Donald Trump talking about getting food to the troops. He ain't even talking about it. All he want to talk about is we got to keep Iran from getting a nuke. We got to keep them from getting a nuke. But nothing about, hey, let's send some food over there. These men and women are starving, and they are. So, in my opinion, if you're not going to take care of the troops and keep them strong, just in case they have to, be in a war, at least let them be strong and nourished and ready for war. But you ain't even doing that. So if you're not going to feed them, don't make them stay over there. Get them out of there. Period. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. I do have my next live coming up at 6:45, and Donald Trump's 250-year celebration lost all of his entertainers that he wanted to perform. And yes, he is butt sore about that, and it's funny as hell. So we will talk about that at 6:45. Thank you for being here. I know I had to come on a little later than usual. I had a few things to do earlier in the day. So y'all, I will see you then. Thank you for being here. I deeply appreciate your support. Shalom, family.
Come on, Lisa.
What's going on, guys? Dabu7 here. We've got yet another crazy anomaly in Antarctica, and this time it's on the southern side, closer to New Zealand. And I'm over on Google Earth right now. Back out a little bit so you can see where we're at and what we're working with. When we zoom in here, it's this little part, this area right here. Zoom in slowly for those that are trying to find it and see for themselves. It's going bit by bit here. You're going to come into an area that changes to where you can see things. And when you go looking, lo and behold, when you zoom in, there is this wild looking object. Looks like a face, massive face, looks huge. It's got holes for the nose, the slit for the mouth, like almost perfect. It's got slits for the eyes, the ridge of the nose, the eyebrows. Like, I mean, everything is so well made. Like, and I mean, the mouth, the nose, like everything looks super old. And whatever it is, it's at 7,000 feet per where the marking is right here. So this is all buried under snow, but something you can see through the snow. This is just like the other objects that we had discovered, like the King of the Gin and all the crazy structures and features that you see and you find near Patagonia in the southernmost part of South America before you cross the Drake Passage and get into Antarctica.
Whoa.
So this is very similar to that. But this, the features of the face, man, absolutely wild. Stands out. You don't get all the features and combinations put together that perfect all the time. That's for sure. Thought it was worth sharing. I'll leave coordinates below. And more information, join me for the live stream where I'm covering this and a whole lot more. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern.
About this.
Much love.
For Kamala Harris's AG race against, I believe the man's name is Steve Cooley.
All right, go ahead, Lady Chair.
That shit was tight. What race of people does that look like?
Black.
Nah, like, well, can be more specific.
Anunnaki.
That's not what it's, okay.
Reptilians.
You're falling asleep. You're not even being serious. All right, never mind. I was trying to have a serious dialogue. Go ahead.
All right, so
Thought the shit was tight.
situation in California with the ballots. So NBC host obliterated. Ask Karen Bass. What's this? As Karen Bass Valley controversy continues, explodes. So TV Media gonna give us up down there. It'll probably be the last topic.
The stream started. And today, as usual, and as what we've been doing, over the last week now, we have to head back on over to my home state of California, Los Angeles to be exact. Why? Because, ladies and gentlemen, it appears clear now more than ever that the American people, just people overall, are just sick and tired of the foolishness that comes with mail-in ballot shenanigans. The people are sick and tired of it. But before we get into the mail-in ballot shenanigans, what I want to do is this first. I want to allow a few more people to come into the stream. And while we're waiting for people to come into the stream, I want to present this to you here. I don't know if this occurred yesterday or if this was today, but recently Wolfman went crazy in Congress. Okay, Wolfman lost his mind, started screaming at people, telling them to shut up. I don't know what made him go crazy like this, but I want to play it for you guys because to me, it was just humorous. Maybe Wolfman is upset that he got primaried because, as many of you do know, but if you don't know, he did get primaried. So Al Green is his name. If you don't know what his name is, he won't be returning back to Congress. I believe it's next year. He'll be done or something like that. So yeah, he went crazy. Let me play this clip for you guys next. Check this out here. Oh, I have the volume down. Sorry. Okay. Take it from the top and action.
A racist, Mr. Secretary, would do what happened to Ruby.
Are you calling me a racist?
A racist.
I'm asking a question.
Reclaiming my time, asking him to shut up.
That's a pretty.
Shut up. Shut up. It's my time.
I'm not going to let anyone call me a racist, Chairman.
I never called him a racist. It's my time.
It is, gentlemen. Suspend. He will not.
Tell him to shut up.
Man, Wolfman's so hostile, man. He's so hostile. I don't know why he's so mad. Why are you so upset? That's kind of crazy. Just screaming in all of Congress. You're telling folks to shut up. Shut up. I'm reclaiming my time. Shut up. So like I said, he did get primaried. So most likely he's just frustrated over the fact that, his reign at the top, at least in his district, it's over and it's finally time for him to head on into retirement. He's upset about that. And since he has nothing to lose anymore, he's not going to be, running for re-election at this point. Yeah. Now he's cursing people out and screaming at them to shut up in the halls of Congress. So now with that out the way, and now we have some more people in the stream, let's get straight to the news at hand. And I want to start here. I can't believe that this was actually stated on All Places NBC, but on NBC, they essentially outed Karen Bass, California, and just the process of these magical mail-in ballots that were waiting to fall out of the sky to determine who's actually going to the November runoff, right? Let me play this clip for you guys first, and then I'll elaborate more on it after the fact. But check this out here, because this just speaks volumes to the frustration of the American people with this entire process.
Me crazy about this race. When you look at the numbers already right now, a majority of Los Angelinos are saying they want to fire Karen Bass. 50% of the voters that are up right now say they want somebody other than the incumbent to be the mayor. So the Spencer Pratt thing to me isn't even really about Spencer Pratt. It's a vote sink for people who are fed up with the way that city's been run or fed up with the fire response. And if this were any other city outside of California where you'd have normal primaries, Karen Bass with those numbers would be toast.
Did you hear what he said? I want to play that one more time.
California, where you'd have normal primary, up with the way that city's been run or fed up with the fire response. And if this were any other city outside of California where you'd have normal primaries, Karen Bass with those numbers would be toast.
If this was any other city outside of Los Angeles where you have normal primaries, Karen Bass would be toast. What does he mean by that? What does he mean by normal primaries? Normal primaries meaning we know the outcome of the primary already. We're not waiting literally weeks for more magical ballots to fall out the sky, magical mail-in ballots, that is, to fall out the sky to determine whether or not Spencer Pratt is going to the next round into the runoff, right? Karen Bass would actually be in trouble under normal circumstances. But what he's even hinting at is funny business, man. And we all know it. We all know it. Speaking of funny business and why people don't have any confidence, particularly in California politics when it comes to elections here, I want to show you guys this here as proof. Remember yesterday, I brought up in yesterday's live stream how when Kamala Harris was running for AG in 2010, it took 11 days for her to take the lead. 11 days. I brought that up to you yesterday, but I just wanted to show you guys that I'm not making this up, right? I want to show you the article from way back in 2010 so you can see how ridiculous this is. Let me pull this video down and let me pull the article up. And as I'm doing that, please make sure you hit the like button. I would truly, truly appreciate it. And thank you very much. Let me pull this article up for you guys right now. Okay, here we go. So first, as you can see here, that's highlighted in the yellow, election day was November 2nd of 2010 for Kamala Harris's AG race against, I believe the man's name is Steve Cooley, who was a Republican, right? What you see here, November 13th, that is 11 days. Steve Cooley was winning the AG race for 11 days. And then after almost 2 weeks, the magical mail-in ballots came falling out of the sky. And as you can see here on November 13th of 2010, what happened? Harris takes slim lead over Cooley in Attorney General's race. 2 weeks is insanity. That's crazy. But this is what's common practice here. This common practice. Because now going back to the 2022 mayoral race, as we discussed in past streams, as you can see here, and I won't rehash it too much and go line by line, but the point is that on November 8th of 2022, it was the mayoral election between Ricc Caruso and Karen Bass. For the first 3 days, November 9th, 10th, and 11th, Ricc Caruso was in the lead. Ricc Caruso, the Republican, was in the lead for 3 days. And then as you can see here, there's a blackout period between November 11th and November 14th. That was the weekend. And then coming out of the blackout period, all of a sudden, surprise, surprise, apparently over the weekend, magical mail-in ballots came raining out the sky and Karen Bass took the lead. And wouldn't you know it, obviously, she ran away with it from there. People are sick and tired of the foolishness, and nobody believes this. Nobody believes you. When it comes to liberals, when it comes to the foolishness of California politics, when it comes to Karen Bass. And here's what adds to so much more of the suspicion, right? Look at this here. Let me show you guys this. Okay, so not much has changed since the election. As you can see here for the gubernatorial race, Steve Hilton is still in first place with 27%. Javier, I believe it's Javier. Is it Xavier? Javier. Xavier Becerra, he's still in second place. And Tom Steyer is in third place, right? They're saying that it's too early to call. They can't say who's advancing yet because there's still 4 million ballots that have not been counted yet. 4 million mail-in ballots that we're still waiting to rain out the sky in the hopes for what liberals want for Becerra and Steyer to take the lead over Steve Hilton and for him to all of a sudden just magically plummet to third place and be out, right? So they're saying this is too early to call. But once again, here's what adds to the suspicion and the foolishness. If this is too early to call concerning Steve Hilton, then why isn't it too early to call for Karen Bass? Because mathematically speaking, okay, just a moment. Let me full screen this. I'm going to full screen this, and I'm going to remove the banner off the screen. As you can see here, estimated remaining votes, 322,000, okay? Mathematically speaking, Karen Bass can still lose the race. It should be too early to call. If it's too early to call for Steve Hilton, because mathematically speaking, he can still fall down into third place, even though he's number one right now, then why isn't it too early to call for Karen Bass, who they already have locked in for the November runoff? Is that not suspicious to you? Because it's suspicious to me. Because once again, mathematically speaking, with 322,000 ballots remaining, Nitya Ram and Spencer Pratt could surge. Technically, they could. But it appears that, you know, as far as California politics are concerned, they're not worried about that. No. Karen Bass, she got it already. She got it already. It's not too early to call for her, but it's too early to call for Steve Hilton. How is that not suspicious to you? Because it's really suspicious to me. And it sounds a lot like cheating. What other, not assumption, but what other conclusion do you want people to come to? This is completely ridiculous and absurd. Because let me pull this up for you guys here. Check this out. Our president, Donald Trump, had something to say about all this. And here's what he had to say. He posted this today. Look what's happening in California. The Democrats, right before our eyes, are stealing the vote. I hope the Republicans are watching so that they can finally pass the Save America Act. President Donald J. Trump. He would go on to post the Save America Act. All voters must show photo identification. All voters must show proof of citizenship. And most importantly, no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, obviously those in the military and those who are traveling abroad. But outside of that, no, you need to show up in person and have your butt there, okay, to vote so that we can get all of this cleared and out of the way. Because I just want to share with you guys once again how simple it is to vote here in Los Angeles and California as a whole. Because as you all know, obviously you all know by now, I live in Los Angeles, and I've told you guys this story of how voting works before. If you're not new to the channel, but in case you're new to me, here's how it is. In case you're new to this channel, here's how it works. Right? When I went to vote for Spencer Pratt and Steve Hilton, I go to my polling station, and once I walk inside, it's really this simple. They say, "What's your name?" I say, "My name is TD." Then the woman asks, "Well, what's your address?" I give them my address. She then takes the tablet and turns the tablet around. She says, "Can you confirm that this is you?" I say, "Yup, that's me." And then she proceeds to print out my ballot, and I take my ballot to the machine and I cast my vote. Literally anyone, absolutely anyone who knows my name and my personal information could have went there, gave that same information, and voted for me. So you have to ask, how many deceased grandmothers and grandparents, right, and deceased people in general are casting ballots? Mail-in ballots aside, we already know the foolishness of mail-in ballots. No proof of citizenship and no ID. How many deceased people are casting ballots? Because if my grandmother, who passed away, there's a lot of dead people that are still on these voter rolls out here in California and are on a lot of these voter rolls across the country, right? But here in California, my dead grandmother is still on the voter roll, as many dead people are. Another woman, let's just say, I don't know, anybody, if they know my grandmother's information, could go in and say her name, say her address, and just simply confirm that they are my grandmother, even though my grandmother had passed away. Like, I think she's been dead like 10 years now, right? Mind you, when they turn the tablet around, there is no effort of identification involved. You would think that maybe at best, you don't need to see my ID or anything like that, but there's a photo of me that's there on the tablet next to my name and address. No, there's no photo there where they can see it's me. Not even a date of birth. I could at least see if you turn the tablet around, can you confirm this is you, and there's a date of birth there. Like, what would that represent? Well, if you see the date of birth, right? My grandmother was born in 1929, for those of you who don't know, and obviously you wouldn't know that, right? But my grandmother was born in 1929. My point is this: if a woman walks in that appears to be in her 30s, says my grandmother's name and gives her address, and you're looking at this woman, but you see on the tablet it says, well, wait a minute. This says you were born in 1929. You look like you're 30 years old. That would solve a lot of that would stop a lot of foolishness. But then again, that's too much like right, because now we're getting into identification. This says you were born in 1929 and you look no more than 35 years old. There's no way this is you. Racism, you can't tell me that's not me. So to avoid all this, you know what? Don't worry, no identification. We're not going to put the date on there. We don't need a date of birth, no photo on here, no nothing. Identification is completely wiped away, and it's a trust system that's in place, a trust system in place. And you can't trust anybody. You can't trust anybody. Let me continue to show you guys how simple all this stuff is. I have a stepson, right? But before I continue, shout out to my man, Mr. Richard. I appreciate you for showing love the way you always do via Super Chat. Thank you so much, Mr. Richard. Mr. Richard said, TD, take a big breath and what? Yeah, take a big breath. Get all out there. TD, take a big breath. Get all out there. Thank you, Mr. Richard. I appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate this support, Mr. Richard, showing love the way you always do. All right, so here's this portion as well concerning magical mail-in ballots, right? As it pertains to magical mail-in ballot, for those of you who don't know, and I've said this on multiple times in the past, but for those of you who don't know, I have a stepson, right? He's an adult, okay? He's registered to vote, but he doesn't vote, right? He's in his early 20s, right? So like most, adults in their youth, they don't really pay attention to politics. They don't really care about what's going on. You know what I mean? But he is registered to vote. Because, when you get your driver's license or you renew your driver's license, since you're in the DMV and all your information is up and available, they'll ask you, do you want to register to vote? And I'm sure he feels like a lot of, young adults feel, maybe at some point in the future I'll vote. I just don't really care right now. So yeah, whatever, just register me. With that, stepson, he gets a mail-in ballot every election. Every election he gets a mail-in ballot. If I was playing dirty, like, some people do, I could very easily take his mail-in ballot, fill out Spencer Pratt and Steve Hilton and whoever else that I want to fill out in there, and just enter it in a Dropbox. And that's it. That's all she wrote. The vote's been casted. Yeah, I could just take his mail-in ballot and just do that if that's what I wanted to do. Now with that, imagine in a place like Crooked, California, how many families actually engage in this? Really think about that. How many families and how many of these crooked liberals actually engage in that type of activity that I told you I could easily do? The corruption and the fraud is in abundance. In my opinion, YouTube, I believe I assume, because it is so easy to do. I just told you, for those of you who don't live here, how it works. What's stopping these Trump derangement syndrome lunatics from doing this? There's nothing stopping them at all whatsoever. Nothing stopping them from cheating in that manner. That's why we need the SAVE Act. That's why so many people don't even live in California. They're looking at this and they're going, this is crazy. How is this a thing that it takes this long to get the results of an election that should be settled in a day, the same way it's settled in a day in a state like Florida. They settle it within hours. We know who won. Damn near within the hour of the last poll closing. They know who won. But over here in crooked California, well, we're still waiting on more magical mail-in ballots to come falling out of the sky. And this is just the norm. Going back to this article here, they told you the LA mayor race and governor race could be painfully slow. Painfully slow. And it appears that's what it's going to be. Because once again, going back to this here, this number has not moved. As you see here, the percentages with Karen Bass, Spencer Pratt, Nitya Raman, it's been like this for over 24 hours, 35%, 29%, 22.8%. I suspect that it's not going to move much again today or tomorrow. And what I want you guys to look out for and be mindful of is what I discussed here and what I've been discussing multiple times, and I'm going to keep bringing this up concerning how the mayoral election worked in 2022. It wasn't the primary, it was the actual mayoral election. But remember, once again, and I'll full screen this for you, right? So you can see, you see the blackout period. Rick Caruso was in the lead for 3 days. Let me pull this down so you can see clearly. Rick Caruso was in the lead for 3 days. And then you had the blackout period happen over the weekend, November 12th and 13th, where we have no information. And November 14th, ta-da, like magic, Karen Bass takes the lead. What we need to really look out for, ladies and gentlemen, is how drastically the polls change after this weekend. Because like I said, there hasn't been much change so far. It's been stagnant like this for like, I don't know, 24 hours now. When you come over here to the gubernatorial race with Steve Hilton and the gang, there hasn't been much change either. I think yesterday's stream, what did I say? The estimated remaining ballots, mail-in ballots that are out there. Yesterday it said it was 4.1 million estimated remaining ballots. That's insanity. 4.1 million ballots just floating out there that we're waiting on. That number has only decreased now from 4.1 million to 4,066,000. So that's nothing. To which Tom Steyer got, you know, a decent amount of votes because he was at somewhere in the 900,000 area, you know, 998,000 votes or something like that. Now Tom Steyer has crossed the 1 million mark, right? This is all just BS. It really is. And we all know it. And once again, as I bring this stream to a close, because I don't want to be too hyper repetitive with this one and beat a dead horse. You guys get it. But I'm going to highlight this once again. Number one, let's really pay attention to and see how drastically the polls shift after the blackout period of the weekend, like how they did for Rick Caruso versus Karen Bass. We're going to see all of a sudden whether or not Steve Hilton dropped to third place, okay? And if our man Spencer Pratt drops to third place as well. But also what I want us to pay attention to outside of that, I lost my train of thought. I know you were waiting too. You were at the edge of your seat. Like, what do we have to pay attention to? We have to pay attention to the weekend. And what else do we have to pay attention to? I don't remember. I don't remember. Like, God, dog. Like, it was good. That buildup was really good, wasn't it? Like, that was a really good buildup. And then, like, I just completely forgot where I was going with it. It's crazy. Let me see. Give me about like 10 seconds to see if I remember where I was going with this. Pay attention for the weekend. Right? This is where I need a producer in my ear that's talking to me to keep me on track, or a producer on the side, right? I was saying what again? Pay attention to what's going to happen over the weekend and whether or not the same funny business that happened with Rick Caruso is going to happen with Steve Hilton and Spencer Pratt. And also, I'm going to remember once I end the stream. That's what really pisses me off. Let me go through these tabs really quickly. There has to be something that's going to jog my memory. I got nothing. Stream's over, guys. I got nothing. I got nothing. So we'll just shut it down here. I literally cannot remember where I was going with it. Like I was bringing it to a close. The buildup was great, and then my brain went. It just shut down. But like Leslie said here, pay attention to how the totals shift. Okay. Pay attention to how drastically the total shift. Because like I said, coming off the weekend, I definitely assume in that blackout period, all of a sudden the numbers are going to change drastically, which is completely crazy. And with all that being said, that does it for today's stream. Okay. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on
And with that all being said, we're going to wrap this thing up. So I appreciate everybody that tapped in. Shout out to Jennifer. Shout out to Val Hawkins. Shout out to Cow Dog. Shout out to Michael. Shout out to Sister Val Hawkins.
Twin Mac.
Mac and Twin. Kahari.
Cow Dog.
Oh yeah, shit, Cow Dog. Shout out to Cow Dog.
Nabi.
Shout out to Goddess Nabi. Time. Shout out to Brother Time for coming through.
Another sister up in here too.
Jennifer.
No, another sister. Another sister.
I can't remember off the top of my head, no. And anybody that didn't mention, I apologize. There's a lot of people that tapped in. I'm talking to our mind and not our heart. And anybody that was speaking and not speaking.
That's right in front of my bill.
Mm-hmm. So peace, love, light, reparations, versus Code, Season 6, Episode 29, Part 1 of the Frontline Black News. Join us later after Food Banks for Part 2. In the meantime, make sure you like subscribe to all our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separation in the lineages of Black empowerment. Chan Crewman, Lady Chase signing off from the Maha Income Legal Marketplace City. See y'all later after the food bank. Peace.